Can you hear me?
Let's go.
Have you come across this new type of token in your battles? Let me show you how you can get more of them. Time tokens can be found in both themed mode and classic mode. When you win a match, you can leave with all the time tokens in your backpack. However, if you get eliminated, you'll lose 20% of the time tokens in your possession. But is winning matches the only way to get loads of tokens? Not at all. You can use the supply shop's upload feature to take them out in advance. You can take out up to 40 time tokens per day. The most efficient way to collect time tokens is to head straight for the themed area, where there's a higher chance of finding them. It's also filled with supplies, so you're likely to run into other players. Defeat them to get some of their time tokens. Once you've got your tokens, head to the perk shop to exchange them for rewards. Available rewards this period include the Camel Superfan set, 7th Anniversary set, and Duneshine Daisha Level 1. Exchange your leftover time tokens for perk tokens to use them for future perk shop rewards. Collect time tokens in the game now, so you don't miss out on any rewards.
Evil mechas spread darkness across the land. The pandas fall in despair. Jade Farm Aurora extends a helping hand. Will it be justice or evil that prevails? Join the PvP webcomic fan art event and end this story your way.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips.
Other than your equipment, your position is also key to determining the outcome of your fight. Understanding the buildings and terrain of each map will provide you with an advantage. Each of the 4 Metro Royale maps have unique environmental features. Frontline Confrontation features a mostly flat terrain, with items such as haystacks and trees in the wild that can be used as cover when exploring the map. They can also be used to ambush enemies. The old blockade zone is quite similar to Frontline Confrontation, but there are less buildings that can serve as cover, and more undulating slopes. The height difference of the slopes can be used to your advantage, like having a good vantage point for a strategic attack. Mistyport's environment is more complicated, with smaller resource points that are more scattered. There are more high slopes in the area that provide a great view of the resource points, making it ideal for strategic maneuvers. Compared to the other maps, the Arctic base map is much larger, with larger resource areas that make it harder to observe the situation. Therefore, when scavenging for supplies in these areas, be aware of enemy attacks, especially when taking on a boss. After entering a resource area, it becomes evident that the environment affects battle outcomes. Take, for example, Battle Line on the Frontline Confrontation map. The buildings have 2 levels with tight interiors, with only one way up to the second level. It's easy to guard, but hard to attack. Simply charging in is not a wise strategy. The best way is to use a throwable to force the enemy off the second floor. But this strategy cannot be used for the base at the old blockade zone. While both floors also have tight interiors, the top floor where the boss is located is very spacious, so the throwable strategy will not work. As such, when facing enemies on the top floor at the base, it's not wise to attack unless you're very confident. It might be better to wait for the enemy to leave the area, or head to a higher vantage point to snipe them. As the subway connects multiple resource areas, the subway route is also a key battleground. For example, there are only 2 entrances from the old blockade zone to the radiation zone, and they are connected by one railway. Players who are heading towards the radiation zone or leaving it will need to use this railway. This is why battles often occur here. As long as you can make use of the environment, you're likely to find a lot of loot. But if it's like the radiation zone in the Arctic base, where there are multiple exits, then you might be better off not strategizing too much here, as you might be wasting your efforts. Aside from ambushes in the subway, there are multiple positions that can be advantageous. These locations include fixed boss spawns, staircases, and the entrances and exits of the radiation zone. Take Arctic Base for example. You can lay and wait at the main entrance of Missile Silo or near the exit inside the subway. With the amount of resources available, people are bound to enter and exit, making it the perfect place to employ an ambush strategy. Also, take note of the boss's spawn location. There may be other players coming to challenge the boss. If you hear intense gunfire, that should mean other players are tackling the boss. A surprise attack at this moment might achieve unexpected results. Also, don't ignore those unassuming staircases. You're likely more vulnerable when going up the stairs, and cannot effectively fend off attacks from above. It's best to observe the area before you head up the stairs. Of course, you can still make use of these positions to deal fatal blows to the enemy. If tactical use of terrain is not your style, you can instead choose to attack from more advantageous positions. For example, launch silo in the radiation zone of Arctic Base. The area offers no cover for the supply crates around. Players must expose themselves if they wish to open the crates. So if you hear gunfire at launch silo, that's when you can launch your attack. That's all for this guide on environmental combat. Head to Metro Royale now to put these tips to the test.
tanpa Zuxi dan Luxi, apakah BTR sedang menurun?
Rosemary, gua tunggu lu masuk BTR. Kalau dari gua sih Rosemary sih. Karena sama-sama dari Manado juga, terus jago kan. MVP, juara PMSL SEA. Mungkin kalau masuk BTR bisa juara bareng dunia. Rosemary, gua tunggu lu masuk BTR.
Bagi saya lah, player yang patut dengan saya ni orang macam Olio. Olio ni dia boleh backup saya dan saya boleh buat kerja depan. Lagi senang lah untuk tim gerak. So ketambahan adik Luke pun dah cukup untuk satu tim.
Tham quá thì em chọn Tony Cây kìa. Đã được chọn thì mình chọn người bắn hay nhất, sát cánh và đồng hành. Welcome to Tony Cây.
ก็ขอโทษด้วยนะครับที่ผมไม่ได้เลือกคุณนะครับดีเอ็กลีวาแต่ว่าผมเลือกซาต้าแทนครับ
Menurut gua sih TODAK sih. Karena dia nggak gimana ya, bawa 3 loh sampai 3. BTR aja cuma 1 loh import dari Filipina. Dia sampai 3 loh dari Indonesia. TODAK.
Bagi saya line up yang terpower New Era. Sebab diorang Ruthless pun tengoklah nombor berapa. Lepas tu diorang dekat scrim terlalu beria. New Era terhad lah macam mana pun di bawah kita orang.
Theo em nghĩ thì đội hình yếu nhất chắc là đội hình của bọn em. Vì theo kiến thức, trải nghiệm và thực tế thì mọi người đánh giá em rất là yếu.
คิดว่าเป็น eArena ครับเพราะว่ามีโค้ชเป็นพี่คิวครับพี่คิวสายติดหาครับ
Untuk yakin sih ya masih sama kayak tahun lalu lah. 100%. Mungkin tahun ini bisa lebih lagi. 1000 mungkin. Karena benar-benar baru kan. Tersisa aku doang di BTR jadi ya the new jalan baru juga. Jadi pengen benar-benar buktiin lah. Kalau bisa kasih piala ke BIGETRON. Bahkan bisa jadi tim yang dominasi.
First kali kita sebagai manusia kita tak boleh berharap sangat kepada tu. Cuma kita harus ada mentaliti yang untuk juara. So senanglah sikit untuk menyedapkan hati dan mental yang kuat sebelum turnamen.
Theo bọn em nghĩ thì tuần đầu tiên bọn em cần phải cố gắng về mặt điểm cũng như là xem các đội hình của các team khác bắn như thế nào, bọn em học hỏi và rút ra kinh nghiệm và sẽ gọi là đặt ra một cái chiến thuật gì đấy gọi cho hiệu quả để tuần sau cố gắng và bứt điểm.
ก็คาดหวังได้ครับเพราะว่าผมมองว่าทีมเราก็กำลังมาดีอยู่ครับแล้วก็ปรับเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นมาก็ถามว่ามีปัญหาไหมก็ไม่ได้มีผลมากมายขนาดนั้นครับแล้วก็อีกอย่างทีมเราปรับตัวกันได้ไวด้วยครับ เลือกเป็น DX รีวาครับเพราะว่าเขาดูตัวเล็กแล้วก็นิสัยดีแล้วก็น่ารักครับ
Nếu em được ngủ với đối thủ của em một đêm thì em chọn ngủ với Tony Cây. Để em phong ấn cái tay của Tony Cây lại bắn nó đỡ hay. Bắn hay quá. Nói chung là bắn quá hay.
"2024 is history, but the fire of battle have just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment." Hello, PUBG Mobile Esports fans! Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and a $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, and compete over 3 days. Top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals. The culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the C slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
Welcome everyone, and this is the PMSL SEA Spring 2025. I'm Tashman, your host today, and last week was super interesting as we saw the rise of the underdogs alongside the first time we have not seen Alter Ego in a Super Weekend in a while already. With me, I have Jangs, our translator, alongside RDK, the coach of Alter Ego. First of all, coming into this week, what's your mindset?
Ya, buat minggu yang baru, apakah mindset kamu serta mindset anak-anak Alter Ego juga?
Dari saya sendiri, saya menekankan ke tim saya, jangan takut, kalian lebih baik dari siapapun.
Yeah, of course, the mentality, what I've been told the boys, basically, I ask them to not be scared because they are better than everyone else.
You know, that's a great mindset coming up forward. Knowing that you can do it is so important. Now, let's talk a little bit about last week. You guys didn't make it to the Super Weekend. That's blatantly obvious. And you guys couldn't find your groove in week 1. So what went wrong?
Bisa ceritakan sedikit tidak apa yang terjadi di minggu pertama? Karena ini pertama kali kita melihat Alter Ego nggak lolos di Super Weekend. Ya, silakan.
Kalau dari minggu pertama, anak-anak lebih kehilangan jati diri. Jadi untuk week kedua, gue lebih menekankan ke personalnya masing-masing. Ingat, kalian ini udah bukan 1-2 kali turnamen. Kalian ini pengalamannya banyak. Jadi nggak perlu bingung, nggak perlu, kalian udah tahu harus ngapain.
Yeah, so basically it's not about a gameplay, it's not about a strategy. It's because of they lost themselves. I mean, I think they have something inside. So how I tackle that problem, basically I just take one by one each personnel to talk deep on what they need to fix. So basically it's just like I motivate them, ask them not to be scared. I tell them that they have a lot of experience, have a lot of firepower, they have a lot of they have joined a lot of major tournaments, so they don't have to be scared.
I know, I completely agree, and I think this is great coming from you, hearing about this on what a coach can give to a team in terms of mindset. Now, there is some chatter between the Malaysian and Indonesian casters, right, about how Alva and Rosemary have trouble gelling in this lineup. So what's your thoughts about the gelling of these two players, and how do you determine the lineup in every single match?
Oke, orang-orang di luar sana, terutama pada para caster dari Indo dan juga Malay juga, ada sempat bilang yang Alpha dan juga Rosemary tidak bisa disatuin di dalam lineup. Menurut kamu, tanggapan kamu soal hal itu, dan bagaimana seorang coach Alter Ego itu menentukan lineup yang bermain?
Nggak ngomong banyak sih, kalian salah. Let's see week 2 bro, discipline and aggressive.
So basically, I no need to explain that, but then he's trying to say like you are wrong. I'm gonna prove it on week 2. We're just gonna be disciplined and aggressive at the same time.
All right, let's see whether or not the Indonesian and Malaysian casters are correct about Alva and Rosemary not gelling. Now, final question. Obviously, again, it is a shorter season and a rough week 1 for you guys. I'm sure that there is some pressure resting on your team's shoulders. So how are you helping your team overcome this?
Oke, karena season baru ini juga lebih pendek dan minggu pertama kalian mainnya tidak begitu bagus, apakah ada sedikit terasa pressure dan bagaimana kamu mengendali masalah itu?
Kalau mau kita bilang ada pressure pasti ada. Cuman gue selalu nekenin selagi ada kesempatan meskipun itu mau 1% mau berapapun ada kesempatan ambil itu sampai matchnya terakhir kelar.
Of course, if you talk about pressure, of course my players also, even though myself I feel that pressure, but then I will always tell the boys that even though they have like 1% chances, we need to take that. We need to fight till the very end.
That's the best mindset to have. Thank you so much, RDK, for the pleasant interview. Let's see whether or not Alter Ego can bounce back hard this week and make it to the Super Weekend, or will everything end? Let's see. On to you, casters.
You guys are tuning into the 2025 PMSL this season, which gonna be none other than spring season, of course. And I love the interview just now coming up, the new coach of Alter Ego, RDK. I mean, high pressure on his shoulders, to be honest, because he has to just take all this lineup of Alter Ego and try to robust it. Even though, you know, there are some adding in of players, but not too much of a difference. But I don't know, I mean, they've been working together for quite some time, Rosemary and Alva as well.
Oh yeah, and I don't know. Well, we don't know what goes on behind the scenes, right? And looks like RDK didn't really elaborate on that, so I'll be interested to probably have a follow-up answer to that, if possible, of course. But I do see the argument, right? Like, oh, because they have been together for quite a while, does it mean that they have not progressed together? So there could be a lot of theories behind that.
Maybe they're hitting stagnant at some point for Alter Ego right now. They need a change of win, or probably just gonna change of mindset too. I mean, I agree with RDK said that, you know, they already established themselves as one of the best once upon a time. Now to bring that back to the peak, that's gonna be the issue, and that's gonna be a lot of challenges for them. But it's not impossible, like how we saw these Xaviers always maintaining. Sometimes they are one of the best, number 1. Sometimes they've been dropped down to the top 5 or even the top 10 once upon a time as well. So it's all about whether they can gather up all the mindset to be on the same page. But don't forget, when it comes to this season, we are cutting it short and making it shorter when it comes to the entire season. But the point system will be the same. Except for the prize pool, it's going to be a whopping amount of $200,000.
Oh yeah, 200,000 moolah up for grabs here in such a short tournament as compared to the previous years or previous seasons. How short it is, in case you just joined us, this is the schedule. We are now on the 6th of March and the second day of group stage week number 2. Tomorrow will be the last day, and then we're already in the final super weekend where the smash rules will apply. And this is the format today. Because it's Thursday, we'll be putting focus on the group B and C.
Yeah, but BNC will re-welcome the teams that didn't play yesterday, including TODAK, FaZe Clan. I think we have also Alter Ego, of course, Boom, KAGENDRA, and Sem9 and EA and Alter Ego too. So if you guys don't know, the Smash rules is going to be happening by this Sunday. It's all down to the Saturday points to determine what kind of points we're going to start it off for our Smash rule super weekend.
Yes, and today we're going to zoom in again onto Group B and C. So in case you don't see your favorite teams, they could probably be in Group A. RRQ, ENAM SEMBILAN, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, HOMEBOIS, OSJA Thailand, Strangers Esports, the Xavier, and Vikings. They're in Group A. So they'll be taking a break today, but they'll be coming back again tomorrow. And Group B and C, here are your teams.
Yeah, we had Group C yesterday. It was A versus C, so they had some progress when it comes to the points. But Group B starting at 0 right now. Boom, Alter Ego, Sem9, TODAK, EA, FaZe, Flash, and KAGENDRA are we here to take the points. And the question is, can they actually catch up?
Yes, so there will be also some of the teams as well that have not made last week's Super Weekend that needs to catch up with the points, and they must get into the Super Weekend this week. If not, it's all gone. But just to illustrate like how the teams are doing as of now, of course, we only played Group A and C yesterday, and right now Xavier, they are currently on top. Now the scary thing is that Xavier, they are still not playing today.
The top 5 team will not be playing at all today, but at least on the side of the Xaviers, and I say CELCOMDIGI Alliance pretty much have the safe spot there compared to last week when it comes to the points needed to go to the Super Weekend. They're pretty much almost there or almost entirely safe right now, around 90% 1 foot in. But when it comes to teams at the very bottom, we talked about especially MAQNA Esports Club. They need to jump up and have a good start today.
Oh yeah, I mean, no rank points at all. All their 16 points are through elimination, so that's definitely a clear sight that they need to fix their placements. How are they going to gain those rank points? How are they going to survive in every round? Yes, you can gain those elimination points. Arguably, it's more than Temp Entertainment, but still, because Temp Entertainment has a little bit more balances compared to them, that's why they are above them by 1 notch. But we're going to recap of whatever happened yesterday. Of course, right now, our teams like RRQ, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, Xavier, who played well yesterday, they're not playing today.
Yeah, we had a lot of Frankie spotlight yesterday. Team Secret was on an incredible run, I must say. But at least today hopefully they do carry up the momentum, because right now for Group C they have 1 more shot to go when it comes to the last of the weekend, yeah, including BIGETRON Esports, TALON Esports, MAQNA Esports, New Era Vampire Esports, Temp Entertainment, Team Secret, and VOIN Donkey ID. This is going to be the 8 teams need to focus and push all out to gain their points.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. So that's definitely going to be the highlight here for today, because some of them, well, especially Group C that is, they will not be playing tomorrow. So if they are still out of the top 16, basically it's locked. So that's something that we need to focus on later on. But looking at the highlights here, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they had a massive performance yesterday, and this was one of the highlight moments where they overcame Xavier in Wrangle to score that chicken dinner. But Xavier, 3 chicken dinners. That was a crazy performance by them yesterday. Today they'll be sleeping well.
Oh, they made a statement yesterday, and I'm not surprised if we're gonna get to see them. I mean, it's rare for us not to even see Xaviers once in any Super Weekend past seasons as well. They're always one of the teams that's so consistent when it comes to getting the points when needed, but it's just during the Grand Finals it seems to be slightly unstable for the side of these Xaviers. Hopefully that's not going to be the case for this season now. But for the teams that we saw in the highlight just now, none of them will be playing here today. We're going to starting off our day 2, week number 2, as per usual. Sunhawk triple Erangel, and we wrap things up with a double Mirama. But do mind that we do have slightly extended break between the 2nd and 3rd Erangel due to the break fasting of Ramadan season.
Oh yeah, so it's going to be, so you know when you can get your personal extended break as well. But in order for you to be prepared for what's going to come throughout this month as well, we are here to remind you again that it is the 7th anniversary month of PUBG Mobile, and on the 7th of March, which is tomorrow, there will be a major update, including the Golden Moon event. And in this event, you can collect Times token and redeem the Camel Super Fan Set for free. So make sure you update your game tomorrow and start collecting those Times token. You can also explore the Desert Boat in this new update. So tomorrow is the day. Prepare your Wi-Fi, prepare your data for this massive update, because it's something that you don't want to miss.
Yeah, but don't forget to charge your battery as well for your cell phones. But also don't forget about the legendary, the genius, the man himself, Alan Walker. Is another collaboration here for the 7th year anniversary. He was there for the 1st anniversary, and he is back for the 7th one. So we're thrilled to announce that PUBG Mobile will collaborating once more with the great DJ, musical genius Alan Walker for our special 7th anniversary music collaboration. We do know that the first track will be Faded. There's gonna be, you guys know that song, that one is gonna be the favorite one. Track second and third, I think we pretty much know. If you guys OG enough, you guys will catch a glimpse on what will be track number 2 and number 3. But if you don't know, hey, you guys check it out, and don't forget to keep yourself updated on any official PUBG Mobile social media.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Subscribe and also follow wherever you're watching this, ladies and gentlemen. Also, don't forget to share it to your friends as well in case they missed out on when PMSL is at. And also, we would like to remind you again that in case you are missing out on some of the best phones around, this is it. TECNO, a brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers like you and me and us and all of us, and they are powered by Pova 6 Pro 5G, which is an extremely fast processor, and it comes together with a 120Hz ultra smooth display to enhance your gaming experience. Make it lag-free, responsive, just like how the players are using.
Yeah, but I love the flash of green. I mean, it feels like emerald green for that one. I wish we can get one for ourselves. I mean, we wouldn't complain. But thank you, TECNO, for joining us for this season. But we're going to talk about predictions here today. I want to see yours, Cloud. I mean, we don't know about each other's prediction. We're going to stick it till the very end. Surprisingly, we had some similarities, except for one. I mean, I kind of get the team secret because of yesterday's performance. What about your banter when it comes to Boom and M9?
Well, yeah, I mean, I just want to say that Team Secret, just because of Frankie, I had to put them in, and my thought process is that I want to give every region a shout out, right? So that's where it comes from. Of course, today we're going to see SEM9 and also Boom. For me, SEM9, although their Super Weekend wasn't the best, they got like number 13, but on paper, their lineup, it's like the ultimate lineup. It's like a star-studded lineup. So I'm looking forward to seeing their performance. Boom, they had a subpar performance last PMSL, and they'll be looking to bounce back. And so far, they are on track.
Yeah, for Boom and Alter Ego, both for my prediction there. I mean, these are the teams that used to be back-to-back champion. I don't know what happened. I really don't. I mean, there's something happened in between the same year. Last year was Boom's year till the very end. They kind of lost it. The year before it was Alter Egos all the way. And they lost it till the very end. I don't know what happened during the end of the year. It feels like they having some issues when it comes to trying to maintain their consistency throughout the entirety of the year.
Well, what happened that time was Coach Ken went to BTR. Just saying. Just saying, okay? It's facts, okay? Whether that is actually the factor, you guys decide for yourself, okay? I'm just putting out the facts. But yeah, we still have Yummy here, and he has been performing well last week. And so far, Boom is alright.
Boom is alright. Not the best, but doing okay. Pretty much balanced, trying to find the footings. But it's all about whether can they make it their best, make use of their final week here today. At least it's their first day for both Alter Ego and Boom. But we don't want to waste any more time because it's going to be the smallest map there is. Sunhawk is going to be feisty and fiery. Let's fly into our first map of day 2, week 2.
Sunhawk! Here we go! Game number 1 for day number 2, and also the debut for teams in Group B. Let's see, will there be any early clash with these two groupings?
Yesterday we had some Chem Alpha Circle, as per usual. I'm not surprised if that's going to happen again. But when it comes to the drop spot, and also when it comes to how fast this game gonna go, we're gonna have to wait and see. Especially when it comes to, I mean, this SEM9 is slightly a different one of a lineup, isn't it?
Okay, we'll check that lineup out later, because right now we have action from the get-go. Team Secret and Boom Esports. Wow, both of my prediction here. And Yummy, it's pretty low, no healing utilities, but he still tried to challenge GK on the second floor with a S12K, and he's still pretty healthy. So the odds are against Yummy, but he still managed to finish off round.
GK, Team Secret. versus Boom. I mean, one or the other, Cloud. It's going to be only one or the other will survive this one. Frankie, will he put out another spectacular clutch like just he did yesterday, or GK will actually try to step up today? They lost strong early on. It's going to be a 3v4. Instead of Boom, on the other hand, they still have a 4-man standing. But problem is, do they have enough when it comes to the economy?
Oh yeah, both these teams are pretty not well looted yet. Okay, anyway, Zero still managed to get GK via a nade. Nice jump shot by Bombit there. And looks like Boom Esports, they are winning this clean, 1 piece each. And look at the celebrations by Boom Esports.
Bit too early, but still, celebration still considered as a big one because they just take out one of the top 8 teams. Unfortunately, Team Secret did not gain any point at all when being eliminated, but next is going to be FaZe versus KAGENDRA.
Oh, here we go at the 3 warehouse around the area of boot camp. FaZe Clan, they lost 1 player to the hands of KAGENDRA. Achul is the one to pick him up. The rest of FaZe Clan, not sure. Anyway, now Zuli, Mr. OG, lost the 1v1 fight with Axel.
So many fights quite early on compared to yesterday. Now, it's a bit more aggressive with Group C and Group B this time. But for New Era, yesterday they had some quite okay, not the best yet. Didn't get too much of a point, but still in the middle pack so far. But for the side of FaZe Clan, we do know this is not the usual FaZe Clan that once upon a time known for. Except for Tree Touch. Tree Touch was in a different team. I think it was Bacon Time. Am I right or am I wrong?
That's a bit of a test of a memory there. We'll come back to you in a little bit, but right now we can focus on the Nova being knocked down, and with Wix being eliminated off cam, now it's only Zilin left. So for New Era, also not the best of start.
Axel, on the side of Talon, yesterday was a really tough few fights for them when it comes to the last few Mirama maps. But at least it got himself warm up for today. For the side of New Era, kind of stuck down there, being cornered down by the rest of Talon. Oh, his backside! And that's going to be Zilin being the sacrifice, the last member of New Era. Also another team without any point at all.
And now we have TODAK versus FaZe Clan. And to answer your question, it was the Infinity that 3 touch was at. So far, FaZe Clan, they lost 1 player, but they got it back through eliminating TODAK. TODAK, the moment we saw them on cam, got eliminated. A lot of doubt with these teams, especially with the other players. In case you guys missed out, you can check out during the break, the interview sessions. Not much faith for the TODAK, but they must make it to this week's Super Weekend.
Kind of tough to start off without any points and being eliminated, one of the first 3 teams out. Bit too early. TODAK, they had really rough patch last week. Will be a deja vu when it comes to this week as well. Seems like history repeating itself unless they try to make a comeback for the next one. At least they got some time to have a bit of a hurdle and go back to the drawing board and try to figure out what they need to do when it comes to the next rank map. But Alter Ego, this is going to be the team under my spotlight for now. What happened? Why is it so difficult after they reached the peak last time?
I'm thinking how far should I answer that, but I guess if I want to put it as a point of discussion, I would say I would also put out like the point of like the Alva Rosemary thing. That is one. And if I would rule out a new point, I'll probably put out also like Rosemary hasn't been the Rosemary of before. Like even during the off season, didn't get to really see the best of Rosemary as well. So perhaps the enabling of Rosemary again to be the one to be able to do the Frankie of Team Secret yesterday, that needs to be enhanced.
Now, speaking of enabling Rosemary, usually start with Hans for you. If you actually did manage to make the clutch here, it will be the first to start off for Alter Ego. Or if it's going to be the reverse, it's definitely going to be a downfall for Alter Ego as well. Even though Hans for you never pretty much an unsung hero for the team, but he always the one that brings up the momentum, the earliest one to make a comeback. But Hans for you managed to knock down on 1, but he has to deal with the rest of KAGENDRA in the front line by himself, even though he's sharing the rest of the teammate, which I assume is going to be Octa because Rosemary and Alva coming out from the back line. Now they knock and finish off another KAGENDRA player. There's going to be 2 in the back.
And Lele boy got eliminated. Oh, it's not over yet. Casper, the not so friendly ghost, now tries to run away from the situation. He's the second last player for KAGENDRA. Ichan is on the other side. Okay, they don't know that Ichan is there. He could probably backstab them. That will be pretty interesting. But they're chasing. They're tunneling vision now onto Casper.
A bit too greedy. He's going to try to distract them. While Rosemary giving support fire and cover fire from the back. There's a nice one come out from Rosemary's side. But trying to just figure out FaZe Clan Canary. Sealing away Alter Ego last point. A bit disappointed. Will wipe off the smirk off their faces on the side of Alter Ego there. Canary, that's going to be crucial information he managed to gather on the side of FaZe Clan. Even almost completely knocked down on Alter Ego players while dealing with Tam Entertainment at the same time.
Yeah, and managing 2 teams at the same time, this kind of long range with Bootcamp as their fortress. Wow, this is a very good setup for FaZe Clan. They could potentially still get the next circle since it's not too far away from the middle. They still have it, but this is still a very hard circle because you still have 3 different islands within it.
Speaking of the islands, I agree. Difficult to read out for this one. But for Tam Entertainment, well, they have to deal with the teams first before figuring out how to migrate into the center of a circle. FaZe Clan, touch. From Bacon Time to Infinity, and now FaZe Clan 3 touch another veteran player. Boom, on the other hand, well, it's still the same player. So all they need to work things out is going to be trying to figure out the other team's rotation for now. Yummy May and Bombit seems like a bit scouting on a mission there. While Frenzy trying to figure out where to go for next. While the 4th player Zero also seems to be, is it the new player Zero?
He used to be from KAGENDRA. So he transferred to Boom Esports. So new, but also not so new, you know. Like he's always been around floating there, but he has not been able to play like at the level of how he's playing right now. So I guess if we want to say that him joining Boom Esports is a new player.
Back to us, all the other teams. Trying to figure out where to go next. Flash. Well, if you compare Flash with another brethren of theirs, which are going to be Team Secret, Flash is one of the teams that will surprise us sometimes, but consistency is always going to be a bit of a problem from their side.
Though we can give the benefit of the doubt since it's the debut here on week number 2 as well, right? Oh, while we check out the replay. Okay, this was the fight at boot camp. And also a couple of other fights as well. I guess because there were so many fights that we now have to have a replay to capture them all. And that's a FaZe Clan. Oh, okay, they won that fight. MEC. Okay, not too sure if they won it or not, but yeah, unfortunately they did not. So again, it's the case for MEC, right? Early fights, if I would summarize that, early fight, not able to get a win and then no placement point. So they still have not found their placement point yet.
Back on eArena. This used to be a mix of some of the other players of different teams. Even like Bear, we know Bear back in the days when he was Infinity, he was everywhere. He was RQ even quite early on. So for the rest of the teams on the side of a tie. Now, we talked about the tie teams yesterday, right? They don't really score any chicken for yesterday as well.
Yeah, not at all. Even in the map where theoretically you did mention that, oh, Thai teams, they love Miramas. 2 chances. They were in the top 4, not gonna lie. It's all right. But still, the chicken dinner went to other teams. So, yeah, the track record for week number 2, not yet for any of the Thai teams. And we want to zoom into like the Thai teams that are in danger. Of course, one of them is Stranger Esports. I'm sure they wouldn't mind like getting a break today because it gives them the chance to kind of reflect on what they did in yesterday so that they can perform better. Another one is like FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan is in danger as well. eArena is also another Thai team in danger. They did not make it to Super Weekend last week, so same theory applies.
It's all about this week right now. What can they do? Because there's no use to cry over spilled milk last week. It's all about what else can they control for within this time this week. And it's a bit tricky when it comes to the circle still. Well, we can see just now Alter Ego still hanging over at the edge of Cam Alpha, with Vampires are taking over the bridge just now, and we still have FaZe taking over Bootcamp, not willing to leave just yet. So we have the majority of the Thai teams, including Tam Entertainment, at the other side of Painan, waiting right almost center of the circle. Now whoever's a bit later when it comes to getting into this sort of circle will be very difficult for them to take any spot due to the river in between the center of the circle.
Yeah, so we'll be seeing a lot of teams hugging the river area, the river bank, trying to get as close as possible to the area in case the circle hard shifts to one island, and that's where we'll see all teams scramble to try to get across. And whoever gets the circle by then will have a huge advantage of fishing out those swimmers who wants to try to just swim across that. It's because you are so vulnerable in the water.
Speaking of vulnerability, one of them is going to be Team Flash as well as Boom Boom from the Panther Fire. They fought against Kagendra early on. Right now have to deal with Team Flash. The moment he's trying to migrate themselves to the right side of the map, just on the outskirts of Bootcamp. Frenzy will go down Tops. A bit of a trade and exchange done there with Yummy May needed right on top of Tops just now. Yummy May got at least some rock and a tree to cover himself, but Talon on the other hand heard those gunfires before. They want to be part of it. It's a bit too far now. While Team Flash still trying to shut down on Yummy May. Yummy May, the last member standing, will finally go down. That's a double nade to make sure he's way back in the lobby.
I have to say, Tops was the catalyst in defending there. His position, off angle, on that hill, looking down on the compound, it's like he knew the crash point and he was ready for that. And from that angle that he took down 2 players from PUBGM Esports, and the rest was history. Tops, to me, he was the main guy in that defense.
Rosemary, now target on to the side of BTR. Alter Ego, they're not going to wait things anymore. They have to make a comeback. It's crucial for them. Unless they score on South 3 eliminations right now. But it's not still going to be enough. They want to have the security to really solidify themselves. Even though it's just the first game, double-digit point will be splendid, will be remarkable as a bonus to start off their day. But BTR's hand, right now, it's going to be their second day. They need to push themselves as much as they can. The circle shifted all the way to the side of Bootcamp. I mean, FaZe Clan, they read this one quite right.
Yeah, their regular drop spot, right? Even though it's like a change of overhaul of the lineup, all of their players went to other teams. But still, they're sticking with their original plan of dropping the bootcamp, and they won their early bootcamp fight, so that helped them. And now they have the circle, so it's paying them dividends right now. All they need to do is stay in bootcamp. They can take the rooftops and just to scout out if anyone wants to come by and take those frags from afar.
Yeah, they're not leaving. It was taking a huge discipline on the side of FaZe Clan to really trust their instincts to be on top of bootcamp the longest as they can be. But the next contender, it's going to be Team Flash coming up from the right side of the map. Last time we saw them. But for the other teams, right now, we're looking at the very south nearby ruins. We have none other than eArena versus SEM9. A bit scattered about and quite spreading thin between themselves for SEM9. But eArena, how did you respond to this? Next, VOIN Donkey versus BTR.
Here we go with Zeta. Oh no, their main fragger down. Tato together with Razak. What are they going to do against BTR? Tons of firepower in them. Satar at the forefront. Snape cooking up his nade. Going to be VOIN Donkey having... Oh, but wait a second. Oh, are they getting a bit of help? Oh, wait a second. Alter Ego kind of in between these two teams.
Alter Ego coming in as a third party, happened to be butting into the business of VOIN Donkey versus VTR. Vaxi already crossed himself the other side of the island. He can't do anything from that distance right now. It's going to be a 3v4 for VOIN Donkey. Had a tree on that area, now down to 2 players, which separated by Vaxi. It's going to be only one potato to deal with BTR and Alter Ego at the same time. And that's going to be a wall fried and roasted potato. There's no way out for him at all, as the Vax team will try to survive as long as he can. But for Alter Ego, it's not done and dusted yet. They have to finish off BTR. Or will BTR? Never mind, they're finally going down.
As we switch over to Sem9 and eArena. Sem9, Drexy on the other side, but eArena, they also have another team behind them somewhere. Drexy gets an elimination point by taking out Joker. Right now in front of him is going to be Tiger, while the blue is closing in on the Drexy, and one nade to solve it all.
One nade to rule them all. And now Alter Ego, they have to pray for the fact that their circle will actually shrink towards the side. And the circle did shrink, if I'm not mistaken, but where will it be? It will be in the center, in the middle of the river. Yes, it is. Rosemary starts to swim over, while the rest of the team is on the southern side. EA and Vampires will have to cut across, or Tam Entertainment will have to deal with Talon at the same time. They do have some high grounds across this watchtower, but Tam Entertainment, there's a very small space for them.
Nice angle here from the sniper tower. Golf. What a good spot. And now they will rush in to clean things up. Frame comes in, but his teammate got it checked. And they won this fight on top of this hill. Time to get into the circle.
Time is ticking, of course. And time is not on their side as well. They are closest to the blue zone for Tam Entertainment. And the next one we saw last time is eArena as well. VOIN Donkey playing very sneaky. Yeah, but been discovered by Rosemary. Now this is going to be a tough one. Vaxi, he lasted long enough. Couldn't help his teammate just now, and 3 of them being obliterated by Alter Ego previously. And he knows exactly where they at when he knocked down Rosemary before. But can he clutch a 1v3 right now? He got one. Can he got the second one?
From this angle, it's got tough for him. But SLK, he found the angle against Alpha 7. Alpha 7 now, he must be revived. If not, he will bleed out. That is it. Well, Alpha 7's not done yet. He goes up, but still with this angle. How are you going to counter Vaxi?
Vaxi clutch. 1v3 is a big one then. VOIN Dog is still breathing. It was a 3v1. And the rest of Alter Ego has been a history just now. Don't know what happened when it comes to communication, but it didn't turn out so well for Alter Ego just yet. Back to Tam Entertainment versus Vampire, and it's gonna be a spray time for Straps, and they self-mated their own teammate just now.
And somebody's gonna get a shelling after this. Vampire Esports, let's see how they're gonna defend this area. A lot of teams wanting to come by, but they seem to have the advantage of gatekeeping all these other teams. Sakura, 2 first aids left. The last player for eArena. Zip. Oh, SOZIP! Ah! Schwebs had to spoil the party.
Shrub's on fire today. I have to break the news here. But on the side here, if that one last player of VOIN Donkey, well, never mind. Vaxi didn't finish off. I just want to create the hype. But we're down to 4 teams. Vampires, well, make it 3. 2 of the ties. FaZe Clan and Vampires versus Team Flash. Hey, does Vampire have anything to say to the old OG? Yeah.
Okay. Look at this, right? Look at this. Zeus and his angle. FaZe Clan, we did talk about them holding down boot camp, but they failed to hold it down against Flash. And right now, Team Flash, they're challenging them with the blue right behind FaZe Clan. And Zeus dancing around, his teammate Young T on the other side. 2 teams basically still on the outside of the circle. Alright, here comes CVS gameplay. Bows will bow down.
No, it's going to be Canary coming up from the side flanks. So trying to spot out. Is off. Team Flash spot him out around the stairs and around the door. Canary make it through. And that's going to be history for Team Flash. Down to 2 teams. It's back to the tie. The Kings are back here when it comes to... I mean, they didn't get me Roma yesterday, but at least he tried to redeem himself in this map, which can be the first map Sunhawk today.
And hey, it looks like Thailand is going to open up the day with a chicken dinner for sure. All Thai finale, people. Okay, so circle most likely will go to the middle because there's like a little bit of water at the side. So confirmation, yep, Vampire Esports, they have the circle, they have the road in front of them. It's super duper hard for FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan lurking around the bootcamp a bit too long, overextended their stay there, giving them a bit more difficult and less time to get out since It's quite an open space the moment they step out from that boot camp. It's a clear view for Vampires, but Onza's a bit too greedy, a bit too reckless. Knocked down from afar. It's going to be 1-to-1 trade for each one of them. It's going to be a 3v2 when it comes to numbers wise. And Blues are on FaZe Clan. And it's going to be Vampires taking the chicken that they almost got yesterday.
Oh yeah, this time at least in game number 1, they redeemed themselves, opening up the day with a chicken dinner. But for FaZe Clan, as compared to FaZe Clan and Vampire Esports, FaZe Clan, they need the points in even more because they missed out on last week's Super Weekend. But of course, it's a competition, everyone for themselves. Vampire Esports, they wouldn't mind taking it away.
Oh, we talked about the Thai didn't get any chicken yesterday. Well, they're coming out very strong here today. Will they get multiple chickens back to back? That's a bigger question here because they want to make sure they will 100% get into this Super Weekend with a smash rule implemented this Sunday as well. But for the others, especially the teams that are in the dire need of the point, we talked about like TODAK, we talked about like MAQNA Esports. These are the teams that always seems to be at the very bottom once more.
Yeah, still struggling, right? Especially at their early encounters. The data doesn't lie that MAQNA needs to work on their early encounters with other teams. But for Vampire Esports, their early encounters is pretty decent. Right now with the chicken dinner, looking at the eliminations, they scored 7 eliminations, so that's going to be 17 points collected by Vampire Esports.
Onzans did a lot of backup there, a lot of cover five for the team as well, and even taking out for Tony K, News and Shrub to do all the work. But I have to say, Shrub's really on his big performance, stepping up the occasion when it comes to the first map of today compared to yesterday.
Yeah, and they're playing without their OG IGL, that is. So they're still able to come up with this performance. Let's check out the highlights from the Sanhok match.
When it comes to the top 4 teams, congrats to Vampire, eArena, FaZe Clan and Team Flash. 3 out of 4 is going to be coming up from the Thai region, coming up strong when it comes to week 2, day 2 here.
Oh yeah, showing that the Thais are still in the game here today. And we also have to give it to Team Flash as well for making into the top 4. Now when it comes to the numbers, FaZe Clan, they came out with more damage than anyone else, but not the highest of full squad time, understandably because we saw an early fight inside a boot camp and one of their players got eliminated, so they don't have as many full squad time as the other teams that we saw in the top 4. But our MVP, welcome back to the chart, Tony K.
It's been a while. We actually see Tony K is back in the game here. Maybe the run for the MVP is going to be his again for this season. But with 558 damage to eliminations, I mean the damage score and also the elimination don't really tally up. Usually it's gonna be like 4 eliminations when it comes to damage dish out at this time. But hey, it's all about teamwork when it comes to Vampire for this season.
Oh yeah, and at least it kind of shows that he did a lot of work for the team as well. Not like the team came out with the highest amount of frags. I mean, they got 7 eliminations in total, but it's still a great number there by Tony K. Still, Vampire Esports, okay, 17, we're clear with that. FaZe Clan, 15 points, pretty nice as well at number 2. And eArena, 11 points, Team Flash, 10 points. So we got 4 teams with a double digit on top there. Alter Ego, it was actually an okay round for them. 8 eliminations, so they scored 9 points. It's an okay start.
It's an okay start, but I think it's just a bit blunder when it comes to the 1v3 moment against Vaxi, which could have done and should have done better at that point. But hey, things happen, and Vaxi did get a vintage point at that time. So, I mean, he got the upper hand when it comes to his positioning as well. But unfortunately, Team Secret yesterday was a big of a bang for their run. But today it seems a bit quiet. They're being eliminated quite early on.
And quiet for 4 teams below without any points. But our overall rankings, this is where it all matters. Xavier and CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they're not playing today, so they will not be able to add any more points. Naturally, that will allow teams like Vampire Esports to move up, even above RRQ, who is also not playing. Same goes for Strangers Esports, not playing today. So now Vampire Esports, they are in the podium spot. BTR, they played, didn't get that many points, but they still remain on page 1.
Yep, the only team on the top 6 just now that's actually playing is going to be Vampires, while the rest of them mostly will actually resort into page number 2. I'm not too worried for the teams that just played here today, but the team that really should be worried right now is going to be MAQNA Esports Club, because right now, still no position points and no progress compared to yesterday too.
Yeah, I mean, look at how big of a gap or how small of a gap between MAQNA and also FaZe Clan, right? FaZe Clan 15 points, MAQNA 19 points, 4 points. And the fact that MAQNA has now played like 7 games, FaZe Clan only played like their first game, and they're already like behind them by only 4 points. They can easily overthrow MAQNA in the next match.
Yeah, they should be worried. 16 to be exact just now for MAQNA. It's just 1 point away. But next, it's going to be a wrangle. This is where the teams that didn't make it out last week or yesterday have to push all out, because this is going to be the, like per usual, the map that we're going to play the most. And this is where the teams like the Thais don't really dominate compared to Miramar, because they always, not really getting those chicken, but when it comes to the top 4, they're always up there somewhere. But for Erangel, who will it be? Will be a different team entirely.
Well, what will be different is going to be our venue in our grand finals that will be happening next Friday till Sunday. It will be at the IOI City Mall Grand Exhibition and Convention Center Level 3 East. So if you have not booked your time for it, you don't need to book any tickets because it's going to be free entry. Book your time for it. Make sure you head on to IOI City Mall. Bring along your friends, bring along your goldfish, bring along your cat, because it's going to be a blast.
I don't know about goldfish, but they can try give some oxygen when you're watching the game. But don't forget, we're also dropping a big update for you guys. That's gonna be new team mode Golden Dynasty. So mark your calendars. The beloved Floating Islands gameplay makes its grand return also in the 7th anniversary, which is gonna be March 7. So discover the breathtaking ruins of once magnificent palace, where the gold buried secret of the Golden Dynasty awaits for your exploration. So it's gonna be tomorrow. Make sure you have enough data, enough battery for your update, because it's gonna be a huge one.
You know what, next time when we read the spiel and it's your turn to do that one, maybe you should try to do it in Arabic. Just saying, right? Follow the theme.
What's the point? Nobody gonna understand it.
Hey, you never know, right? We have viewers from all over the world, so some might appreciate that.
I give you one word.
Okay.
You want to tell them to come? Yalla! Yalla, Habibi!
Yalla, Habibi! I heard that Habibi is my love or something like that. I don't know.
It's more accurate to say my dear, because between friends also they use Habibi like a bro. You know, so it's my love is not wrong as well, but usually, yeah, you know, Habibti or Habibi, either way it works. But we talked about the teams. None of them actually do well right now.
Yeah, and no tie predictions in our prediction here. The best arguably is probably Boom Esports, but yeah, not really up there. But it's only it's game one, right, for some of our predicted teams here anyway. And we have like 5 more games to go, and coming up next is going to be Rango.
Well, just now Makaris from FaZe Clan was doing A-OK. I say this FaZe Clan did have a bit more firepower, a bit more aggressive compared to a bit more tactical old FaZe Clan, which is going to be some of the players. They're still playing but in a different org right now, Vampires. But yeah, speaking of which, I'm looking forward for the Indonesian teams. It's been a while we've seen them up there.
Yesterday we did see RRQ, and that's pretty much about it. But today, well, looking for the redemption, right? Especially looking at Alter Ego, who needs to redeem themselves today to not miss out on the Super Weekend, because they'll be playing today, tomorrow, and that's it. And we're already in the Super Weekend. That's how fast it can be. Speaking about fast, jumping in fast to Irango.
We're back with this skin. I don't know whose skin is this, but it's always going to be the same person, I assume. We got the red skin, the flowery skin of the airplane, dropping himself into the first wrangle of the day. But I have to say, this is a very generous, beautiful flight path that separated the main peninsula into 2 parts. But whoever wants to drop into SMB or Novi Ripnoi, it might be a bit of a journey for them.
Yeah, so it will take some time. I'm sure we'll see some teams actually going there with this group shift as well. I had a little birdie that told me that Boom Esports and Alter Ego, they had a bit of a clash point fight inside of Irango. But looking at the current drop, Alter Ego, they seem to drop on the outside of Yasnaya. So looks like that might not be happening.
I don't know what's the banter between these 2 teams right now. Surprisingly, you know what? Like, it feels like they have something against their own brethren. Like, we saw Ties yesterday almost having the same rotation, almost similar when it comes to the early fights. They always fight amongst themselves instead of fighting a different region entirely. As it might be the same case for the Indonesian teams here, but the circle just popped. It's going to be on the northern side, and it's going to be KAGENDRA circle. Saberni it is.
All the way up north, KAGENDRA, I'm very happy to be inside of Saberni. But I wouldn't be surprised if they choose to go out to the shooting range hills, one of the best spots in this stage 1 circle. That if you get the chance to go there, it's good, because you get to see like rotations from other teams. You get to see, you get to kind of stop them. You get to see who passes the bridge from the Rosal area. So it's a very strategic place to be in. Expect more teams to try to take over that spot later.
Yep. Speaking of taking a spot, no time to lose for the teams here. The moment they got themselves a couple of small vehicles or a big one, they go straight for another vehicle. Like in this case, eArena going for the motorbikes instead. A 3-wheel bike, that as long as they got himself an early transportation, everything that works for now. But the one that we should look out for, especially the teams coming from the southern side cloud, like Sam9, VPE always around Primor's area, right? We have Team Secret around SMB. So the one that will cut across Ruin, that's going to be a lot of crossfire there.
Yeah, that will be interesting, right? Especially if teams want to kind of play the gatekeeping role at the rotation routes. But of course, that means that they have to let go of the key points. But that's okay as well, because you can also collect points there. So that depends on the team strategy. And speaking about strategy, I also want to point out that Lynx will be coming in for TODAK. Team Z is swapped out after 1 game.
We talked about TODAK yesterday. Like how I like you pointing out, it's not superstar play, it's more about key player, right? It feels like they don't have a particular key player to call for the shots here, for shot calling. And that seems to me they're lacking. IGL feels like giving them too much time to think about their rotation, or even too much time wasted just to think about what to do next. Now they need to have somebody to just take the lead for once and just, just follow this one guy. Whatever he calls out, we're going to go for it. But right now, TODAK, they need to figure out how to play this game right now, because last week did not portray the best of them just yet.
Yeah, and normally teams, like especially like if you are within your first year, there is almost nowhere to go but except up. But TODAK is one of those rare cases that actually went down in terms of performance from the previous season. Like I do remember, like the previous season, their talents like Nine and also Real, they actually shined. But this season, we hardly get to see the best of these two players. Yes, like Nine, he is from the TODAK Academy. He played in the PMNC and he was one of the top eliminators, and that's how he got the spot in the senior team. Real has been around for quite a while as well, so he has that experience. But it's just the entire team not able to function as much as they would have liked. So I guess it still comes back to the theory of like what we also discussed and you pointed out earlier, is that who do you build around in this lineup?
It's the same Real as Full Rivals, right? Was it the same person?
No, he used to play for Sem9.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So the thing is, all these players that we know coming out from TODAK lineup, most of them are. It will sound a bit rude, but they are more towards complementary players. Like they are the one that help the central player to do what's best to do. Right now, it feels like they are all complementing each other, but nothing to complement when you don't have that one particular player to take charge. Hopefully they will point somebody out. But back to the side of Boom. Now Boom, on the other hand, still have that fire, but not as feisty as they were before. It feels like they still try to build out with this lineup right now.
For Boom, I guess the only major change in Boom is Zero. But if I want to point out, like, okay, besides the coaching staff, right, since we did talk about that earlier, Razy left Boom for BTR, and I would say that Razy is one of the biggest catalysts for Boom. Yes, Yummy is the top eliminator, but Razy is the brains. He's the IGL. He was even voted the Player of the Year in one of the awards in Indonesia as well. So we can see that is a testament to his performance in his previous team, Boom Esports. The fact that BIGETRON Esports took him and now he's the IGL for BTR. You can see BTR, they're doing pretty nice overall. So I would put that as one of the factors why Boom Esports is not booming as much as before.
Sorry, and that I agree, because the mastermind always been Razy. We're gonna agree on that, because yeah, Yummy, he got those elimination, but always being placed perfectly by Razy, who happened to be conducting the players on where to stand and where to look for. We can see such a tremendous. I don't know if Boom actually do feel a bit of regret letting go of Razy to a side of BIGETRON right now, but at the same time, we saw Flyboy coming up slowly last season too in this lineup of Boom, right? And I don't know if they try to make maybe one of the player or maybe Pombit to just fill in the shoes of Razy right now. Maybe a bit more time, possibly he can catch up, but at the current moment, it feels like he's not ready for it yet.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like last season to this season, right? That the shift was made, and when we talk about season, it was like from PMGC to now. So imagine the readaptability without the IGL that you have been working with for a long time, and he's one of the best around. It will probably take some time. Yeah, Boom, we might see them in the grand finals based on the fact that they have made themselves to the Super Weekend last week. But are they championship material? It might still need some time.
Yeah, I mean, it's because they still have their core players like Yummy and Pombit in there. And even though Flyboy used to be a sub, but he was being subbed in quite frequently in last year as well. That's why it's a bit more stable when it comes to performance-wise, but not so stable. What kind of circle are we going for? 40% or 50% of water ratio compared to land area, with all 16 teams still intact. That's not gonna be enough space for everybody.
Oh yeah, all the way up north, and there's also like what, 30% water there, so that cuts out the northern side of the circle. And it's only stage 2, so we might see more fights happening. Okay, maybe we'll start with VOIN Donkey. They will avoid fights because they're traveling, going straight all the way up north, hugging the shoreline. But around the area of the city, we see our first blood. Hasbi goes down.
And I noticed that KAGENDRA really love themselves some early fights here, twice in a row in the last round, including this one as well, taking a fight and finding their target. Going for a hunt early on, including Tam Entertainment. Alter Ego against Boom. It seems like a bit of rivalry between Alter Ego and Boom as well right now, as Octa also got knocked down. A bit too much for the fight. Tam, on the other hand, from the pan to the fire, running away from KAGENDRA, just eaten away by eArena at the same time. Rosemary, 1-0 nade. The hit 100% from 0.
Oh, but now Hans for You is the last player for Alter Ego, and Boom Esports onto him. Bonbit and Frenzy 2v1. Bonbit deals a lot of damage, and he will be the one to take him out. That is the end of Alter Ego. 1 elimination point collected.
In the current state, Alter Ego cannot match up with Boom since the end of last year, since their fall against Boom. So for Alter Ego, it feels like a full kryptonite for them. It's going to be Boom right now, but next it's going to be Talon versus Flash. That's going to be one player here. And the backup seems to be just going to abandon that one particular player being knocked down. Or will they surround it? They will try the challenge. Look at how they try to corner down the rest of Talon. Boycho responded as fast as he can. While EA engage with the VOIN Donkey, Boycho have to deal with the rest of Team Flash, but they taking too long for Team Flash to reposition themselves to save their teammate, which was already gone by now.
Yep. So playing the rest of the round with 3 players, but anything can still happen if you play as a trio. Just like how FaZe can play with majority of the round with only 3 players, still able to get a second place, so it's still doable. So don't lose hope, fans of Team Flash. As long as they have 3, they will be fine, and they are in the circle, so they're okay now. But we might see another team passing by, a Team Flash. So looks like they decided to just move on from there.
It's going to be Talon still chasing the tail of Team Flash here. They knock down and finish off one of their players, but Circle will make it even harder. Still a lot of water ratio in it, and it's going to be tough for the teams that's a bit late. VOIN Donkey, on the other hand, they got themselves quite a sweet spot down there.
Yeah, they zoomed their way up, all the way up north to hug onto the shoreline, and it's paying them dividends now. They have the center of the circle, so now it's for them to play the defensive stance. VOIN, a Donkey, still a full team, so a pretty sweet spot for them to be in.
Federalis got showered by a lot of bullet when he's migrating towards the circle. And Talon Linux having some trouble with his vehicle, but they are quite deep in the blue zone, just cutting across Rozhok right now and trying to chase the tails of Team Flash about how their rotation is. They try to go from the south, going straight towards a shooting range area, whilst Verni, last time we saw, quite concentrated by so many teams.
Oh, here comes TODAK. Okay, they fire on. But TODAK 9 now down on his knees, but at least they fire back. They got drunk instead. It's real from an off angle. And now Break tries to break the formation of TODAK further. And TODAK long range by Break. Did he get it? He got links!
Comes real. GK? 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 GK jumped down and going for the fight, but it's in the blue zone, but at least it's still the stage number 3. GK tried to go and save Trong right now, pop the smoke and just gonna go for the help. But for TODAK, unfortunately, nobody can actually save him for now. Real will give some pressure to instead of trying to finish off and try to secure that 1 point. But Real, this is too much at stake here. He's going to be last member standing. And TODAK, they did not gain any point in the previous round. They need to survive as long as they can. Just to prove all the other teams out there, hey, they're still in it for game.
Yeah, and the fact that it's only Real, he has to do it for the entire team. But what's real right now is two Indonesian teams next to each other. We have VOIN Donkey and BTR, but MEC is going to be the target. Not only VOIN Donkey, but eArena shooting down to them. So for MEC, they are in trouble. They are stacked up in the shack, and they're hoping for the teams to just distract each other, especially VOIN Donkey and BTR.
Zeta did not connect any of those hand grenades. Drop his smoke, hoping he will close the distance to navigate himself to a side of Satar. And Satar barely got any covers there. Only the rock will cover him temporarily. But the moment he pops his head out, it's going to be MAQNA Esports waiting across the other side. And Satar is going to have to fight this by himself for now. And look at the circle while Team Secret coming in super late. FaZe Clan and Boom seems to be in a very good crossfire there. VOIN Donkey, high chance they might actually score this chicken dinner.
Yes, with this circle, with their position and a full team, they're looking good so far for VOIN Donkey. Now for the other teams, we got Boom Esports rushing in, finish off the final play of FaZe Clan, eliminating them from a second place to now number 12 with no eliminations.
8 eliminations across the board. The highest and dominating right now is going to be Boom Esports. They still have 3 members alive. While Sam9 will crush into the lair of Talon straight away. Try to finish off Linux. Going around just the rock. And Kenny will finish off Linux with no problem at all. But for the rest of Talon, they will have to abandon their mate just now to get sure. They're 100% sure they got himself inside of the circle. And speaking of the circle, Talon already migrate himself almost the center. VOIN Donkey not willing to give their positions away just yet. While Talon, they meet their own matchup here this time. It's going to be MAQNA, but Vampires is there as well as a third party.
Oh no, this is bad for MEC. They can't even move. There's still 11 teams. Again, if MEC gets eliminated now, no placement points for them at all. It's still 0 placement points after 8 games. Well, so they're still in the game, but still a lot more teams will start collecting placement points. Nevertheless, that is Boom Esports and Team Secret. What a nade by Zero!
Zero has been on fire when it comes to his nade. Has been perfectly executed. But the moment we just compliment him, he will be knocked down. Pombit, on the other hand, try to go and give a hand on Zero, but Trong is not giving them any room at all. Look at where the rest of Team Secrets are. Break will revive on GK and go straight head on to finish off the rest of Boom players just now. And GK got reset back as 4. Team Secret seems to be flawless run right now.
And for Boom Esports, they still have Pombit, the final player, in the shack all alone. Looks like their opponents don't know that he's there, so that's still okay. Opens up the door just to get a better view. But on the elimination field, we got Sam9 in action. Fearon just took out Frankie from Team Secret. And expect that to continue on. Right now, Sam9, they need to recover. It could probably be a long-range knock, so they're still okay. MEC, that nade, it could have been good enough to take out 2 players of Talon. But this second one, close.
The only players that given them a bit slight coverage, which is going to be this concave area where Talon and MAC is at, but it's quite an open space, no cover whatsoever. Boom Pombit got himself that small shack, spotted out Secret players break, and here comes a bit of a spray. Unfortunately, it did not explode at the vehicle. Almost, though, it was smoked up just now. Potato, VOIN Donkey has been waiting for their victim the longest time here.
Oh, where is Break gonna go? I mean, give this brother a break, man. Come on, Potato. He's not gonna be a threat now, for now then, as long as he doesn't land. But point is still a point. Okay, that's it. Try to hold your breath as long as Break. In real time.
Oh, wait, he cancelled out that hand grenade. It seems like a perfect angle to toss it out just now. But that's a contender for VOIN Donkey to take a breakaway. There's gonna be a new era coming up from the sidelines. Pombit However, the last remaining member of Boom, who got himself quite a number of eliminations, still stands in the shack. With Sam9 trying to fight for the small hills against KAGENDRA.
And look at this Sam9 passing by against KAGENDRA. Looks like a quick cleanup here, but they're not in the circle yet. But look at Sam9. 10 eliminations now. Wow, Sam9 on fire.
Oh, Casper, the last KAGENDRA player, still alive. Trying to just get some redemption or damage control with their team's loss just now. Sam9, KAGENDRA and eArena seems to be not in the circle yet. They try to fight each other out, but being gatekept by MAQNA Esports Club as well as VOIN Donkey from afar. Now for the rest of Sam9, how to get into it. Whether they want to force a fight just to get into the circle, they have to cut across eArena first or go all the way a bit of long rotation down south. But there'll be MAQNA Esports waiting from the inner side of the circle.
Yeah, they seem to be scouting an alternate entry route into the circle. But look at the amount of teams in front of them. Boom Esports, you got a couple of teams around here, including Vampire Esports. Man. But for Team Flash, they're out at number 11. Looks like no placement points, no elimination points for Team Flash.
Sam9, 10 eliminations, the highs across the board right now with a full squad alive. For Vampires, on the other hand, well, not too much of elimination. They're playing super safe and a bit of low profiles. Put out Boy Chill of Talon. That's going to be some long-range small pixel taps coming up from Boom as well. Not going to give it a go anymore. They don't want to waste any more time. Boom, last player, where to get in the circle. He might actually just park straight into Boy Chill's lair.
Oh, hello.
Oh my!
Whoa. Okay. Wow, but I really like the quick reflexes, like switching into the passenger seat. But Boy Chill says, you move to the passenger seat, you expose yourself, you are my biggest target.
For Boy Chill, he's striving for his own life down there. Barely got enough. Shredded almost entirely his vest at level 1 vest of that. But back on the side of Sam9, they slowly bulldozing teams from the sidelines, from the back end towards the center. Now, Firenze spotted out a couple of players of MAQNA Esports, giving them some pressure and warning shots being fired back, countered fired by MAQNA Esports. So they will try to slowly approach to the side of eArena. That's going to be their best bet for now if they want to get into the circle.
Yeah, they basically right now they have to force themselves, right? Because of the amount of water in this circle. And speaking about forcing, here comes Sam9. On to Boy Chill. Boy Chill, second time around, needs to defend his ground. He got 1, 2 more to go. Boy Chill. Oh, Sam9 players are pretty low right now. Boy Chill defending his ground. Boy Chill with an insane clutch against Sam9.
This guy has been holding that rock for the longest time. It was Boom before, and now the whole Sam9, who seems to be having a full squad, also cannot take down that one talent player, which was Boy Chill. This is something else entirely. If Boy Chill win this one, that's going to be big.
Oh my goodness, that was insane. Oh man, yesterday we got the Frankenstein, now we got the Boy Chill. Oh, this is entertainment at its best. And expect more right now. New Era coming in from the side to secure another elimination point, taking out Zeda from the VOIN Donkey, and now they have eArena in front of them.
New Era. They've been trying to take this compound away from VOIN Donkey's hand for the longest time, and now they managed to just triumph over this compound right now in this area. They will try to make full use of it. Now next is going to be Vampires, who will challenge New Era from the back. Zoli spotted out Onzens and Nuzi trying to put up now the nade, but unfortunately that cloud of smokes will obliterate their vision for now. They've been blinded, and Nuzi tried to give some pressure, but unfortunately New Era already budged from their original spot.
Oh, they still have the circle though, but stage 7 is going to be super crucial for them. Also crucial for Vampire Esports. They're by the edge of the circle. But Boy Chill, he might need to cross the road, so he's praying for the circle to at least favor him on the southern side. Look at this, we have Boy Chill on screen. Oh, by the way, MEC, they are now starting to collect their first few placement points.
Congratulations! All this while, those 16 points, always elimination points. And finally, breaking into the 20s. That's going to be a breaking point for MEC. As long as they keep this consistency and getting those placement points, seems like no problem for them to get into this super weekend. Now, Mikhail will try to spot the players from the outside. The moment he stands, the Vampires stabbing him from the back. It's going to be newsy. Spot out Mikhail giving that pressure with a pistol shot from afar. The UAZ will barricade him for a bit, but they need to know where are the other players positioned here right now, especially for New Era right on top of them.
In the water we have Break. Okay, Break was in the water for the longest time. And now we have Casper for KAGENDRA there as well. Fishy. And now the fishermen are looking for their fishes. I wonder will they still get the next circle or not. Break shows himself. Celine takes a shot and Break somehow is still that lucky.
Not that much anymore. Not that much. Oh, that's just it. It's going to be New Era player finish off Break. The moment we mentioned it, it's going to be the end for the player. We're down to 6 teams here with KAGENDRA, one last remaining player with Slither of Valve remaining. Casper still trying to not drown himself while swimming inside, while the rest of the team still trying to fight for their domination around this area. Casper barely got anything. He got a lot of smokes, but one last med kit, and that's going to be done.
Yeah. So I don't know how Casper is going to survive this. He's just depending on a bit of luck and the zone as well. Okay, and also the circle. Let's see. Speaking about the zone, where will it go? Probably going to go all the way from Casper. Yep. Well, he can still kind of swim towards the left and hope for the best.
Barely. How to climb up? That's the question. Oh, well, he can try to last as long as he can to be on the top 3 or top 2. But for eArena, they got himself 6 eliminations in the back, while Vampires spotted out MEC as well. EA, they will try to give pressure towards Vampires play and New Era at the same time. A bit too far, a bit bold and brazen when it comes to the distance. Yeah, ambitious, yes, barely have any connected bullets so far by Joker.
And look at Casper, right? He's like, Joker is there. Should I move? Should I go? But at least the good news for him is that Joker is looking inside instead of looking at the sea. So he's really like counting his timing to actually make that move to get into the circle next. Okay, time to go. Time to go, Casper. Okay, look at how slow he's moving.
I barely can dock himself. He can try, but it's just too close and too risky, Casper. That's going to be the last med kit here. Blue zone's coming in. Will burn him off alive. Station number 7. His nerves going straight forward. There's TALON on the other end now. Joker have no idea he managed to dock himself already.
Joker, sit behind, Joker. Joker, sit behind. Joker, Joker.
No, he didn't see.
Casper.
That thing.
Yep, they still got the job done. Okay, I mean, I'm not going all Asian that onto them, but hey, eArena, yeah, they lost one player, but still they got 1 point back. Okay, cool.
Took them a bit time for that. Oh, what a cheeky guy just now, Casper. Well, we're down to 4 teams here with New Era still having a full squad. High percentage of chances for them to survive this one if they navigate themselves in which team to fight for first. And it seems like TALON will be losing that last play, hanging on the longest, the clutcher himself, Boychill.
Yep. 4th place finish with that clutch, man. He should be given the award. He basically did the Frankie this time. That was insane stuff.
He did more than Frankie.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Frankie was like 3v1 and he is 4v1, I believe, earlier on. Gotta check back the replay later on. But now focusing on our top 3 teams, Vampire Esports, New Era, and eArena. And here comes a Vampire Esports on the side. They spot New Era. They know exactly where they are. They're gonna rain the nades onto them.
One player knocked down. They had a 4 just now. Vampires, they tried to just wrap things out quickly, But it's going to be 3v3v3 with Vampires managed to reset themselves as a 3 full HP as well. Tiger, on the other hand, will go take the confrontation straight into the Vampires. Oh my god, it was too big of a risk and too much at stake. But Onza's taken by surprise as well. Lucky enough, there's too many structures in between. Did not connect at all those points of shooting. But still, Onza managed to shoot down and knock down on Tiger. But at the same time, that was such a big formation. But Onzen, nothing can stop them right now as Onzen keeping the break out of EA, and EA right now totally taken out limb by Onzen's alone.
And New Era, they're happy with that distraction. The fact that Vampire Esports shift their focus onto eArena. Now it's only going to be NC2 for eArena in the circle. He's going to stay quiet for now. He does have a lifeline here with the airdrop. New Era. Do they have vehicles? Okay, they do have vehicles. So they have different options right now in the final stage.
No fall? Spot out Joker. It's always Joker. I don't know why. Twice in a row now, always Joker being knocked down first. But New Era, they still have a 4. Vampires is going to be the one that's scariest amongst all these teams because they are so unpredictable when it comes to their movement right now. Here comes Snoozy, trying to pick up the rest of eArena players to give away the positions here. Any sort of valuable information will be super crucial for the teams. But NC coolly just deal what's in the front. But unfortunately, that's going to be the last player for EA. Down to 2 teams left, 2v3.
Oh, here comes Vampire Esports from the side. They got Zilin. And now it's only one more player left for New Era. It's going to be no fall against Vampire Esports. A nade side across, splash damage. Did not connect onto no fall, but it just shows that they know exactly where no fall is.
No fall! I saw Straps first! Knock down Straps. Last time we saw Nate was flying over this side, but Nuzi tried to run from the back. But he couldn't clip that. Vampires! My, oh my, what is going on? They're coming back like fire.
Ooh, coming back like a fire. I like that rhyme. Vampire Esports now. 2 chicken dinners back to back in 2 different maps. And they are showing that they are the Day 2's team to beat as of now. New Era. If they didn't lose that many players, if they weren't focused by eArena at some point, then they might stand a chance against Vampire Esports. But again, it is Vampire Esports that we're talking about here.
And for Vampires, today is going to be their last day playing as well, so they will flex as much as they can. I mean, they saw these Avians got the triple chicken yesterday. Hey, we can do it too a bit earlier than these Avians. Make it even 4 chickens. Who knows for Vampires? A very different version compared to yesterday for Vampires today.
Oh yeah, the sun went down and they now come up rising. That's Vampire Esports for you. Looking back at the final blow, no fall. He failed to secure the elimination point. He got the knock, but he didn't get that elimination point, so no extra point for New Era there. Vampire Esports made sure of that. And the total eliminations that they got this round is 10 eliminations, 20 points for Vampire.
Now, Schwaps, I have to say, the last map, he was amazing, but Tony K got the MVP. But Tony K didn't do any damage at all. He's being eliminated early. It was a trio with Schwaps, Onzens, and Nuzi. What a great support and cover fight from Nuzi as well. Schwaps twice in a row now. He's been doing so much work. That was an absolute 1,000 damage. We never get at on point 1,000 damage as like this, ever.
Oh yeah, this is a new kind of like a record for Schweppes here. So with that amount of damage, pretty sure he's going to be the MVP in this round. So you got Tony K in the previous round, Schweppes in this round. Next is maybe going to be Onzens and Nuzi. But before that, let's check out the highlights.
When it comes to the top 4 teams, well, it's going to be none other than Vampires once more. But hey, it's a new era for new era right now. I'm glad they actually make it up to the top 4. It seems like they start to get their momentum straight this time. For eArena, I mean, a very good first day for them, as well as SEM9. Unfortunately, SEM9, their kryptonite was none other than Talon's player Boychill just now, who happened to be choking a lot of players single-handedly by himself. Even though it was a 2v1 and in so many 1v1s he clutched it out, it was a great run for Talon as well. But all in all, I mean, Vampires, they are flexing this time.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? With 2 chicken dinners back to back, you're definitely flexing here. Not the best of full squad time, but they're still able to make the best out of it to score this chicken dinner. So gotta give it to them. Damage department, gotta give it to eArena. They worked hard to get into the circle earlier on. And of course, our MVP, Mr. 1000 Schweppes.
Schweppes. I mean, he's always going to be the stimulator for the team to start to get the momentum. The one to push the teams to push forward. And the one who always been the unsung hero for the team. Schweppes always been my favorite. I mean, sorry to the gay. But at the same time, for Vampires, I have to say they have a really good synergy with this lineup right now.
Oh yeah, speaking about stimulation, he definitely stimulates all of us with his performance earlier on. So great work here by Schweppes, one of the original players of Vampire Esports. In fact, well, we can kind of say that Tony K is also like one of the OG players of Vampire by now. But anyway, 20 points for Vampire Esports, eArena 12, New Era 10, so that's pretty nice. 7-9, 10 eliminations, no placement points, they still scored a double digit, so that looks pretty good. Same goes for PUBG Esports, no rank points but 9.
Some of them are focusing more towards the elimination points for this time, but for MAQNA Esports, congratulations, finally got himself the rank points down there. KAGENDRA with a 6 as well, same goes for MAQNA at 7 and 8 place. While Talon's got himself 7 eliminations thanks to the one particular player that holding on the longest that he can be. But unfortunately, we have more than 4 teams. Last time we had 4, this time we have 5 teams ended up with zeros down there.
Including some of the big names here like BTR, FaZe Clan. Too bad for them, not able to gain any points at all. But TODAK still with a 0-point round. Overall rankings, and because of that chicken dinner, welcome Vampire Esports to the throne.
Vampire is taking away the #1 spot and just solidly stay up there for the longest as they can. Well, no arguments there because the Xaviers and CELCOMDIGI Alliance probably will try to fight back for that #1 spot for tomorrow. But the other end, the other spectrum, right now, we don't see MAQNA Esports anymore as HOMEBOIS pushed up. No, pushed down actually. It's actually eArena pushed down all the teams prior to this map before towards the last page.
Starting right now, yeah, MEC, yes, they finally scored their 2 rank points, but overall, because of the performances of like eArena, like what you mentioned, they got pushed down now to page number 3. Basically, it's the page that nobody wants to be in. Other names here, to be fair to the other names, they only played like 2 matches. So MEC is the only team that has played 8 matches, but are on page number 3. So they are beyond sounding the alarm now.
I mean, elimination-wise, they are not too bad compared to the teams on the last page, but it's just the positioning. It's all about their rotation and survivability that seems to be a bit of problem for MAQNA Esports. But for TODAK, I mean, is this the least amount of points that we see for week number 2 so far? Only 2 points across 2 maps?
Definitely on the lower side. There. So yeah, understand that's a glaring number. We haven't get to see the best of them yet. But for our top 4 strategists here, so this is based on the smokes used. Vampire Esports so far used 26 smokes, followed by Talon 24, eArena 23, New Era 21. And our next match, of course, is again going to be Erangel before our extended break.
Yeah, I want to see if Vampires will give a silent, not really, a passive statement towards the Xaviers who's not playing here today. Hey, we can triple chicken too, just like you guys did yesterday. Maybe they want to actually flex it out now. But so far, I love this lineup from Vampires. It feels like the most stable and the best synchronization teamwork right now across Vampires play. Onzens, Tony K, Nuzi and Schraps. But we have to remind you guys, as per usual, there's so many things coming up very soon, including this very big update, which could be tomorrow.
Oh yeah, tomorrow is the day, the 7th anniversary of PUBG Mobile. So there will be a huge update, and this time it's going to be called the Golden Moon event. So after your update, don't forget to log in and follow some of the missions, in which we don't know what the missions are just yet, but you can collect times token, and then you can redeem the Camel Super Fan set for free. For free, people, for free. We all love free stuff. And you can also check out the desert boat that will be in the game by tomorrow after you update it. So make sure you prepare yourselves, your Wi-Fi, your battery for this huge update, 7th anniversary PUBG Mobile.
Yalla, Bibi. You forgot the Yalla, Bibi, man.
I forgot about that, yeah.
Also, speaking of our 7th anniversary, which is going to be tomorrow, guys, don't forget to open up the music collaboration, which is going to be Alan Walker, the legendary DJ, aka Genius, music genius. And also, it's going to be nostalgic with all his tracks going to be back here with Faded as track number 1, track number 2, and track number 3. I kind of get the idea what it's going to be, but hey, I leave it to you guys to guess it out because it will be on March 7th. Tomorrow. So don't forget to keep yourself updated at the PUBG Mobile official platform to know what's going to happen for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, no spoilers, yeah, no spoilers. But of course, if you guys at the comment section, they want to like share it out, because the whole theme seems to be about nostalgia. So that's the clue here for track number 2 and track number 3. But what's going to be nostalgic? Is it nostalgic? Well, it's our prediction, ladies and gentlemen. So, recap again, because Vampires got 2 back-to-backs, so we are still kind of dry here.
Probably we should just predict one team here.
Yeah.
There's only one team in the game.
Vampire all the way.
Vampire just all the way. Why not, right? Well, DX got triple. I'm waiting. I mean, I'm waiting if there's anybody holding a new record with 4 chickens in a day. It'll be really big though.
4 more games to go. Vampire needs to hit 2. Okay, but just to make it even more exciting, right? It has to be like 4 in a row. Like not like 2 and then someone else and then 2. Yeah, it doesn't count. 4 in a row.
Man, you're so demanding.
Of course, I'm becoming the Asian dad now.
You got kids now, huh?
Oh yeah, 5 with 4 legs outside the door.
What?
Outside of my room door.
Oh, 5 with 4 legs. I thought 4 with 5 legs. I mean, how?
4 with 5 legs. What's 5 legs?
I don't know. That's what I was thinking. What's with 5 legs?
Wow.
Sounds so wrong, but it sounds so weird. But okay, maybe you
I don't know
adopted
what leg,
an alien.
I don't know what 5th leg are you talking about. You know, I'm very innocent. You know, I am single. You know.
Okay, guys, we gotta keep it PG now. Keep it PG, guys. But we're back about the teams. Okay, speaking of the teams are gonna even our producers start to text me out. I didn't say that. I didn't think about anything just now, guys. Sorry.
Not my fault.
Yeah, speaking of, it's not my fault either. I didn't go there just now. Move on. Okay, now we talked about the teams that didn't make it the first Super Weekend, and it's gonna be last chance, especially the teams coming out from C group, to really push their numbers, with less amount of games remaining.
Oh yeah! Right now we can start to count down the games. Right, 4 games for the teams in Group C. 4 games left. That is crazy. We're not counting down like the days. We're not counting down like even like weeks. It's just 4 games, because we only have like a 2-week format at this time before we head on to the grand finals. Oh man, it's crazy right now, right? Like for MAQNA have not entered. Yeah, MAQNA to me right now is the biggest highlight, because they are at page 3, clearly at page 3. and the only team there to have only played like 8 games. So that is crazy for MAQNA. So MAQNA, I don't know what else they need to do, man. They need to find a way back into the game. And this will be the game before the extended break. So everyone, stay tuned. You don't want to miss out this round. They might come up with a surprise. Who knows? Put in the comment section. Put in your cheers. Let's head on to game 3.
Flying over the second last wrangle of the day, we are moving fast for today's pace because I have to break the news because I feel like when it comes to Group B versus C, it's more intense, it's more explosive, there's more fights everywhere.
Oh yeah, which I think that's quite apparent as compared to yesterday. Yesterday, yes, we got the top 5 teams playing from the Super Weekend. But today's, for some reason, like this group is just explosive. I would love to see more of that. And with a different flight path this time, we're going to start off from Zaki all the way down to military base. So teams that will want to drop on the right side of the map will need to travel a fair bit. And that is where they might potentially clash with each other.
Yep. I mean, like Vampires, as per usual, when it comes to this sort of flight path, they're not dropping to Primos, they're taking the northern side instead. So KAGENDRA, just now, they got themselves a Verni area as a circle just now, but I have a feeling we might actually have a right side circle this time. So we're gonna have to wait and see for now. But as it is, any clashes, not so much yet. A bit of a spread from New Era towards the side of Quarry. And EA, it's going to be on the left side, just next to FaZe. Now, that's going to be a hot spot there. I have a feeling they might engage very soon. But this circle feels very familiar, like yesterday.
Oh yeah, Gatka-ish circle. It might end up there. That'll be pretty repetitive, right? Like if it goes to the Gatka Mountain, that'll be pretty exciting. At least we get to see something different. With this kind of circle, Team Secret is the only one in military base. They need to cross over, but I don't expect resistance by SEM9 unless they want to try something cheeky to stay at the bridge to stop them from coming by.
Now speaking of the bridge, maybe it'll be a big choke point if the circle just decided for the second stage later on to be a 50-50 circle between the main peninsula and the SMB. Now, if Team Secret wants to choke it, they can, but I don't feel like they want to invest too much when it comes to around the bridge area, unless if they are the ones that need to just cross the other side, of course. But for SEM9, they're going to stay where they at. And last time we saw Alter Ego was pretty close to SEM9 as well. I have a feeling they might engage it very soon.
That's what we want to see, right? Early engagements. Ooh. Alter Ego, SEM9, Mika on the other side. Okay, that's pretty interesting. I'm not sure if they know that Mika is on the other side though. But Alter Ego, with their current state, there's also a question of whether they are that confident to try to snip up Mika. But anyway, the window of opportunity is closed with the fact that Mika probably saw some movement on the other side, so he says to himself like, okay, I'll leave this place. It's not worth it to fight alone.
Also trying to watch out for KAGENDRA. Yeah, KAGENDRA, they dropped himself quite far compared to all the other teams on top of Severny. But the thing is, KAGENDRA really love those early fights so much. They always try to poke their heads into somebody else's business, so I'm waiting for them to migrate really quickly when it comes to less than 50 seconds when it comes to transition to stage number 2 later on. But for Team Secret, so far they're doing okay. I mean, Team Secret, they slightly better when it comes to last season compared to this one because they have more consistency. Last season they dropped pretty hot and cold sometimes, but I love this version of Team Secret right now.
Oh yeah, I second that as well. Like there's a little bit more consistency with Team Secret this season. Even if we were to talk about like their Super Weekend, yeah, number 11, not the biggest of placement to shout about, but still, it's all about getting into the grand finals because they already got their first Super Weekend, right? And also getting into the second Super Weekend, obviously, and the grand finals is where all matters. Now, will they be on paper the team to really challenge for the title? Maybe not yet, but if they're able to remain consistent, then if other top teams like go hot and cold, like how you describe it, they could maybe sneak from behind and be the surprise team.
Potentially. I'm looking forward for that to happen because we know offense for the teams like Vampires, Boom, or Alter Ego. It used to be the champions back in the days. But it would be nice to have a change of a when it comes to the teams that taking the championship for this season, starting off 2025, right? It would be nice standard to have. Maybe we'll wake all the other players out, especially the veteran ones, to realize, hey, we're being left behind and the new team just start to take the title right now.
True. At this point, one of the regions that haven't gained the champion for quite a while is the Vietnamese region. And if a team like Team Secret can actually do it for Vietnam, that will be a nice refresh for the awards.
I mean, yeah, no surprise when it comes to the Xaviers, it's always up there, but it's so difficult for them to get that title. It's always second place for them. I don't know why. It feels like when it comes to the grand finals, always some issues at the very last minute, or just maybe the adrenaline rush and the hype seems to be a bit too overwhelming for them at that very time. But when it comes to the circle, it's going to be stage 2 very soon. So we're looking at possibly, is it going to be Pachinki circle just like around yesterday, or Gatka even?
If either one of those, obviously Gatka. Let's not go Pachinki. If not Urban Warfare, only Contra likes that for some weird reason. I'll fight him for it again. Yeah, he's busy on the other channel, by the way.
We'll fight you, Contra. We'll fight you.
We'll 2v1 him, okay? He has to do the Frankenstein to win us.
Well, speaking of which, yesterday we had so much 9 stage, which was no more circle. And remember, I think we had one, was it the Erangel or Mirama map we had? At stage number 8, we still have around 10 teams remaining.
I know, right? I know, right, man. But you know what? That kind of tells the story of like, because you pit like arguably this week's toughest group, A and C together, that's why they are that good, and and majority of them know how to survive that long, and that's why you get that kind of result. I'm just putting out theories.
Or maybe because they're so used to being the axe player of that particular team, and so many teams seems to be the axe player of that particular team, so they know each other's strat right now. Everybody try to, you know, playing a tug of war, pull and push all the way. It feels like that's going to be the case too. That's going to be my theory as well.
Oh yeah, that could be as well, right? Like you've been in that team, you kind of know how they function, what they like to do, where they like to be especially. So you kind of like have that, okay, they are surely there, or they are very likely to be there, then you don't want to take that risk. Rather than you don't know at all, and then you're like, maybe, maybe not, you take that risk, and then boom, a fight happens. And that's how maybe today we saw earlier in the first few rounds, a good amount of early fights. But since this is the second Erangel played today, maybe these teams have already like learned whatever from the first Erangel, so that's why it's more of a calm and collected Erangel match.
Oh, we do love fights. Don't get us wrong. We love those fights. We're waiting for those fights to happen, which none of it ever happened now. Not even the first blood yet. We're already heading into stage 2 very soon. I mean, the longest first blood we ever had was heading into stage number 3, just at the early stage 3. That's where we got our first blood ever. That was like, what, 2-3 seasons ago. Hopefully that's not going to be the case here today, because tops might be greeted by MAQNA Esports Tam. But at the same time, Circle just transitioned into, well, like you call it, it's going to be Gatka, hopefully.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a regular Gatka circle, but at least it's open. There's still a small percentage of Pachinki there, so, well, hopefully the Contra curse doesn't come and haunt us. You know, go do the other channel, okay? You can have your urban warfare there.
Do it when Contra's casting, not when we are doing it.
Oh yeah, that's right, yeah.
But next, FaZe Clan versus eArena Sakura and Nancy. Nancy's on fire today. I love how Nancy's just so bold when it comes to getting those shot calling, going for the guns as well. Canary, on the other hand, is also another matchup that's good for a player like none other than NC, but Kanori can actually do this by himself. It's going to be a bit too far. KAGENDRA, like I mentioned before, they love those early fights. Look at how fast they're rotating into the circle.
Oh yeah, they have arrived in front of FaZe Clan. If only they have the information that FaZe Clan only has 2 players, then consider to crash in might not be too bad since it's towards the inner side of the circle. But they're not going to take that risk. But the one that's taking risk right now is going to be SEM9 and Alter Ego. Kenny down to get with Hans for you.
Can he be saved or not? Octa with Alba this time. We'll reach out to Hans for you. A bit too risky for them. And an open space if they want to revive their teammate. Need a couple of smokes. Only got one in the hands of Alba right now. Well, pop it for Hans for you. But Octa will be sacrificed in this scenario.
Yeah. And that's going to be Alter Ego resetting. Oh, but long range by Team Secret. Now they actually got Alpha and Hans for you. Oh, man. This is bad for Alter Ego. One active player left. That's going to be Rosemary. He's nowhere near his teammate.
Oh, it's going to be a 3-way fight as well. Got a discount on top of a Trunks spray just now. And Brick knows exactly where Rosemary is. That's not a good sight and not well for the receiving end of Alter Ego right now. How to get out by himself. Now Team Secret will try to lurk around and try to just corner him down inside of that warehouse, or they just leave permanently. I think they still want to go for it because Break will not giving any break for Rosemary at all.
Oh, Rosemary fires back. He got one.
Ooh.
Okay, still able to go. He gets 2.
No, 2!
Back for Rosemary. 2 more to go.
Oh!
Rosemary,
Rose Carey, and Miss Mary! He is back! A 1v4 clutch, and we got it!
Rose Carey, here comes. Okay, his second challenge. All right, here we go. Rose Carey, this time against SEM9. Can he pull out a big one here? But he's pretty low. He does not have the time to heal up. They are onto him. Kenny shows himself. He has to do a jump shot. He landed one, but not the second one. Kenny will not allow SEM9 to be clutch again.
Valiant effort by Rosemary. We still see that he got that spirit, he got that fight in him still. But unfortunately, it's just so difficult. He's low when it comes to resources. He barely got enough. It was a mid-range shotgun shot just now, so it was quite difficult. But nonetheless, at least he scored a 4 for the team.
Well, heartbreaking moment for Team Secret, not gonna lie there, right? The fact that they lost to one single Rosemary. It was a 4v1. It was a 4v1. Wow. We have like, what, at least 3 insane clutches so far since yesterday?
I don't know what happened, but there's so many individual plays. It's just outstanding when it comes to week number 2 now. For NC, I mean, that was a great almost clutch moment as well. Tam Entertainment, we missed this one just now early on. Kunari, he spotted our KAGENDRA players who just coming up from Savani all the way down south. It was a fast reaction by these guys, and like I mentioned before, this is going to be the biggest clutch when it comes to Rosemary this season. It's been a while we've seen this side of him.
Ooh, look at that, look at that.
Oh, calm down. He got slaughtered after that.
Yeah. But he celebrated the moment, right? He went like, makan bang, makan bang, makan. Belum buka lagi.
Oh my god. It kind of reminds me of Mormon dance. Way too early to celebrate.
Yeah, but you soak in the moment, right, I guess.
I mean, like, that was his moment. That was his moment, though.
It's been a while since you get to feel that. Okay, the adrenaline is there. But, well, if you want to look on the bright side, you know, we call it Husnuzon. I guess you can prepare for break fasting earlier.
Good news for them, but still 20 minutes for them to just break the fast. Still have to wait it out somehow. But on the side of Boom Esports, Yummy May, as per usual, being a hindrance for the rest of the teams down there, especially for VOIN Donkey. Well, valiant effort for Yummy May. Bold and Brazen still going to tap it out against VOIN Donkeys. The smoke will cover them temporarily, but in the moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be a clear view for Yummy May to get a couple of headshots there.
We still have the chance to tap away. Okay, but there's a hill in between them. Anyway, now, speaking about hills, we're going to go to the Gakam Mountain. eArena is here against New Era. But is it really going to be worth it to try to defend this mountain? Probably not. But New Era, they want the points in.
Speaking of the points, well, they are gaining it as long as they don't actually being eliminated early. Tiger acts on the other hand, trying to scout for the rest of the team, while the other three players of EA will try to deal with New Era right now. NC can actually 2v1 Nofar alongside with Zilin. Well, tried to shut down on Sakura, but NC2 managed to reset himself. But that's going to be a bit difficult.
Whoa.
The rocks surrounding them managed to get on one. There's going to be another nade drop over to Nova's side. Sakura can hit bomb another. They managed to get on two. Zuli will go in to try and save the rest of them. But NCT will be knocked down as well. This is going to be tough as EA will win the fight. It was a 3v4.
Yeah, and thanks to Sakura's nade, he deserves the Para Sakura dance. You know, if any of you from, you know, as boomer as me that knows the reference, cool. All right, but Sakura, without his nades, it would have been difficult for them. But great work. Now, VOIN Donkey and Team Flash, only Zeus left, and the vehicle is closer to Tops. So he has to do something with VOIN Donkey before he can grab the vehicle.
Tops. I don't think he can get revived yet, but fortunately, it's within reach of Zeus. But Potato will try to bait out Tops with that hand grenade if any of them try to revive him, and not connecting so far. Baus toss a lot of smoke just to confuse the VOIN Donkey players here, while Baus tried to retrieve his teammate. Zeus on the other hand keeping the pressure on VOIN Donkey, so they won't try to push here. But will they take the warning for VOIN Donkey, or will they just go away? They go for this engagement, never mind, make a U-turn, and yep, they try to just bait it out, but I think they don't want to just waste too much resources here for VOIN Donkey.
But they left Razak behind though, so that could be the bait that you mentioned, like put focus on the ones that move and Razak comes to surprise. But speaking about surprise, Hops! Surprise! There are opponents on the other side. Who's that? Okay, gotta get it clear now, waiting for the elimination feed, and it's going to be MEC this time, feeling the wrath of Team Flash.
Oh my. They barely got any position points for MEC. They got tremendous amount of elimination points compared to the other teams on the last page down there. But this will not move the positions when it comes to the overall rankings later. Next, we have BTR, Team Flash as well. Trying to scout out for point. It seems like a bit of pull and push, and it's been going on for quite a bit between these two teams, Team Flash versus VOIN Donkey. But we do have something else on fire. Last time we saw Team Flash was fighting a different team, which was TAM Entertainment versus BTR maybe.
VOIN Donkey eliminated. No points this round for them. And speaking about TAM Entertainment, 2 players left for TAM Entertainment. So far, they're being chilling. Sam9 doing the same inside the circle, but if you look at the minimap, like there are at least 2 other teams around them, and they are keeping eye onto one long angle here. This is like off the minimap, but at least they gather information, so that's okay for them. eArena making them move, and they are spotted by Sam9.
Wait for the circle to shrink. We're big KAGENDRA side. They got himself a very solid compound. While Sam9 tried to gatekeep towards the side of EA. Room on the other hand, they spread themselves into 2-2 formation, but FaZe Clan! Hello, Joker again, and Kanari finish off Joker. While EA still stand for the next stage. Unfortunately, on the side of FaZe Clan, that's gonna be a bye-bye for now.
FaZe Clan out fairly early this time, 1 elimination point. Same goes for TAM Entertainment, 1 elimination point out as well. So looking over at, if we were to zoom in on the Thai region teams, it's only eArena and Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports, to note in case you just joined us, they scored the first 2 chicken dinners. They are still en route to score the 3rd, but we have 8 other teams for them to deal with before that happens.
Sam9, they have to cut across Vampire just to be in the center here. Like it or not, they will have to force to take the fight. Mika cooking up the nade against Tony K, who's spraying over just right on top of Mika, but unfortunately Tony K needs to reload. He missed that golden opportunity to shot down on Mika just now. Here comes the nade. Will it connect somehow? Mika managed to reset himself, but double nade down. Still on Mika. Just like a snake, managed to just get away from those explosions.
Ooh, Vampire now in front of Sam9. Vampire with full team, but they don't know that Mika is here. Mika to sneak up to them. But Tony K, he spot out Farron behind that rock. They still don't know that Mika is there. But now Mika is running close by. Might hear the footsteps. Mika is close. Okay, they know that Mika is there right now. They launch nades onto Mika.
Firan is a bit far from the rest of the team here. They need his help. He's trying to open up the angle for Firan. While Mika still holding on, tanking out all the damage by Vampires right now. All eyes of Vampires to the side of Mika. And now here comes Kenny. Just gonna push it all the way by himself. Confront the rest of Vampires and distract their attention right now. On the other hand, regroup towards the side of rest of Vampires. They all take themselves the vehicles. Whether they want to go and crush straight into Sem9. Mika finally down. While Shrap's doing the same thing like how Firan did before, and they managed to shut down on Firan, while Kenny is a bit too far to give some cover fire.
That is the end of Sem9 here, and the elimination feed continue to roll. We got Talon in action. Boyjill, the hero of Talon Esports in the previous round, scouting out the area, getting information where Team Flash is at, but now he's in trouble. 50% of health left. He's out in the open on the road, but at least he has a bit of cover against Team Flash.
Another team going down. We're down to only 7 teams left here. Axel, Talon. They want to fight Team Flash so bad, but they have to be careful from their backside because eArena is watching them very closely. That one last KAGENDRA player, Achul, will be the bane for all these 3 teams right now if they're not being careful. While Boom, on the other hand, they're not taking any action yet. They were in the center of the circle last time we saw them. But back to the side of Talon, Boychill, can he do another clutch in this round?
Oh. Right now, 5 elimination points. If he pulls up another clutch, it will be legendary for Boychill. But opportunity has not presented itself just yet. Stage 6, here we go. Boom Esports in the middle of it. Everyone else besides Achul on the southern side is on the outside. Let's move.
Speaking of moving, Team Flash, if they cut across straight into the circle, it will be a clear view and plain sight to the side of Boom, but at least it's a shorter way to get into the safe zone as fast as they can. If they want to go to the northern side, we saw TODAK was there. Team Flash, on the other hand, will try to just slowly push up, but they will try to barricade themselves with a lot of vehicles that already exploded prior to this, and some of them still usable here. But the thing is, how to pick out. They're barely touching the rim of a circle. All eyes on Flash now.
And all eyes on eArena going up against Vampire Esports. Joker just got knocked down. And that's a long-range support guy. Now they can focus fully on Sakura and MC2. And that is the end for eArena. Vampire Esports now on a rampage. 7 elimination points.
At least for the side of eArena, they scored themselves 9 elimination before they went down. For Vampires, Tony K spotted out Linux. Tony K giving some pressure on and make sure that he always reloads, because whenever he ran out of his magazine just now, it was the worst timing possible when he can actually knock down one of those players. But Team Flash, this not going to be easy. Boom is focusing on them, and the nades coming out from Leng's TODAK just going to shower them with multiple nades back to back to back. And now Young T will try to open up the flank side, but it seems to be impossible with the terrain they have to work with.
At the same time, KAGENDRA have been eliminated at number 6. Now back onto TODAK. TODAK so far, this is the best round today. 9 just got Young T through his nade. And all 4 players still active. They just need to reset, refocus back on Team Flash.
Lynx spotted out. Talon player. Here comes a couple of shots from afar, but Yummy May taking out on Zeus. Team Flash in trouble. TODAK, they shift over to its Talon. Just now they were focusing on Flash's side. And now they have focus on straight what's across the other side there. It's going to be Talon running away from the side of TODAK. Now TODAK, they refocus back on top. That's going to be the last player of Team Flash trying to hang on as much as he can. Top, all he needs to do is just climb up. But when he climbs up, it's going to be Boom waiting as well.
Oh, I know, right? This is the thing about Stage 6 moving on to Stage 7. All these teams are so close to each other. Cleon tries to find that angle, but Cleon knocked down by Team Flash. They are telling TODAK that they will not go down without a fight.
Now Team Flash only with 1 player finally tops finished down. If I'm not mistaken, it was maybe Boom players that finished him off straight away. Vampires managed to spot out Talon just now. A bit of a trade, yeah. Talon and Boom knocked down on 1 player there. While Bo Chill tried to just finish off Vampires, but it's not going to be easy. Tony gets on the ground bleeding out. It's going to be 3v4 with TODAK still full team, but where are they? They're not taking any actions while Vampires and Talon still having it to go. Well, Onza just hoping that this nade will just obliterate the entirety of Talon, which can be Boy Team for the last one.
Oh, that was a Kobe there by Onzes to finish off Boytail, eliminating Talon in the process, but heavy casualty for Vampire Esports.
Vampires seems like a bit dim if they want to get triple chicken back to back now, as Boom and TODAK still have a full squad. TODAK, they reposition himself and try to cut across Boom. This is gonna be tough. Both teams have the full players alive, while Vampires, this is gonna be a bit of a breather for them, because lucky enough, Boom and TODAK seems to be next to each other. If they play it quietly for Vampires, they have a chance to score triple chicken back to back now.
Oh yeah, they just need these two teams to distract each other, come in later. So looking at the current situation, TODAK, they have to push through Boom Esports. They have this compound as a fortress, so it's hard for TODAK to collect information on where exactly the position of the players of Boom Esports are at. Hence, it's hard for them to go in. So now, they need to plan on how they're going to get in, deploy smoke smartly, and find an entry point.
Try to be sneaky for TODAK's side, slowly approaching Boom's back line while Boom randomly fires against Vampire. Last they saw them just across the other side of that hill and mountain. But due to the high hills just now, they cannot see or visualize any players of Vampires when it comes to their movement. So Vampires, if they play this well and play this patiently, they can still have a shot at this chicken. But for Boom and TODAK, especially TODAK, all they need to do is just slowly sneak behind Boom, which what they are doing right now.
Yeah, and they found a nice slope to stay away from the fight in the circle. So it's great for them so far. We still have stage 8 though. We'll find out where the circle will land in about 30 more seconds. TODAK still playing this calmly again. It's also because they do not have the information. They don't know if the players of Boom Esports is in which house. So it's hard for them to decide on where to enter from.
At least they figure out not the last house just in front of them just now. So they know where the smokes pop just now. It's going to be where most of the players of Boom will be. But Pombit already prepared himself with the DBS. So they place some of the players on the outside and only a couple of them in the inside. That's pretty smart from Boom's side. But look at Vampires, they try to wait for the golden opportunity. The moment Boom and TODAK start to fight against each other, they will play the third party and take advantage of the situation for Vampires.
Yeah, and speaking about the situation, the circle gives the situational advantage to Boom Esports. Okay, 9 is right now just in front of a Boom Esports player. But still, they're taking their time. Some of them do not really have the circle. So right now, TODAK, they have to execute their plan.
Talked about the last stage here for the side of Vampires. They are praying these two teams engage as soon as possible so they don't have to tank the blue too much. But unlucky enough for them, they have to still figure things out. Unless if they try to go slightly down south, there's a bit more space for them, but it's not all safe for them as well, because Lynx will be waiting around TODAK's side, around the south area, in case anybody from Vampires or even Boom try to go for flank side. That's going to be the plan on the side of Onzens. He's taking on the vehicle and trying to go for this south side, but spotted out by Boom. Frenzy giving some pressure on Onzens. Down to 50, 60, 20% OHP. Onzens down. Lynx, TODAK try to steal away the eliminations here and hope he will connect somehow. But for Boom, they will not let it go. Onzen and Shrubs, unfortunately, discontinued their triple chicken run for Vampires.
No hat-trick yet. They have to wait until after the break. Now, either Boom Esports or TODAK. Between these two, pressures on the TODAK since they need to get into the super weekend. And Boom Esports, they have the circle still with compound. But stage 9, nobody has the circle. But still, Boom Esports, they have more space to play than TODAK.
No more circles anymore. Real and 9. greeted Yummy May. Yummy May being the front liner for the team, relaying all the information that they need now. Look at how Frenzy just cooked up the nade based on the information given by Yummy May. Yummy May running back towards the team, and we'll try to reunite with them once more. Reconstruct their formation here. While on the side of Cleon, he's gonna be giving some cover fire from the back, but it's gonna be down to the last minute here. Whoever got the most utils, bomb it down on the ground with the hand grenade tossed by Cleon just now. Here comes double nade, maybe just one nade coming up from Cleon's side again. Yummy May, he has to take the lead, he has to go push for the front.
That's going to be one down for Boom Esports, but the revive is kicking in. Oh, Frenzy doesn't have time to revive yet, but now he is reconsidering his option. Bombit, 10% of health left, bleeding out. Right now, Toda, they have to move forward. The blue is pushing the front. And Bombit eliminated. That is 3 more for Boom Esports. For Toda to clinch the chicken dinner.
9 should go and push from side of Cleon. Now they're being squeezed into a very small space. They like it or not, they have to fight it off. Yummy May kind of stuck in the corner. Might actually got burned by the blues, and Yummy May is down. Now down to 0 Frenzy. Lynx will be charged by Frenzy on the side. He's knocked down as well. Real coming in, charging in. Will be TODAK. Will it be TODAK? Finally proving that they are here to stay.
They are saying back to the naysayers that Toda will not go down without a fight. They want their super weekend. They want their chicken dinner. They want the points. Toda Langa.
Whew. That was really about the shot calling. Instincts kicked in, whether they want to go for it or not. You can see how devastated Yummy is right now. If only I take the courage. He plucked the courage and just pushed in. But it was difficult. He was cornered down to every angle there is. So for Boom, despite he got himself those compounds, despite he got those houses as their walls and barricades, it kind of limit their vision on where are the Toda players pushing in from.
Yeah, that's like the cons of having a compound with yourself. Yes, you get the protection. Yes, you get like the separation between themselves and also other teams. But then again, you don't have the vision. So that's the downside of it. Whereas for Toda, they can kind of like open up the space, try to find different angles, try to just do the elimination process to know that, okay, this house is empty, that house is empty, and slowly focus on to the probability of which house has players. Toda, they came with a chicken dinner this round, 7 elimination points.
I have to give it, I mean, like, yeah, Real have the most damage when it comes to the entirety of the map, but due to that last matchup between them against Boom just now, Cleon was the one that breaking the surface tension between those two teams. His hand grenade just now landed one of the players of Boom, giving so much window for TODAK to push in. Now, nonetheless, they cannot say TODAK is going to be the weakest team anymore in this entirety of the tournament, because we're going to relive the moment of highlight how TODAK win up this match.
And here is TODAK with the chicken dinner. And also we got to give it to the other top 4 teams. Vampire Esports is still up here, so still a consistent performance by the Vampires, followed by Talon up here as well, and of course Boom Esports, who ended with the 2nd place earlier.
Even though we got one of the best clutch this week coming out from Alter Ego, Rosemary, Base Mary is back, and the whole lobby, I agree with you guys in the chat, being reminded of his existence and how scary he can be. But unfortunately, that was short-lived just now. But back to at the side of top 4 teams, congrats to TODAK. They're finally making a breakthrough. I mean, I'm looking forward for them to maintain this sort of performance, hopefully after the break.
Oh yeah, because the break may break some people. But this round, Real is not broken as he's our MVP with 4 eliminations, 565 damage, 124 damage received, 34% team contribution, and the maximum survival time of 29 minutes and 14 seconds. So again, Real used to play for SEM9. Welcome back to the MVP stage.
And he's taking the MVP with a smug. Look at that. The way he posed, he definitely already worked out his body. We can see he's more buffed up than before. But when it comes to percentage of the headshot, it's not the most. The most that I've seen was one of the D-Xavier's player, Paragin. I still remember at 34%. And he's still holding up one of the highest percentage for headshot. But nonetheless, 17 points for TODAK. Vampire's got himself 15 points. Now, this definitely solidified the position. Probably in #1 spot anytime now.
Yeah, it could potentially be. We'll allow our officials to do the tabulation because we're going to see that later on. But on page 1, okay, so BTR, an improvement this round for them. Page 2, however, New Era, still a struggling day for them. This time, no points for New Era, and the VOIN Donkey, no points collected by them. MEC, still 1 point. The only team last we saw on page number 3 that has played the 8 games, or including this game, 9 games. So 1 point is not enough.
Now, Vampires, they're not playing. They are playing. They're definitely taking the #1 spot by now. But they do have the slight advantage compared to all the other teams down there. D-Xavier's CELCOMDIGI Alliance Arak is not playing here today, but the ones that's catching up from behind, Talon, VOIN Donkey, BTR, Team Secret, these teams will try to gain as much as they can because today will be their last day playing. All the teams with 9 matches, they only have 3 more maps to go.
Oh yeah, counting down for them for sure. At least those that just started today, they still have tomorrow to catch up again. And moving on to page 2. Okay, I'm looking at like the matches played, right, because that will tell a bigger story. eArena, page 2 with 3 matches played. They started the campaign today. Doing not too bad, I must say. New Era still holding on to page number 2. You don't want to drop down to page number 3, of course. Some of the suspects that might drop, and they have 3 more games to go. It's like Tem Entertainment is going to be one of them. And MEC, of course, not only down page 3, but they dropped 1 placement down to number 18.
The only team with 9 matches on the second page. That's quite alarming now. And last week, I think it was around 60 points to be 100%, to be at least in the top 16 to get into the Super Weekend. Now, can they catch up with what they have right now for MAQNA Esports?
They need to come up with a huge performance in the final 3 games today. If not, then yeah, we all know the answer by now. So MAQNA Esports Club, 3 more games to go. It'll be counting down for them. They have to somehow find a way during this extended break to really make a huge comeback.
Oh, it's gonna be tough for them. I mean, how many average per map that they need to get? At least
3 chicken dinners.
That's a lot, bro.
Yeah, because we must consider that tomorrow the other groups are playing and they can't do anything about it.
But the worst part is they barely got any placement points when it comes to this week's group stage. And we do know there's less than 10 points they managed to gather when it comes to their position points. And I mean, elimination-wise, they got quite a number, but position not so much. And speaking of chicken, I mean, that's a tall order now.
Well, it's either that or they have to say goodbye to the grand finals, right? So it's really the reality of the competition. Like somebody has to go, and they are at the position where they might be the first team to say goodbye, and it's tough to be in that position. But it's not tough to be in a position for an extended break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be taking a break, so do not go anywhere. Do come back after this, and we'll see you guys for the final 3 games.
Can you hear me?
Let's go. I'm on my way.
Have you come across this new type of token in your battles? Let me show you how you can get more of them. Time tokens can be found in both themed mode and classic mode. When you win a match, you can leave with all the time tokens in your backpack. However, if you get eliminated, you'll lose 20% of the time tokens in your possession. But is winning matches the only way to get loads of tokens? Not at all. You can use the supply shop's upload feature to take them out in advance. You can take out up to 40 time tokens per day. The most efficient way to collect time tokens is to head straight for the themed area, where there's a higher chance of finding them. It's also filled with supplies, so you're likely to run into other players. Defeat them to get some of their time tokens. Once you've got your tokens, head to the perk shop to exchange them for rewards. Available rewards this period include the Camel Superfan set, 7th Anniversary set, and Duneshine Dacia Level 1. Exchange your leftover time tokens for perk tokens to use them for future perk shop rewards. Collect time tokens in the game now, so you don't miss out on any rewards.
Evil mechas spread darkness across the land. The pandas fall in despair. Jade Farm Aurora extends a helping hand. Will it be justice or evil that prevails? Join the PDP webcomic fan art event and end this story your way.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. Other than your equipment, your position is also key to determining the outcome of your fight. Understanding the buildings and terrain of each map will provide you with an advantage. Each of the 4 Metro Royale maps have unique environmental features. Frontline Confrontation features a mostly flat terrain, with items such as haystacks and trees in the wild that can be used as cover when exploring the map. They can also be used to ambush enemies. The old blockade zone is quite similar to Frontline Confrontation, but there are less buildings that can serve as cover, and more undulating slopes. The height difference of the slopes can be used to your advantage, like having a good vantage point for a strategic attack. Mistyport's environment is more complicated, with smaller resource points that are more scattered. There are more high slopes in the area that provide a great view of the resource points, making it ideal for strategic maneuvers. Compared to the other maps, the Arctic base map is much larger, with larger resource areas that make it harder to observe the situation. Therefore, when scavenging for supplies in these areas, be aware of enemy attacks, especially when taking on a boss. After entering a resource area, it becomes evident that the environment affects battle outcomes. Take, for example, Battle Line on the Frontline Confrontation map. The buildings have 2 levels with tight interiors, with only one way up to the second level. It's easy to guard, but hard to attack. Simply charging in is not a wise strategy. The best way is to use a throwable to force the enemy off the second floor. But this strategy cannot be used for the base at the old blockade zone. While both floors also have tight interiors, the top floor where the boss is located is very spacious, so the throwable strategy will not work. As such, when facing enemies on the top floor at the base, it's not wise to attack unless you're very confident. It might be better to wait for the enemy to leave the area, or head to a higher vantage point to snipe them. As the subway connects multiple resource areas, the subway route is also a key battleground. For example, there are only 2 entrances from the old blockade zone to the radiation zone, and they are connected by one railway. Players who are heading towards the radiation zone or leaving it will need to use this railway. This is why battles often occur here. As long as you can make use of the environment, you're likely to find a lot of loot. But if it's like the radiation zone in the Arctic base, where there are multiple exits, then you might be better off not strategizing too much here, as you might be wasting your efforts. Aside from ambushes in the subway, there are multiple positions that can be advantageous. These locations include fixed boss spawns, staircases, and the entrances and exits of the radiation zone. Take Arctic Base for example. You can lay and wait at the main entrance of Missile Silo or near the exit inside the subway. With the amount of resources available, people are bound to enter and exit, making it the perfect place to employ an ambush strategy. Also, take note of the boss's spawn location. There may be other players coming to challenge the boss. If you hear intense gunfire, that should mean other players are tackling the boss. A surprise attack at this moment might achieve unexpected results. Also, don't ignore those unassuming staircases. You're likely more vulnerable when going up the stairs, and cannot effectively fend off attacks from above. It's best to observe the area before you head up the stairs. Of course, you can still make use of these positions to deal fatal blows to the enemy. If tactical use of terrain is not your style, you can instead choose to attack from more advantageous positions. For example, launch silo in the radiation zone of Arctic Base. The area offers no cover for the supply crates around. Players must expose themselves if they wish to open the crates. So if you hear gunfire at launch silo, that's when you can launch your attack. That's all for this guide on environmental combat. Head to Metro Royale now to put these tips to the test.
Pak Zuksi dan Luxi, apakah BTR sedang menurun?
Rosemary, gua tunggu lu masuk BTR. Kalau dari gua sih Rosemary sih. Karena sama-sama dari Manado juga, terus jago kan. MVP, juara PMSL SEA. Mungkin kalau masuk BTR bisa juara bareng dunia gitu. Rosemary, gua tunggu lu masuk BTR.
Bagi saya lah, player yang patut dengan saya ni orang macam Olio. Olio ni dia boleh backup saya dan saya boleh buat kerja depan. Lagi senang lah untuk tim gerak. So ketambahan adik Luke pun dah cukup untuk satu tim.
Tham quá thì em chọn Tony Cây kìa. Đã được chọn thì mình chọn người bắn hay nhất, sát cánh và đồng hành. Welcome to Tony Cây.
ก็ขอโทษด้วยนะครับที่ผมไม่ได้เลือกคุณนะครับ DX Riva แต่ว่าผมเลือกซาต้าแทนครับ
Menurut gua sih TODAK sih. Karena dia nggak gimana ya, bawa 3 loh sampai 3. BTR aja cuma 1 loh import dari Filipina. Dia sampai 3 loh dari Indonesia. TODAK.
Bagi saya line up yang terpower New Era. Sebab diorang Ruthless pun tak tengoklah nombor berapa. Lepas tu diorang dekat scrim terlalu beria lah. New Era terhad lah macam mana pun di bawah kita orang.
Theo em nghĩ thì đội hình yếu nhất chắc là đội hình của bọn em. Vì theo kiến thức, trải nghiệm và gọi là thực tế thì mọi người đánh giá theo em rất là yếu.
คิดว่าเป็น eArena ครับเพราะว่ามีโค้ชเป็นพี่คิวครับพี่คิวสายติดหาครับ
Untuk yakin sih ya masih sama kayak tahun lalu lah. 100%. Mungkin tahun ini bisa lebih lagi. 1000 mungkin. Karena benar-benar baru kan. Tersisa aku doang di BTR jadi ya the new jalan baru juga. Jadi pengen benar-benar buktiin lah. Kalau bisa kasih piala ke BIGETRON. Bahkan bisa jadi tim yang dominasi.
First kali kita sebagai manusia kita tak boleh berharap sangat kepada itu. Cuma kita harus ada mentaliti yang untuk juara. So senanglah sikit untuk menyedapkan hati dan mental yang kuat sebelum turnamen.
Theo bọn em nghĩ thì tuần đầu tiên bọn em cần phải cố gắng về mặt điểm, cũng như là xem các đội hình của các team khác bắn như thế nào, bọn em học hỏi và rút ra kinh nghiệm và sẽ gọi là đặt ra một cái chiến thuật gì đấy gọi cho hiệu quả để tuần sau cố gắng và bứt điểm.
ก็คาดหวังได้ครับเพราะว่าผมมองว่าทีมเราก็กำลังมาดีอยู่ครับแล้วก็ปรับเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นมาก็ถามว่ามีปัญหาไหมก็ไม่ได้มีผลมากมายขนาดนั้นครับแล้วก็อีกอย่างทีมเราปรับตัวกันได้ไวด้วยครับ เลือกเป็น DX Riva ครับเพราะว่าเขาดูตัวเล็กแล้วก็นิสัยดีแล้วก็น่ารัก
Nếu em ngủ với đối thủ của em một đêm thì em chọn ngủ với Tony Cây. Để em phong ấn cái tay của Tony Cây lại bắn nó đỡ hay. Bắn hay quá. Nói chung là bắn quá hay.
Can you hear me?
Let's go. I'm on my way.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. Other than your equipment, your position is also key to determining the outcome of your fight. Understanding the buildings and terrain of each map will provide you with an advantage. Each of the 4 Metro Royale maps have unique environmental features. Frontline Confrontation features a mostly flat terrain, with items such as haystacks and trees in the wild that can be used as cover when exploring the map. They can also be used to ambush enemies. The old blockade zone is quite similar to Frontline Confrontation, but there are less buildings that can serve as cover, and more undulating slopes. The height difference of the slopes can be used to your advantage, like having a good vantage point for a strategic attack. Mistyport's environment is more complicated, with smaller resource points that are more scattered. There are more high slopes in the area that provide a great view of the resource points, making it ideal for strategic maneuvers. Compared to the other maps, the Arctic base map is much larger, with larger resource areas that make it harder to observe the situation. Therefore, when scavenging for supplies in these areas, be aware of enemy attacks, especially when taking on a boss. After entering a resource area, it becomes evident that the environment affects battle outcomes. Take, for example, Battle Line on the Frontline Confrontation map. The buildings have 2 levels with tight interiors, with only one way up to the second level. It's easy to guard, but hard to attack. Simply charging in is not a wise strategy. The best way is to use a throwable to force the enemy off the second floor. But this strategy cannot be used for the base at the old blockade zone. While both floors also have tight interiors, the top floor where the boss is located is very spacious, so the throwable strategy will not work. As such, when facing enemies on the top floor at the base, it's not wise to attack unless you're very confident. It might be better to wait for the enemy to leave the area, or head to a higher vantage point to snipe them. As the subway connects multiple resource areas, the subway route is also a key battleground. For example, there are only 2 entrances from the old blockade zone to the radiation zone, and they are connected by one railway. Players who are heading towards the radiation zone or leaving it will need to use this railway. This is why battles often occur here. As long as you can make use of the environment, you're likely to find a lot of loot. But if it's like the radiation zone in the Arctic base, where there are multiple exits, then you might be better off not strategizing too much here, as you might be wasting your efforts. Aside from ambushes in the subway, there are multiple positions that can be advantageous. These locations include fixed boss spawns, staircases, and the entrances and exits of the radiation zone. Take Arctic Base for example. You can lay and wait at the main entrance of Missile Silo or near the exit inside the subway. With the amount of resources available, people are bound to enter and exit, making it the perfect place to employ an ambush strategy. Also, take note of the boss's spawn location. There may be other players coming to challenge the boss. If you hear intense gunfire, that should mean other players are tackling the boss. A surprise attack at this moment might achieve unexpected results. Also, don't ignore those unassuming staircases. You're likely more vulnerable when going up the stairs, and cannot effectively fend off attacks from above. It's best to observe the area before you head up the stairs. Of course, you can still make use of these positions to deal fatal blows to the enemy. If tactical use of terrain is not your style, you can instead choose to attack from more advantageous positions. For example, launch silo in the radiation zone of Arctic Base, The area offers no cover for the supply crates around. Players must expose themselves if they wish to open the crates. So if you hear gunfire at launch silo, that's when you can launch your attack. That's all for this guide on environmental combat. Head to Metro Royale now to put these tips to the test.
Tanpa Zuxi dan Luxi, apakah BTR sedang menurun?
Rosemary, gua tunggu lu masuk BTR. Kalau dari gua sih Rosemary sih. Karena sama-sama dari Manado juga, terus jago kan. MVP. Juara PMSL SEA. Mungkin kalau masuk BTR bisa juara bareng dunia. Rosemary, gua tunggu lu masuk BTR.
Bagi saya lah, player yang patut dengan saya ni orang macam Olio. Olio ni dia boleh backup saya dan saya boleh buat kerja depan. Lagi senang lah untuk tim gerak. So ketambahan adik Luke pun dah cukup untuk satu tim.
Tham quá thì em chọn TODAK kìa. Đã được chọn thì mình chọn người bắn hay nhất, sát cánh và đồng hành. Welcome to TODAK.
ก็ขอโทษด้วยนะครับที่ผมไม่ได้เลือกคุณนะครับดีเอ็กลีวาแต่ว่าผมเลือกซาต้าแทนครับ
Menurut gua sih TODAK sih. Karena dia nggak gimana ya, bawa 3 loh sampai 3. BTR aja cuma 1 loh import dari Filipina. Dia sampai 3 loh dari Indonesia. TODAK.
Bagi saya line up yang terpower New Era. Sebab diorang Ruthless pun tak tengoklah nombor berapa. Lepas tu diorang dekat scrim terlalu beria lah. New Era terhad lah macam mana pun di bawah kita orang.
Theo em nghĩ thì đội hình yếu nhất chắc là đội hình của bọn em. Vì theo kiến thức, trải nghiệm và gọi là thực tế thì mọi người đánh giá em rất là yếu.
คิดว่าเป็น eArena ครับเพราะว่ามีโค้ชเป็นพี่คิวครับพี่คิวสายติดหาครับ
Untuk yakin sih ya masih sama kayak tahun lalu lah 100%. Mungkin tahun ini bisa lebih lagi 1000 mungkin karena benar-benar baru kan, tersisa aku doang di BTR jadi ya the new jalan baru juga. Jadi pengen benar-benar buktiin lah kalau bisa kasih piala ke BIGETRON, bahkan bisa jadi tim yang dominasi.
First kali kita sebagai manusia kita tak boleh berharap sangat kepada itu, cuma kita harus ada mentaliti yang untuk juara, so senanglah sikit untuk menyedapkan hati dan mental yang kuat sebelum turnamen.
Theo bọn em nghĩ thì tuần đầu tiên bọn em cần phải cố gắng về mặt điểm, cũng như là xem các đội hình của các team khác bắn như thế nào, bọn em học hỏi và rút ra kinh nghiệm và sẽ gọi là đặt ra một cái chiến thuật gì đấy gọi cho hiệu quả để tuần sau cố gắng và bứt điểm.
ก็คาดหวังได้ครับเพราะว่าผมมองว่าทีมเราก็กำลังมาดีอยู่ครับแล้วก็ปรับเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นมาก็ถามว่ามีปัญหาไหมก็ไม่ได้มีผลมากมายขนาดนั้นครับแล้วก็อีกอย่างทีมเราปรับตัวกันได้ไวด้วยครับ เลือกเป็น DX Levi ครับเพราะว่าเขาดูตัวเล็กแล้วก็นิสัยดีแล้วก็น่ารักครับ
Nếu em được ngủ với đối thủ của em một đêm thì em chọn ngủ với Tony Cây để em phong ấn cái tay của Tony Cây lại bắn nó đỡ hay, bắn hay quá, nói chung là bắn quá hay.
"2024 is history, but the fire of battle have just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment." Hello, PUBG Mobile Esports fans! Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and a $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals, the culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the C slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
Welcome back, everyone. This is the PMSL SEA Spring 2025. We've seen insane recovery today, especially back-to-back dinners from none other than VPE. With me on stage, I have Nuzi from Vampire Esports alongside our beautiful, beautiful translator. First of all, how are you guys feeling today?
Yeah, I'm good. You're good.
Okay, I don't think I need to do a translation for that. Thank you so much. Okay, so coming into today, you guys had back-to-back chicken dinners. And last week, I think the biggest problem that you guys had is that inconsistency. It was very, very shaky. So do you think that your domination today is because something changed within the team?
วันนี้แวมไพร์ได้กินไก่2แมตช์ติดกันแล้วก็รอบที่แล้วการเล่นของเราแบบไม่ค่อยเสถียรเท่าไหร่แล้วก็ในครั้งนี้เราคิดว่าทางทีมของเราเนี่ยเปลี่ยนกลยุทธ์ในการเล่นหรือเปล่า
ครับก็หลักๆก็น่าจะเป็นแบบรูปแบบเทคนิคการเล่นครับแบบกลยุทธ์การเล่นก็แบบเสริมแล้วก็ปรับแก้มาอะไรเงี้ยครับคุยกันไปในทีมครับ
we change and adjust the strategy in the team and then we try to talk and communicate more in the team in order to adjust and something add on or kind of thing.
Okay, speaking of adjusting strategy within the team that's changed, I know that you guys bring in one new player as well. So you guys are kind of rotating players in and out. So can you share with me a little bit about how you guys choose coming into the game and how different is it within you and another player coming through?
ทางทีมเนี่ยเราได้มีผู้เล่นใหม่แล้วก็อยากรู้ว่าการเลือกผู้เล่นเนี่ยเราเลือกจากอะไรเพื่อที่จะแบบเอามาเล่นให้แบบเป็นไปแบบในทางเดียวกัน
ครับก็หลักๆเป็นวิธีการสื่อสารมากกว่าบางทีผู้เล่นอาจจะไม่เข้าใจกันภายในทีมมูดทีมอาจจะเสียอะไรเงี้ยก็เลยเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นอีกคนหนึ่งเข้ามาเพื่อจะแบบปรับมูดทีมให้มันดีขึ้นครับ
Sometimes we don't understand each other in the team, so the communication is the key for player. And so we try to change the new player and choosing based on how they play and how can we get along together.
Okay, I love that. I think that a lot of the communication issues have definitely been resolved from last week, so I'm very happy to see that. Now, last season, you guys were defending champions. Do you think that becoming defending champions and to defend your titles means that it's extra pressure for you guys?
ทีมแวมไพร์เนี่ยเป็นแชมป์เก่าแล้วเรารู้สึกว่าการที่เราเป็นแชมป์เนี่ยรู้สึกกดดันทีมเราหรือเปล่าในการเล่น
ครับก็หลักๆก็มีความกดดันภายในทีมครับก็ในเนื่องด้วยแบบรอบนี้เป็นเราเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นใหม่ด้วยครับก็เหมือนอารมณ์แบบความกดดันก็เพิ่มขึ้นมาก็อาจจะเล่นได้ไม่ดีเหมือนเดิมอะไรเงี้ยครับก็อาจจะเป็นความกดดันมากกว่า
It actually it's increase more pressure because we also have the new player and as we are the old champ so definitely we feel like pressure all the time.
Okay, that actually makes sense. So, last season you guys lifted the trophy, and this season, everything's changed. We have new teams coming through, new players as well. What do you think about this season compared to the last? Is it a lot harder because of these changes?
เรารู้สึกว่าในการเล่นในซีซั่นนี้มันยากกว่าหรือว่าง่ายกว่าในการเล่นรอบที่แล้วเพราะว่าในปีที่แล้วเนี่ยเราก็เป็นแชมป์
ครับก็การเล่นผมคิดว่าน่าจะแบบรูปแบบการเล่นก็ยากขึ้นครับก็รอบนี้ก็เป็นทีมไทยเข้ามาใหม่แบบเยอะด้วยแล้วก็อย่างเงี้ยเหมือนอารมณ์แบบฟิลรูปแบบการเล่นก็อาจจะแบบลายมูฟทับกันหรือว่าอะไรเงี้ยอาจจะเล่นได้ไม่เหมือนเดิม
So the format of the playing is difficult and also they are new coming from Thai team like they are Thai team so it's kind of a bit difficult yeah.
All right, now final question. So, we did talk about just now about your new teammate, right? And, what do you think about your new current teammate as, VPE? You guys have not changed your players for a long time. You always see the same names over and over. With this new player, did your feelings change? Do you like this change?
เนื่องจากแวมไพร์เนี่ยไม่ได้เปลี่ยนผู้เล่นมานานมากแล้วก็เราก็ได้มีผู้เล่นใหม่เข้ามานูซี่รู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับการที่เรามีผู้เล่นคนนี้
ครับก็จริงๆก็ตอนแรกก็รู้สึกแปลกครับแบบก็แต่ก็เป็นฟิลผสมแบบตื่นเต้นด้วยครับเพราะหลักๆแล้วเราไม่เคยเล่นด้วยกันทั้งแบบวินเทอร์เลสออนเซนแล้วก็มอร์แมนครับก่อนหน้านี้ก็คือไม่เคยเล่นด้วยกันมาก่อนครับแต่พอมาเล่นด้วยกันก็รู้สึกแบบแปลกใหม่ดีครับก็ตื่นเต้นดี
It's so much excited because we haven't played to each other before so it kind of weird feeling sometimes it like sting that they are new and yeah
All right, definitely thank you so much, Nuzi, for the interview. And I could tell that it's definitely a big change for you guys as well. So really hoping to see whether or not VPE can continue their domination today or whether or not it will end. Let's go see. On to you, casters.
Wow, Nuzi giving good reviews of his new lineup. And of course, they adapted fast with this new lineup, especially today. The fact that they scored the first 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah, I mean, there are some challenges, of course, the way he actually speaks it. It feels like synergy-wise, they're not actually at their peak yet. But today, compared to yesterday, I have to agree, today's Vampire is definitely way better than yesterday's performance.
Oh yeah, I mean 2 chicken dinners out of 3 so far. How can you complain about that, right? And it looks like they can still be on course for more. Even their 3rd game earlier on, they still played really well. And this is a little bit of a recap of what happened in the previous games before this. And this was their 2nd chicken dinner today.
Yeah, but we're waiting for the 3rd one. If they want to flex against D Xaviers, since D Xaviers not playing here today, this is going to be one of the best clutch we had today as well. Rosemary won before in that warehouse. I mean, the way he just predict the movement and track down the players one by one of Team Secret, that was remarkable.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? And just look at this, right? He's like, makan, makan. But then, we know what happened after that. We don't need to put that in the replay.
We also know exactly what he said. Lip reading at his best. But Makan is actually a good replacement for that, I agree. But when it comes to TODAK, finally scored their first ever chicken dinner, when before we head into the break just now, like the big question we had before, will they continue with that momentum? Because right now it seems like some light at the end of tunnel for TODAK, but definitely a huge sunlight will shower down the vampires. Hopefully they won't get burned, because they are the vampires indeed, but definitely it has been a great day for the start.
Yeah, vampires normally don't like sunlight, but this is the kind of light that they love. Look at the gap between number 1 and number 2. Top 4 gunslingers, the amount of damage between them and VOIN Donkey, it's almost 3,000. And for the rest of them, they're not too far away. We still have BTR here and also Team Secret. 2 of these teams, they have played yesterday as well. So they want to grind out like the final few games here for today. And to be exact, it's going to be 3 games more.
Yeah, but last Wrangle to go with the double Mirama to end and wrap our day 2 in week number 2. And also it's going to be 3 more maps to go for the groups coming out from C group. They have to make best of what they have right now.
Yes, and what we have best for all of you is the location of our grand finals. It will be in IOI City Mall, Malaysia. To be exact, the Grand Exhibition and Convention Center on level 3E. So plan your route, ladies and gentlemen. It will happen next Friday until Sunday. This is the venue that the trophy will be lifted, especially on Sunday. But of course, you don't want to focus only on Sunday. You want to follow the entire journey. Friday, next week, IOI City Mall.
Make sure you don't get lost. By the way, we know how huge that place is. And also, don't forget, tomorrow will be the best day ever for PUBG mobile players, because a huge update will be dropped with the new team mode, the Golden Dynasty. Well, also it's gonna be your beloved Floating Islands gameplay backs for it and makes a grand return, which gonna be tomorrow. So make sure you guys discover the breathtaking ruins of once a magnificent palace, where the long buried secrets of the Golden Dynasty await for your exploration. Yalla bina! There you go.
Oh, Yalla, I get it. What's Yalla Bila?
Bina.
Bina.
Bina means everybody. Yeah, Yalla Bina.
Yalla Bina to everyone. Okay. We got to get one of those voice packs in, right? Because it's like following the theme, you know. It'd be nice to have a choo-choo voice pack saying Yalla Bina to everyone every time you're on the game.
Hey, yeah, we haven't got our voice packs, man. That's not fair. Come on, PUBG Mobile. But so far, I mean, we hadn't got our boom yet. Sem9 not yet. Team Secret close enough. Not really. Alter Ego and Sem9. I mean, oh my god, what is going on?
Well, not gonna lie, I kinda had a hunch that I wanted to put TODAK before we started the show today.
Agree.
But you had the same thought, but then you're like, but yeah.
Can they really do it? But what can really be done is you guys checking out the latest TECNO, a brand that's fresh for us and also stop at nothing for you guys at PUBG Mobile and also players out there with the latest Boba 6 Pro 5G. You guys should check it out. I saw the trailer. It's amazing. If only we can get our hands on it, it will be more amazing, of course. Which they have 120Hz ultra smooth display, fast processor, and also gaming experience is going to be upgraded where it's now more responsive and lag free. So no more excuses by not getting those chicken dinners.
Well, we can't get our hands on it yet, but the players are getting their hands all in onto it. That's the phone that's currently being used on stage, ladies and gentlemen. And now we're coming back to the sights and not really sounds of the stage. So we have BTR, we have Team Secret on screen. These two teams, today is going to be their last day for the group stages before we count the scores.
Yep, just to check things out again and to update you guys, the team that we're playing last today in group stage is going to be Alter Ego RS, Talon Esports, MAQNA Esports. Hey, he's back. And CELCOMDIGI Alliance, TEM Entertainment, OSJA Thailand, Team Flash, and RRQ Ryu. Now, speaking of vampires who changed their lineup again, do you agree with this?
I mean, they're on the roll right now, and they have collected a good amount of points. So if they want to like put in or change their lineup, I think it's kind of okay. And plus, it's not like you change your lineup to unexperimented a player. I mean, it's been Torres, and I also have to point out the fact that it's been a long time since we see Torres like have that cheerful sort of mood.
Yeah, it's always Mormon. In that case, it's always Mormon.
He's cosplaying Mormon.
I agree. I mean, if Mormon and Victorious can bring this hype for the team, definitely they have better outcome possibly. But right now, I kind of feel 50-50 with this lineup change because we do know when it comes to Shreps, Nuzi, Tony K, and Nonza's lineup, this four seems to be better and more stable compared to yesterday we had Victorious and Mormon playing as well.
But let's see. It's yesterday we didn't get to see Torres at all, so he
Was
had
it?
he didn't play at all yesterday.
Sorry. Okay.
It was the same lineup, so he had the chance to like take a step back and just like look at everything. And of course, he's the IGL, so it's important for him to have a good view of what's gonna happen and what might he bring to the table later on. So let's see if they'll be able to continue the momentum, and I'm sure the fans will want to see a third chicken dinner.
I'm looking forward. I mean, so far, Dave is holding the title for this week with Triple Chicken, but when it comes to the fourth chicken, I mean, it's cutting short and time is running out. Hopefully, we can get a new record breaking as well. Even around 20 eliminations, we're still waiting for that for this week. But let's not waste any more time. We're going to head over to the last wrangle of today.
Last year wrangle for today, people. Let's see if Vampire Esports can fulfill your wishes of scoring a third chicken dinner and equalizing the amount of chicken dinners yesterday by the Xavier.
The Xaviers, they're definitely at the bench fidgeting and biting their nails and hoping that vampires won't steal that highlight from them. But when it comes to the vampires, I mean, they are pretty much safe to go to the Super Weekend for this week as we speak.
Oh yeah, now we'll definitely get to see them, right? So if they are able to qualify again, well, which is very, very likely, we're surely going to see them in the grand finals. It's not going to be a problem. Rule of thumb, basically, if you enter 2 times in the Super Weekend, you're pretty much through unless a major disaster happens. But of course, the journey is still ongoing for some of these teams. Looking at you, MAQNA Esports Club, because they're on page 3 and 3 more games to go.
Yeah, but I have one question though. You talk about rule of thumb, right? What happens if that person don't have a thumb?
Then it's hard for me to imagine how they are playing PUBG Mobile or even on PMSL.
That's lame, I know, but you know it's gonna be a different rule than a rule of index finger, possibly no more thumb. But we talked about the circle, and here we go. It feels very familiar. It's almost a common circle. and Ruins might be one of the best spots for them to take over, which FaZe already have hovering around that center area of Ruins.
But what interested me is that we have 3 teams inside of the mid to the base island, so that's kind of interesting to see if there will be a clash. But we're going to see an early clash at Linux and the OG Zuli here from New Era. 1v1.
We saw the filler videos before, which CELCOMDIGI Alliance said New Era is going to be the weakest team right now for their perspective. But will they prove otherwise? Because TODAK already proved BTR they're not the weakest down there today.
Yeah, even, okay, so if this is going to be one of the proving points, right? S12K versus DBS, not too bad. But, 2v1. Okay, backup is on its way. So it's going to be interesting, right? It could be a total team wipeout for New Era since they have everyone here now.
Oh, he saw the foot of the player just now. It's Zuli. I mean, the best person to be in this scenario would be Zuli. He's a really good player. We talked about him prior to this. He already knows where they are hanging out for the players of TALON right now. He's waiting around the window pane, waiting for the right time. Oh, he's being super smart with this. He got baited by Zuli.
He's just waiting at a corner, right? But nobody showed up. So it's still a stalemate now. No circle in this area. They are about 600 meters away from the circle. There's something for them to consider. Okay, Zuli goes in.
One.
Surprises Yoru.
Make it 2! Oh, no, he didn't make it. At least he got 1 on a knock, but the rest of Calvary is here for New Era, but they will just going away instead and trying to reposition from the outskirts. Barely have enough. There's going to be New Era challenging Talon, but hey, surprised he didn't check any corners, don't they?
Wheel going away. I guess they wanted to plant one player, which is Zilin on an off angle, or other players, but yeah, they didn't really like move in unison, if you ask me. But nevertheless, Wix is now down. We still have Nofal and Zilin, so a comeback could still happen.
Zilin using that VSS, managed to knock down one. Now it's changed over to the shotgun, but unfortunately it did not connect. Boy, chill. We talked about this guy way too many times now. Here comes the tabs. It was really rough to control the recoil just now with his rifles, but Boy Chill gonna just... He knows that he chipped down quite a number of hefty amount of HP on towards the side of New Era. Possibly last player here. It's down to this one particular player. Nofal say goodbye, and it's a no-no for him.
Okay. Calm down, people. Calm down, Talon. They lost one player in the process. Oh, no, they actually did not. They managed to save Yoru earlier. Okay, so perfect. 4 points for them. New Era, 0 points. Okay, 11th place, but tomorrow they're not playing. So a bit of a shaky situation for New Era.
Yeah, but they need to redeem themselves in the last Miramar map. If not, they're gonna have to say goodbye. Like I mentioned before, last week the minimum point will be around 60 points, I assume. So hopefully they still have what it takes when it comes to the last 2 map to get into the Super Weekend. But eyes on towards Newsy, who had that interview just now. He's not wearing his mascara, by the way, when he had that interview. But he will swap out with the one that we just spoke earlier on, which is going to be Vin Torres.
No wonder they sent Newsy for the interview. It's like, dude, you're not playing right. Go do some work, you know. Gotta earn your salary. Do the interview. Oh, MEC, they make a change as well. So Kim is taking a break. So yeah, at this point of time, MEC, they need to throw in the kitchen sink. Whatever it takes, just put it in.
Toilet, kitchen sink, shower, some oven in there. But speaking of oven, it seems like something is burning in there. It's going to be KAGENDRA versus Boom. Usually it's KAGENDRA taking the initiation, but this time Boom is eager to start it off really aggressive. Pombit with a cover 5 from the back, try to give some support from the back line, while KAGENDRA Casper will be going down quite early. Yummy May and the rest of teammates, one of them being knocked down, none of them being sacrificed yet.
Nice one by Pombit. Because of him, he got 2 from KAGENDRA. Lele Boy, or Mr. Catfish Boy. Well, Lele is translated as catfish, by the way, for our international audience. From the pan to the fire. BTR says, hey, looks like a 3 point.
Well, a catfish can swim. He can. It's not being fried yet.
I thought catfishes can swim, but okay. Definitely not the one that I had earlier.
Lele is actually the catfish, as in catfish, or the other catfish if we want to consider the other one.
Huh? What's the other catfish? Define, please.
I don't know.
We better move on before our producer gets in the chat.
Give another warning. Move on, guys. But we see that Pombit definitely is not happy about this. He's eager and committed to just take down that lullaby. Yeah, he's gonna swim over. He's gonna be fine, I guess. Unless he docked himself way too early, though.
Okay, but Pombit's waiting for it. Nah. He's like, we can give away 1 point. Or maybe not. Okay, if it goes there, then you know that he wants it. Oh, they want it. Okay, 2 players to catch a fish.
Really?
Uh-huh.
That much commitment? Oh, we have Voxy this time. Snape is out. I mean, I love Snape, but we get to see a different side of BTR perhaps with Voxy this time.
Yeah. So BTR today haven't had the best of days. Yesterday was okay for them. So I guess they just want to try to switch up their momentum or whatever strategies that they plan. We have another change as well. Okay, so Octa. Rocky is playing.
For me personally, other than Hans for you, Rosemary partner that we know that can actually do push himself to the brink or just getting himself another level of play is going to be Octa. I'm looking forward to see how Rocky actually will play that role. But speaking of Rosemary, do you think he's gonna... I mean, Satar has been requesting him in BTR.
Oh. I mean...
Would it be a really solid BTR if Rosemary happened to be jumping ships though?
Well, on paper, I think it looks great, but on reality, I think it's going to be too much, you know, like you have like too many, okay, it's like you have a lineup of like Galacticos, superstars, and then you have the problem of like, who are we going to put in?
I think we have best example here, that's going to be a Vampire.
Yeah, it's to the point that a player like Vin Torres takes a break.
Mormon takes a break. What do you mean?
Yeah, see, you like anyone takes a break, you'll be like, why are they taking a break? Well, if you have a whole lineup of superstars, you know, you can't play all of them.
Yeah, it's only 4. I mean, unless they're gonna, you know, push the number up into like what, 6 players to play out. That's gonna be a heavy map, of course. But yeah, that's the thing, Cloud. For me personally, right? I feel like it's a bit of, if you're the pro player that can actually play, but you're being benched out. You're the superstar player, but you're being benched out because there's so many superstars. Won't your hand get itchy? Won't you get frustrated for that?
I'll ask the first question. Am I still being paid? If I am, then I'll be like, okay, I'll take care of the food, guys. Don't worry. When you leave the stage, food is ready. Nobody's gonna steal your food. I'll be the food security guy.
The thing is, you get cold, you know? You get cold with your skills. You get rusty if you're not playing and being exposed as these high levels as much as you hope for if you're not in the main starters.
Oh, I thought when you say you'll get cold, it's like the food will get cold. That's why I'm the food security guy. You know, I'll make sure that it's nice and warm when you come out, you know.
Oh, if only life is as carefree as you think, as the pro players can feel that way. If only.
Oh, yeah. And that's why they're playing, and that's why we are here just talking about them playing and giving them dialogues that they probably won't say.
But hey, getting food warm by yourself, but the rest of pro players gonna have it cold, it's not bad either. But it's just the thing, you know, you know you got the skills, but you're not able to play.
It's okay. I'll keep the food warm. I know, right? As long as I'm being paid.
Oh, wow. Speaking of money, but the money will run now if Talon lose Yoru here, because Yoru, we haven't seen the best of him just yet.
Yeah, Yoru, one of the, if you ask me, he's one of the highlight players, especially during his days in Morph GPX. He moved to Talon and he was still performing, but this season is the least that I've seen of Yoru.
Yeah, I remember most when he was in Morph was because his hair. He got the
Oh.
smiley behind his hair. That was really cool, by the way. But not so cool if you're not happening under the spotlight or not doing too much work compared to the previous season. And we saw the change of the win when it comes to the circle and shifting all the way towards the right side of the map, which majority of the players will have to go through that bridges on top of the north of ruins. That's going to be some choke points up there.
Oh, but VOIN Donkey has to go through BTR. They got Mr. Pede, Federales, and the rest of BTR right now falling apart. Voxy got knocked down and eliminated by Zeta. Looking for the other members of BTR. We still have Crazy. He is getting away, splitting up with Satar.
Zeta. Oh, they got himself an upgrade of loot for now. VOIN Donkey. I know there are some fans out there shouting out for the donkeys, but the donkeys are doing great for now, but not so much for TODAK after they got themselves some chicken having a taste. And now they're down to, what, like 3 players? But worst condition is going to be KAGENDRA. KAGENDRA, the teams that really love early fights so much. And only left with Lullaboy, who tried to swim over and finally survived, but have to face again another fish. TODAK.
Oh yeah, Mr. Fish actually is alone now. Okay, who's going to be the bigger fish right now? The TODAK or the Lele? As they come in, 3v1, and who needs guns when you have needs?
Yep, there goes the catfish. Finally eliminated. But unfortunately, it's going to be New Era that ended up with a 0. But KAGENDRA, progress-wise, they got 1 point, but not so much for their first day here. Vampire is taking on Alter Ego. Rosemary is down, and Rocky May. Can he fill in the shoes now?
Here comes the substitute player. Immediately knocked down by another substitute player, which is Vin Torres. Shrubs will finish up the job, claiming the point for Vampire Esports. Now on a chase to find the rest of Alter Ego Alpha. We shift over to Talon.
Sakura running around the windows, trying to go against Talon by himself, and the rest of the cavalry just arrived. Talon, they thought he's going to be a 3v1. They were surprised with the rest of the backup that just arrived. Joker coming in very late, chasing the tails of Axel. Axel taking a bit of a hike up there towards the Mushroom Tower, and Joker caught himself in quite a tough position, yeah, in a very small shack. There's another team looking through. It's going to be Boom, but for the side of Joker, at least this time he's not being eliminated early.
Oh yeah, that chase will be another point for eArena. But looks like they are not done yet. We have Sem9 now coming in. They want to be the third party. They will not allow eArena to lick their wounds. They're trying to continue the pressure on. But Kenny, who extended his stay, knocked down. They traded it back with Tiger X. And now the rest of eArena. They're falling apart. Only left with Joker. Joker saving Sakura.
Oh, he needs time and space. Sem9 for already cook up the nade. Mika's bleeding out. Kenny barely hanging on. He needs to save Kenny, but Kenny will be sacrificed for nothing here. Oh, he's going straight for Mika first. Kenny, sorry. I guess, you know, Firen kind of favors Mika over you for now. But on the side of eArena, I think he can actually pick up both players now.
He can, because Firen is taking his time. Okay, did that need land inside? No. So Firen, Mika, resetting, continue to put pressure. Oh, nade onto Firen by Joker. This guy is the one that's having the last laugh.
Yeah, usually he's the one being eliminated first. This time he will survive the longest. Now he will finish off Firen, and Joker will try to take down, and Mika it is. It's going to be Joker taking the clutch out, saving the day of the entirety of eArena.
Oh, now we have Team Secret against VOIN Donkey with Potato and Mr. IGL currently down. Will we finish off by break? VOIN Donkey looks like they are still losing this fight, but they also have to be aware that other teams are around them as well. Team Secret trying to find that angle. Well, BTR, guys, taking a dip.
I mean, they can play it quiet here. If they cross over the street, there's TODAK waiting at the other end. So for BTR, it's pretty much the center of the circle right now. But do they want to pick over VOIN Donkey, or they wait it out till Team Secret try to push into its VOIN Donkey, or even Tam Entertainment? It's going to be a 4-way war if any of those 3 teams will start to engage.
Oh, speaking about engagement, we might see another engagement here between Team Flash and MAQNA Esports Club. MAQNA playing with 3 players. And the crash in! The Toms! Who actually got it? It didn't appear. Okay. Alright, interesting. Anyway, it went to Hasbi. Some invisible force actually got that knock.
Now, he was actually run down by a vehicle, and that was a very small space for him to run through, and he managed to get through it. I'm surprised he can actually get through without getting stuck. But for MAC Tom, trying to do what he can with almost entirely shredded his vest here. It's going to be only 3 players left on MEC. Lantu, who just up in, finish off quite quickly. While FaZe Clan now have to face confrontation against eArena. Joker coming in from the back. Can Joker do it again this time?
Oh, NC2 knocked down by Yummy from afar. They have to recover quickly. Canary nade 3 touch. Okay. Somebody's gonna get something checked here. But anyway, they try to recover again. They knock down Joker. FaZe Clan now on a reset, but eArena, they still have Sakura. Sakura now within the smoke, 40% of health left. Make that 10% of health. Sakura, if he cannot heal up, it's going to be a big disaster for him. There you go.
Yeah. The moment Kanari smoke himself and just toss that nade, we know it's going to be the end for eArena just now. Unfortunately, it was a great run, but it was a fast run. It is a fast run for this last map of Erangel. 9 teams left at stage number 5, while Pombit cooking up another. It's going to be Kanari for the next target. Yummy may come out from the flank side. Let's finish off the job easily by 2 players of Boom.
Wow, okay. Speed is turning up right now. We're seeing a lot of eliminations. Pombit just got knocked, a long-range knock from the outer side. Now they're trying to recover him. They have to do it quick before the teams come by. But for MAQNA Esports Club, unfortunately eliminated at number 8 with 3 elimination points.
The circle. It's gonna be a river circle. It's right in between the 2 sides of circle. Is it gonna be north side or south side of the circle? More players on the southern side. We have like 4 teams down there, 3 teams on the north, and the furthest one away is gonna be Team Flash. They're way far from the rest of the team that's still engaging in the battle. But for Team Flash, I mean, if they take their sweet time, it's gonna be a-okay for them. The one that furthest away and will be smothered by the blue is gonna be Tam Entertainment. They need to get out.
But the one that doesn't need to get out yet is going to be BTR. They are going to enjoy the cool water while other teams cancel each other, and they will continue to collect replacement points. Say hello to Tam Entertainment, who has arrived around the area. In front of them is going to be VOIN Donkey and also Team Secret. And VOIN Donkey, they know that Tam is there.
For BTR though, they've been staying there for quite some time. Satar and Risey has been hovering around with the vehicles, but Yummy may spot them now. Oh, Yummy May, you nasty, nasty sneaky guy. He knows exactly what they're thinking about. They've been screaming against each other for the longest time between these 2 teams, so they know exactly what's going on the other side of the end. But for Tam Entertainment, they know where Boom was shooting just now, so they're aiming for the same direction, but couldn't find any target.
Well, target Zeta found one. Frankie managed to evade that, and they counter fire back on the Zeta just to push him back in and switch his attention to Tam Entertainment. He's just taking care of both sides for now, just to make sure that if any team were to crash in, that will be the priority team for them to take out.
Oh, it's so suffocating to see so many players at the same corner down here. VOIN Donkey sharing with Team Secret just next to each other. We have Tam Entertainment at the back as well. Team Secret trying to flush out the rest of Tam Entertainment, while VOIN Donkey seems to be stuck in between these 2 teams. We're still waiting for BTL to come out, but they're still in hiding. Zeta of VOIN Donkey fired back, tried to give them whatever they deserve on the side of none other than Tam Entertainment and also Team Secret at the same time. But they were running dry of their resources pretty quick as Bright managed to knock down on Vaxi.
Shine bright like a diamond. There you go. This is time for them to probably go in. But they might as well wait for the circle, see how it goes. Where will it be? Mostly on the northern side, and TODAK is in the middle.
And TODAK seems to be having more advantage when it comes to covering and trying to take control of the circle. But Flash, on the other hand, how do they approach this? Do they go to Boom or do they go to TODAK straight away into the center? Whilst we're still looking at the battle between VOIN, Donkey, Team Secret and Tam Entertainment still ongoing. Zeta barely clinging on as the last player is standing. Razak bleeding out, and that's going to be it. VOIN, Donkey eliminated. Next target for Team Secret is going to be Tam Entertainment.
Team Secret coming in, and they have to make it quick. 10 more seconds before the zone starts to close. Team Secret resetting themselves, looting at the same time. While Team Flash on the other side, trying to get the location points. They fire onto Tem Entertainment. Almost Zeus got his target.
Where's so Zip is right across Zeus just now. Couldn't spot him out due to that one big rock in between, but Razy spot him now. It's gonna be Goff. Knocked down with one grenade. Razy, you foxy player. More of a very fishy player here. Not giving away his position at all. Just coolly as cool as cucumber, sitting in his vehicle, waiting things out while things get resolved for Team Secret and Tem Entertainment.
Foxy, fishy, lele, everything in. It's just like my milkshake brings all the animals to the yard. Tem Entertainment. Yeah, let's not dissect that. Well, before we have to move on, and the producer will remind us. Team Secret, here we go. GK
kind of stuck in between now. He's cornered down, but frame taken out by Zeus. Thanks Team Flash for giving such opportunity for the side of Team Secret to fight back against Tem Entertainment. They're being aided unconsciously by Team Flash. Young T giving a bit of a pressure of those actually around it, just at the edge of the shoreline. And it's going to be Tem Entertainment taken down by two teams at the same time. Team Flash as well as Team Secret. Now Razy! No, they don't work anymore, brother. No way you're going to play that game.
That's it. Now, focus is on the Team Secret. Boom Esports trying to get something out of this. GK will be eliminated by Real from TODAK. It's going to be another point in the hands of TODAK this time. On mid from the side angle, trying to land their shots. Random taps into the smoke. They still can pick up Drang, and they should be able to reset. But now, the biggest problem for Team Secret is actually, how are you going to cross this river?
I mean, they can wait it out and wait for the guns to start shooting for Boom and TODAK, even Team Flash on the other side. Now they have to wait it out. If they want to cross over now, it's going to be too big of a risk, since the eyes of Boom's frenzy watching them very closely, and they have no clue where the exact whereabouts of the Team Secret players due to the smokes they just popped out. But the taps coming up from Real will also pressure TODAK and as well as Boom, now all focused towards the side of Team Secret. This is great opportunity for Team Flash to catch them from behind, but unfortunately time is not on their side for Team Secret. They have to swim over.
It's like they have this truce, right? Like everyone looks at Team Secret because they're the easiest target right now. They're currently in the water. Okay, praying hard that they're not cut down. Frankie did not make it.
Why did you jump, Frankie? You don't have to jump just now. It was so obvious. But Lynx, yeah, they can one by one get fished out by these guys. Now they're having a great time. It is going to be a truce, I agree. There's some sort of agreement. Hey, let's just focus on the teams that's still swimming, guys. They can't do a thing. But for Break, he managed to docked up. Noma, he will just show himself. It's going to be the end. We do know how many eyes is actually watching. Yeah, there you go. Trunks down. Almost down. He will drown himself. And it's down to Break. Can he just docked himself?
Or maybe he does not need to. Like, maybe he could just play by the really by the edge of this circle. Maybe, just maybe, right? Because if he docks his that's it. You know, look at this. Even Frenzy is coming in.
Both, all three teams just aiming for one break. Give this one particular guy a break, guys. It's 1v what? 1v maybe like 10 people now.
Oh.
But Lynx taking advantage of Zero. He's being too reckless and eager. Did not know the fact that all the other teams are eyeing up to a side of Break as well. Now Break, this is an opportunity he will not miss to just heal himself back up.
Oh, and Break denied away the point. So no points for anyone. Sorry guys, as much as you wanted him, but yep, he'll keep his point to himself. Now it's either Boom Esports, Team Flash, or TODAK for the chicken dinner after the restart. And so far, the one that's in the middle of the circle is going to be TODAK.
But the problem that we had before is where you are indoors, you barely get any information what's happening on the outside. So TODAK, they barely got too much of information regarding where Team Flash and Boom are.
Yeah, that's like the cons of it, right? But they are making the best out of their situation. They got Zeus from Team Flash. Okay, and Zeus is kind of far away from his other teammates. The closest one is going to be Baus, but Young T is on his way. They will want to save Zeus for the final bow.
Real locked into the side of the players have been knocked down. Zeus will be the next target, the Young T2. But TODAK, can they hold their grounds here? So far, it feels like the momentum carried forward into this map as well. But Boom, surprised by Baus from the flank. The off angle, he did not see this one coming. Baus taking a lock onto the side of Boom Frenzy. Now he's trying to just take another player of TODAK down. But the thing is, it's a three-way war. Yummy May got startled and surprised by that explosion.
The circle stage is still favors TODAK right in the middle of it. Now Zeus crosses the road. Gilisul won't help much in this sort of situation, but it could be helpful after he managed to cross it. While Young T just distracts TODAK from shooting him down. Right now, TODAK is still in the driver's seat based on the circle, but if two teams come to them at the same time, it could change.
Oh, Young T, he doesn't have any more reserve bullets here. That's gonna be the end. I don't know if he got anything to pick up from any boxes laying around, but his ammunition is pretty much emptied out entirely. If M416 is gonna be the last reserve and last bullet of magazine that he has on him. For Baus on the other end, they're gonna keep pushing forward, and now being boxed in, it's gonna be TODAK. Left, right, center, the grenades flying in, and TODAK being smothered by those hand grenades.
As much as they got the circle and the compound, but then again, this is a nightmare situation for TODAK. Two sides, nades raining in, and TODAK, they have to recover while the smoke is still active. Nade after nade into the warehouse. This nade could knock another player out of TODAK. Man, how are they going to defend this? Okay, Pombe is getting closer and closer too.
There's one corner just next to it. He knows there's somebody around the corner. He heard those footsteps. Pombit is eager to get in, but he's a bit worried about those flying nades out of the other side of the map here. Now Pombit, switch over to UMP, try to scout out the rest of TODAK. Where are they? They block themselves the entrance, and Frenzy scout them out. He knows exactly where they're at. Cleon will fight back. He will not go down easily. Toss another nade with a zigzag manner as well. And Cleon tried to save Real as much as he can, but it's just too difficult.
Oh, and Zeus needed Yummy. Okay, that could be a lifeline here for Cleon. Yummy eliminated by Zeus. And another knockdown. This time it's going to be Frenzy. Fell to the hands of Zeus. This is the time for Team Flash to execute their plan.
Now, for Team Flash, they do have slightly better numbers. It's going to be 2v2v1 with Boom last player remaining, Pombit just now. While Bose will revive his teammate, which going to be a huge advantage in this case for Team Flash. Closer and closer to getting those chicken dinner. But for TODAK, they managed to reset as a 2 as well. But Cleon don't have! What a nade by Real! 2 down at a discount.
Woohoo! What a nade there! 1 nade, 4-2. That is a major discount, like what you said. And now it's going to be only Zeus for Team Flash. It's going to be hard for him to save his other teammates. Real will want to pick up those points. He got 1 out of Young T. And right now, it might come back down to TODAK to score the chicken dinner again.
I mean, it's going to be a double back-to-back chicken for TODAK if they manage to score this one really close to getting it. But the problem is, resources-wise, they have almost nothing. Cleon do have a lot of UMPs reserved, but other than that, their rifles pretty much emptied out, dried completely. Pombit only with his UMP, and the rifles do have some, just slightly a bit more juice. But Zeus, like it or not, time is not on his side. Now, they managed to finish on all bows. Team Flash down to only 1 player. It's going to be 2v1v1.
That's tough K for Zeus. Close quarters combat. One of the best weapons, but Cleon, he does have DVS in his other hand. Right now, they know where Pombit is at, but because the vehicle's at the door, they cannot look for Pombit. So let's see, where would he go? If they step out, it's going to be Zeus. Okay, here comes Zeus! That's okay. 1 knockdown.
1v1v1 is Mexican fight between these 3 players here. All representing themselves, but Zeus will have to go down. Versus TODAK versus Boom Pombit. Who?
Whoa! What a big comeback here for TODAK! At the final moment, he could have went either way. He could have went Boom Esports. He could have went TODAK, but real is the real deal.
I think this is the first time at Chicken Dinner that I personally witnessed everybody die.
Oh man.
It's down to the millisecond of whose bullet is just slightly triggered faster. Both of them died at the last minute, but the last bullet hit a bit later on Todak's side. They were so close.
Oh man, it was really down to reflex, right? The microseconds, like how you said. Oh, and finally it is TODAK to score it. Oh man, 2 chicken dinners back to back for TODAK, a team that must no nego to get in the Super Weekend.
Wow, I mean, looking at the trailer and the filler during the break just now, BTR, I mean, you have to take back your word saying TODAK seems to be the weakest lineup in this season. They just showed themselves and everybody else they can score their chicken back to back just like Vampire did early today.
Oh man, at this moment was insane there. By Real, the real deal. 7 eliminations by Real. This guy, he's carrying TODAK this round. A total of 9 eliminations for TODAK with another chicken dinner. This is 19 points for them.
7 eliminations by Real himself. My god, that was massive, massive run of TODAK. And you know what? After the break, they are getting better.
That's absolutely right. Like, this is arguably an even harder chicken dinner for them to score, and yet they're still able to come up with it. Imagine how difficult it is for them in that warehouse earlier on, surviving 2 teams onto them at the same time, but still able to come up with the chicken dinner at the very last moment with Real's brilliance. It's definitely one of a kind for TODAK. The chicken dinner that they truly need to lock in a spot in the Super Weekend. Let's check out the highlights here.
I have to give it to Real. That was big plays, man. He didn't die, by the way. He prone down twice with the same tactic against 2 different players. And that 2 knockdown with 1 grenade make a huge turnaround against Team Flash when they were being cornered down. That was all Real doing so much work just now.
Yeah, that was so real of him, right? To bring the chicken dinner for TODAK. And look at their full squad time. 10 minutes, 54 seconds. The lowest as compared to the other top 4 teams. Boom Esports, Team Flash, and also Team Secret. But still able to come up with this chicken dinner. Man, it's 2 back-to-back for TODAK now. And we can basically crown them as the kings of Erango for today.
Yeah, it feels like the trend here today, Cloud, where we have 2 teams dominating the first 4 maps of the day. Like yesterday, CELCOMDIGI Alliance and then Xavier. So far, just 2 teams that seem to be dominating. You have Vampires and TODAK, and Real, well deserving. Twice today, he got himself the MVP in the last map as well. So we found our TODAK key player now.
Oh yeah, if it's not the MVP, I'm out of here. I mean, qualitative performance, the numbers show it, and Real is up here again for the second time around as the MVP for today. And besides Real, of course, we got to check out the points, and that's where it all matters. 19 points for TODAK, Boom Esports 13 points, Team Flash 12, Team Secret 10. So that's the double-digit club. We have eArena and Vampire Esports. No rank points, no problem to be on page 1.
But from Vampires, they barely got any rank points there. Mostly maybe because they are aiming for the eliminations with 5 points down there. But unfortunately, Alter Ego ended with nothing.
None for Alter Ego, none for New Era. Slightly scary for Alter Ego, but whatever it is, they still have tomorrow though. And here we have the overall rankings. Okay, on the top, it's not going to change for now, but we have the biggest mover on page number 1. That's going to be Team Secret, now knocking on the door for that podium spot.
Close enough. All they need is just slightly more with 2 more maps to go. I mean, it's doable. They have 2 more maps to go and 2 more matches, and that's going to be the last run for today for Vampires, Team Secret, and TALON. All they need to do is just secure 60 points and above, and they are halfway through this Super Weekend. But not the case for TAM Entertainment as well as New Era. I mean, they're slowly being pushed down.
Yeah, it's getting scary for New Era. They must get into the Super Weekend as well. But on the page 3, the page that nobody wants to be in, MAQNA Esports Club, still the only team on page number 3 that have played 10 games. They have 2 more games to come up with that insane performance to survive, to be in this Super Weekend.
Personally, I don't think they can make it anymore unless if they start to play a bit safer for their placement point. That's where they are lacking right now. But I love this comparison. I mean, Vampires and TODAK, 2 different species of land and water animals for the logo. But when it comes to their performance, we have to give it more to us Vampires. They're more consistent compared to TODAK, but TODAK, a huge comeback compared to last week.
Yeah, and that's what's important, right? It's you're able to come back because if we talk about like the stakes, it's higher for TODAK, no doubt. And if you just join us for whatever reason, today we are only watching 2 teams. We are basically playing PDM. It's a 4v4, and it's between Vampire Esports and TODAK.
Yeah, we're waiting for another flag waving up there. Either it's coming up from the Indonesian side or will it be the Vietnam region too. I mean, we're waiting for these 2 regions to come up because yesterday we had a lot of Xaviers hailing from the Vietnam region. Vampires, yesterday they don't have any chicken, but today they're coming back super strong. But what's coming up strong for you guys is going to be this.
The latest update that will be rolled out tomorrow in conjunction with the 7th anniversary of PUBG Mobile. And with this update, it is called the Golden Moon event. It features the Times token that you can gain in-game, and you can redeem it for a Camo Super Fan set for free. And you also have the Desert Boat as well. And this, of course, again, in conjunction with the 7th anniversary, the birthday of PUBG Mobile. Download it tomorrow. What time will it be? Well, don't ask us, right? Just log in somewhere tomorrow and you'll receive an update inside the game.
Yeah, don't forget a hashtag as well if you already downloaded for tomorrow PUBGM 370, Golden Moon 2025 and PUBG Mobile. Don't forget to hashtag, of course. But you guys saw the filler just now. I think you guys are very familiar, very nostalgic when it comes to Alan Walker music collaboration before and now he's coming back to celebrate with us the 7th year anniversary music collaboration, which is going to be the musical genius, the legendary DJ Alan Walker back with us with Faded will be the first track. I think if you guys happen to be during the first ever season of PMCO for PUBG Mobile Esports, then you know what track number 2 and number 3 will be.
Yeah, tons of throwbacks, right? And that's going to be a theme for this 7th anniversary, ladies and gentlemen. So update tomorrow and you get to see all these goodies inside the game. Speaking about goodies, 2 more games to go, 2 more chicken dinners, 2 more goodies for these teams. Will we see other than Vampire Esports or TODAK right now, because it's just their show?
I mean, if both teams scored triple chicken in a day, oh my.
Wow. Yeah, it's only TDM, right? We're watching TDM, PMSL TDM edition.
Oh man, we should have predicted TODAK when our instinct been calling it out for them. But we were like looking at the last week performance, we're thinking like,
yeah. But it's nice that they're proving us wrong. Not gonna lie there, not gonna lie. So great work, TODAK, great work. But we are gonna absolutely switch up the map after this. We're gonna jump into the Dustin map of Miramar after this. And you did put out a theory that Thai teams do love their Miramar, so maybe we might come back to Vampire after this. But those are the theories that we discussed yesterday. Today, we've seen a different momentum. Might see a different team. I don't know. Anything can happen, right? Maybe you guys can tell us in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. We'll keep an eye on your answers as we jump into Miramar.
2 more maps to go, and it's going to be the second last map, but the first Miramar of today when it comes to day 2, week number 2. Now, we do have a bit slanted flight path, more favored on the west side, cutting across Jumasera, and will cut across La Dilera and Monte Nuevo, and ended up around the outskirts of Alpozo. But the teams that want to drop themselves in Campo Militar, that's going to be a long journey for them.
Oh yeah, all the way up north. And a potential clash with anyone while they try to grab their vehicles. So yeah, all those potentials that might happen. Since we have this kind of flight path, I want to keep an eye on to maybe Jumasera or Picado to see whether we might see an early clash. We did see one of those yesterday in Jumasera, so there's always that possibility since those are hot spots.
Yeah, and the other hotspot is going to be the very south of Los Leones, where it's not being named yet. Maybe you can shift over Minas de Valle around that area, you know, because Minas de Valle, Chumasera, and Valdemar are pretty close to next to each other. So you could just shift over Minas de Valle to all the very south of Los Leones, which everybody know that there's a lot of circles in the last few seasons happen to be there. But it's all about the first circle here, and we do know, I personally first become a big fan of Ventores back in 2020 or 2019, 2020 or 2021 was because how Ventores played back in the days in this particular map. He was so great at it.
I thought that you were going to say that I personally love this circle and join the Contra Club.
Can you not?
Okay.
Can you? The door is that way. Get out.
Oh yeah. I forgot where the door is. It's been a while.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll probably just have Contra here to cast this one because I have a bad feeling about this circle.
Yeah, he can solo cast it. It's fine. He loves it so much.
But I have a feeling, right? We might actually not. Hopefully, it's not going to be the urban warfare. If I see that crane right on top of Los Leones for the last few circles, I'm done.
The door is that way.
Thanks. But high chance it's going to be the very south. I feel like it's going to be that very south. You know, that uneven terrain, very slope of hill, a lot of high mountains, and then there's so many, you know, difficult driveway for the players too, where Alter Ego dropped himself early on. There might be a chance we might end it up there.
Yeah, I prefer that kind of circle, not gonna lie, right? Not only because it's not an urban circle, but it's also because like how difficult the circle is for the players. They probably hate it, but for us it's like, yeah, we want to see how you do it, and that's what makes the competition fun.
For me, it's just because not the urban circle. And Snape is back and Voxy's out. I mean, Voxy just have one map. That guy didn't even warm up yet. Come on, give him a break.
Yeah, he didn't. We got it on screen, but it wasn't much that he did, and they got eliminated early. And we also have. I guess there's not enough water for the fish.
Yeah, but he was doing great just now for Lele Boy. He survived long enough for the team to get some placement points, you know.
True. I don't know. Maybe it's just the water situation. That's the only explanation, right?
True, maybe. Too dry for the catfish to survive.
Ooh, speaking about survival, Ichan, okay. MEC, 4 players, 1 vehicle.
Oh,
KAGENDRA.
Surprise! Motherfucker. And there you go. Ajul been knocked back down. But Hasby, they need to get back in the vehicle. I mean, they're passing by 2 players of KAGENDRA. This is the thing about KAGENDRA, right? They just really love to get into the heads of other for no reason. They always love to pick fights like, fight me, that kind of gesture, you know, it's like for no reason.
Yeah, when if we look at like this situation, right, it's like KAGENDRA, you don't need to be there. Yeah, it's not in the circle. It's Miramar, like people will be focusing on to getting vehicles, and they're just randomly here and okay, I think they were waiting for they saw the vehicle down there. They were waiting for somebody to come get the vehicle, and so happened it was MEC, and they thought that okay, we can get something out of it. So it was really random by KAGENDRA, right?
It kind of reminded me that happened last season too, when they tried to bait players with vehicles. I forgot which team was it, but it was a really good one. It was right at Miramar as well. But the thing is, I get what KAGENDRA is trying to pull out. They're trying to set up a trap, but the position they have between the players were way too far to give any of each other support fire. It's impossible, right?
Yeah, I guess so. In that kind of situation, right? So it's maybe it just happened that time, but at least so far now they're doing way better, I guess.
But yeah, for KAGENDRA, hopefully it won't actually decapitate them that much by losing 1 player. It still cost them plenty to lose 1 player this early. But for the teams that's way deep in the blue zone, it's gonna be eArena. That's way far. Last time we saw them around Trailer Park. So they might actually take some sweet time to get into the circle. Knowing the fact that circle is a bit too far, might as well just take their own time to just compound hopping and find themselves some loot to work around, rather than just go straight into the circle with nothing on their hands.
Definitely true, since it's the biggest map of them all in PUBG Mobile Esports. Well, speaking about a big map, right? So in the update, which is coming soon,
Vikendi?
Yeah, there is an update of a new map, which is Rondo. So Rondo, if it comes in, then it's going to be the biggest map of all. It's bigger than Miramar. But whether it will be in PUBG Mobile Esports, well, we don't know about that yet. But I'm very much open, very much okay to see a new map.
I miss Vikendi. The dinosaur park, the maze, especially the maze part. But we're gonna have to wait whether Vikendi will be back or not, or just permanently never gonna exist anymore. On the side of New Era, they spotted a couple of players right across them. I think it's gonna be team secret perhaps just now. They managed to take some, put out some damage, but due to the distance, I don't think anything gonna happen. It's a bit ambitious here for them to try to take this fight with this kind of angle.
Yeah, and with this kind of terrain at this stage, probably not the best situation yet. And you don't really need to force those fights. There's still a lot of space, so you don't need to risk putting yourself in a situation that you could probably end up at number 16 when you don't really need to. So yeah, it's okay to let that one go for now.
There's so many teams in the blue zone. Let me count around 5 of them. And EA, NC2 again, spotted out Tam Entertainment. Is it during the migration or is it just happen to be bumping into each other? Yep, they are migrating in the same direction. Right through La Dilera here. They happen to be walking in the same direction and moving in the same place, which is going to be Chumacero, I think, where they hope for their entry. But it's going to be tough because the moment both teams, they are still fighting against each other. The moment they get into Chumacero, it's going to be Sam9 probably waiting on those high grounds.
And looking at the circle. Okay. We're going towards the high ground. Just saying. We're going towards that. Just saying. Okay. And that's where.
Don't say it.
Yeah,
it's too early.
Okay. Calm down, people. Calm down. But the teams, at least they're telling themselves that, okay, guys, let's go to high ground. Circle will go there. Okay. That's them.
Still 50-50. I don't believe in this circle yet. The circle always prank us or make us disappointed in the very last minute. But with the airdrop that I think dropping around Patona, I think maybe it's going to be on the south. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But it's going to be quite centralized for the players on the edges of right on the outskirts of Chumacero. In between Los Leones and Chumacero, this is going to be very concentrated when it comes to the colors of the teams.
Oh yeah, and that's where we'll see a lot of action. And that's of course fun for us. For them, well, it's for themselves to figure out. Some teams, of course, they wouldn't mind the opportunity to gain points, MEC. But some teams, they'll be like, okay, we're pretty cool. Okay, we can last a little bit more longer and show up towards the end of the stage. So that's fine. Teams like BP, obviously. Look at their gap between them and Team Secret now. That's like a 42-point gap.
Yeah, and the ones that's not playing on the second, third place is going to play tomorrow. But for Vampires, I mean, they definitely want to take the lead, try to break into a triple digit here, over 100 mark if they can, because they do know that these Avies and CELCOMDIGI Alliance probably gonna cut across the points if they don't put it out with a bang when it comes to wrapping up the day here for their run of this week group stage. Federalis, I'm looking forward for his performance, honestly, for Federalis this season.
Yes, he did very well last week. This week we haven't seen the best in comparison to last week. I'm just doing the Asian that now. But speaking about the best, let's see if we can get the best out of FaZe Clan now. They are falling apart to the hands of KAGENDRA.
Duke is down as well. It's gonna be down to Kanari. John, Casper next, healing up, but Kanari try to push forward. They're losing man here. KAGENDRA down to only 2 players left. 1 knockdown. Casper has to shield this by himself, taking a huge responsibility. He has to sacrifice it, Chan. There's no way he can save him now, but prepare himself with a shotgun. It's gonna be 2v1 situation. Tam Entertainment is waiting outside as well. Sorry, it's BTR waiting at the outside. It's gonna be them cleaning up the mess between KAGENDRA and FaZe Clan at this point.
Ooh, you asked for Federalis. He's on the move right now. Mr. Fede has arrived. He's waiting for the right moment, waiting for the commotion to continue on, but he's not gonna wait. He does not have the patience and unfortunately punished for it.
Kanari still hanging on. Barely can get out. How to get out? He got himself stuck in between this crossfire. Now KAGENDRA rush into FaZe. And now BTR is the one winning over because they just box in these 2 teams at the same time. It's going to be a huge Thanksgiving day for them. Aichan is down. Now reversing the hand grenade. They managed to knock down on 1, so Ty's on the ground bleeding out. Kanari still fighting for his life and managed to still clean up 1 play of BTR. Score himself 2 eliminations by now. KAGENDRA eliminated instead. Kanari, on the other hand, is doing such a great clutch by himself.
Okay, I'm holding my breath right now. I'm the edge of my seat. I'm clutching my legs. He goes in. 7 bullets and a dream now with his S12K. Kanari goes up to the second floor. The smoke's still active. That will buy him a bit of time to heal, but he don't have time. He went down. He got crazy. 1 more to go. But then again, it is Snape, ladies and gentlemen, the master of dark arts, to deny him the clutch.
Kanari really did make them a bit of a run for their money when it comes to 2 players knocked down, but Tam, and now Tam Entertainment versus Boom, going straight in frame. What was he thinking, going in like that without thinking twice? Not even a backup in that case. Boom had 2v1 just now. That was willingly giving his body away.
Perhaps the spur of the moment, right? Well, Fearon didn't have a spur of the moment, but he got the spur from Joker. And that's going to be a nade down. And one more to go. Sent on the side of Kenny. Premature explosion did not damage Kenny, but now Kenny's being chased down. Kenny fights past the Joker.
And as the Valley heated up, Sam9 still gonna fight back. But eArena seems to be on their peak performance here right now. Tiger tried to finish it off, but never mind that. We have Traxy to save the day, and the rest of this is gonna be history for EA. And Sam9 will live in as a 4 again.
Mr. IGL leading by example to save the team. Sam9 is back here, ladies and gentlemen. As for MAQNA Esports Club looking for their way to get into the circle, from our view, there's another team on their right. Okay, we gotta see a replay again on what exactly happened with Federales and the BTR's fight.
A canary happened. Canary happened. Oh, it was so close. It was so close for Canary. It's gonna be a big, super big clutch if he actually done that.
Yeah, he should have learned his hocus pocus to try to overcome the master of dark arts, Snape. I guess we looks like the bad guy won this time.
I think that's why they swap Snape back in, because that's just how crucial when it comes to a CQC like that. Snape has it better. But when it comes to the circle, well, Tam just now surprised by the sudden attack, left with only one player left, which is going to be SOZip. While the teams that's not inside the circle coming up from the northern side on the outskirts of Chumasira, it's going to be BTR and TODAK. Between these two, only one will live.
And unfortunately, can't say the same for 9. Cleon got knocked down as well. And now again, it's going to be Snape, the final player for BTR. He has to put on a win against the double MVP Real. He sent across, Real down to 50% of health. And Snape comes in with SOK, dances around, and again, Mr. MVP keeping it real.
I mean, that's gonna be a really spicy comeback, because TODAK, if you remember the Fearless videos before, BTR stated that TODAK seems to be the weakest lineup right now in this season. And it seems like they swallowed back their own words with TODAK wiping them out just now.
Then that's the way to do it, right? Like, prove it on the battleground. But both Tam was proving himself as well. Nice spray there to get one target. The rest of MEC, they are not in the circle yet. The zone is putting pressure onto them from behind. Team Seeker will be the one next to block them out. Rosemary steals away a point, taking a break.
Team Secret have to deal with two teams at the same time. It's going to be MEC and Alter Ego at the same time here. Team Secret, they got sandwiched between MEC and Alter Ego. They managed to knock down on Mikhail for Trung, but he has to be aware that there's two more players right across the other side. Now for Trung, there's only one player left for him to have to help him. It's going to be GK, which is a bit too far across the other side of the street. So for the side of Trung, he has to deal with MEC all by himself. For Tom, on the other hand, now,
sorry, but
what's the point of?
I guess he was just doing his weights. You know, today is like maybe shoulder day or something. So yeah,
just for 2 seconds.
This is what we call fake hope, right? You know, something that I've experienced a lot in recent time.
Oh my god.
Anyway.
To be carried, just to be tossed. I mean, that's sad. Yes, anyway.
Anyway, we have Boom now coming in onto New Era. Zero on the lower ground. Frenzy gets Hasby. Lanzi took down by Yummy. Hasby finished off by Wicks from New Era. Oh, okay. So it looks like we have a long range steal there. Mr. Zuli, the IGL for New Era, currently down out in the open. Oh,
Tom, on the other hand, maybe reflecting about his very sad friend just now while just sitting in the smoke vehicle. I mean, he wants to get out, but at the same time, there's too many people around him. Nobody spot him just yet, so he camouflaged himself within the smoke vehicle. But for New Era, Zuli, who can actually save him?
Hopefully Zilin, or maybe Nofal, but Zilin taking heavy damage. One more tap on the Zilin and he'll be knocked down. At the same time, we can look at the circle. But before that, Zilin Naded by Yummy. Now they're finding no foul.
But Talon seems to be very solid with where they at right now with this kind of circle. So maybe Talon will actually score the chicken with 4 players still alive, but they're not making any action yet. Vampires shooting down the players across the other side of the map, where we saw last time Boom, MEC, as well as a third team just now, which is going to be New Era, struggling just to be alive around that area.
Here comes GK trying to get Yummy, but Yummy slick driving there. GK not able to land those shots, but GK exposed himself on the other hand. Anyway, slowly finish off by 0, and that's going to be no fault for New Era, the final player. Let's see how he's going to get out of this. Okay, he still has Wicks together with him, but both of them stuck in the rut right now. There's no splash damage.
Frenzy repositioning, going to the back line here, hoping they will catch any players of Alter Ego. Now, the one that stuck in between is going to be New Era. There seems to be 2 Titans coming in from both sides. Left, right, center is going to be a lot of bullets showering on to right to New Era. No fall, got no space at all, but at least he got some covers and barricades with the structures around him. Other than that, well, look at the nades flying over. It's going to be Boom versus Alter Ego, and New Era being saved by the busyness between these 2 teams.
Alter Ego wants to secure those points, and Yummy will fall to the hands of Hans for you. Alter Ego now 5 elimination points in the bag, looking for more.
Trying to aim for New Era. They couldn't spot them out yet. Just randomly sprays within the smoke. They know that there will be some players that have been knocked down here early on, but where are they? They couldn't spot them out just yet. Very close, and finally Alva, with his hawk eye and very sharp visual, can actually see through what's happening within those smokes.
And now with 8 teams left, we're counting down the placement points. All of the teams on screen that is still available. We're starting to collect them. Alter Ego, time to get in. Okay, now we have Tops from Team Flash up against VOIN Donkey. But he's gonna rejoin his teammates on the other side, so that's pretty fine.
Oh, Vaxi. It's going back for the buggy. Knowing the fact that, hey, it might be a lot of turbulence and a lot of challenges in front. Never mind. Is he going in for the buggy? Are you going hop to the buggy? Because it's being punctured for the tires, though. Flattened out. But back on Vampires. We talked about Talon. They do have very strong structures around them, with the center of the circle just next to them. But Vampires might be favored by the next circle as well. So they will stick to their plays and not willing to give it away first. Alonso's giving pressure and warning, and try to gatekeep Rosemary and the rest of Alter Ego from coming in from the east side of the circle.
By Frenzy, spraying with his Scar L. Now able to connect those shots. Randomly spraying the smoke, hoping to get a player of Alter Ego on the other side. And right now, they also need to keep an eye on the circle. 10 more seconds before we move on to stage number 6. Rocky got shots from Vampire.
I don't want to be super quiet. It's going to be Sem9 and VOIN Donkey. They're way far from the battlefield compared to the rest, but Vampire still in the center, close enough. Same case for Talon. These 2 teams will gatekeep. All the team will try to cross that street, especially VOIN Donkey will be closely watched by Talon. Azozip just waiting for the right time to pop his head out anytime. But for Vampires though, those high mountains behind them will be slight irritation or slight nuisance if Boom can climb up right on top of them.
Here comes a Boom, trying to scout out the information. You know exactly where the players of Alter Ego are at. The potato gets tossed from Team Flash. Looks like another fight's happening up north. And now we have it on screen. Team Flash. We have Young T together with Zeus against the VOIN Donkey. Nade on the Young T. Almost got him. But Vexy will make sure he's down.
Now Team Flash, Young T. Finish off in an instant by Vaxi. Next it's going to be Zeus. Now, this is going to be a huge hike for the side of VOIN Donkey to try to spot out the rest of Team Flash players. But the curvature of the terrain will give them so much advantage as well, as Team Flash have no information whatsoever regarding Vax's position now. Zeta is bleeding out. Where is he? Will he be rescued or not? I think Razak will try to pick him up for now. But for Alter Ego, they're still in the same smothered corner. We talked about how concentrated this area was before, and they're still in the same situation as they were before.
Yeah, and by them being in that situation, Vampire Esports, they lost patience. They've been bored. Only 3 eliminations? Nah, that's not Vampire standard. We want to come out and find some fun. By the side, we have Sam9 and Kenny. We take out Frenzy from Boom Esports.
Sam9 finally making a move. They have been third party all the way just now from afar. Kenny taking the lead, might spot out Alva if actually just slightly hike up there. But he has to be extra careful, not giving away too much of their position and information as well. Zero coming up from the back line. While Von Donkey start to migrate cross over the other side. That's where to be greeted by Azozib, the Lone Ranger of Tam Entertainment.
Ooh, staying as quiet as possible now. But the moment you pop that smoke, that's it. I mean, anyway, they can still see the buggy, but yeah, that's just a double confirmation. This nade, whoa!
Ooh!
Whoa, that's one of the longest nades that we've seen so far that got something out of it.
And it's a perfect one as well. I mean, he busted himself giving away his position with that, not just the buggy and the smoke, but he still managed to, you know what, I still can do whatever it takes. And now Vexy down to only 50% HP. And as if he drops another one right on top of Vexy, that's going to be game over because VOIN Donkey last player nowhere near where they were fighting each other just now. But we're not done with Alter Ego. With Rocky May in the lineup, can we see some improvement on Alter Ego with this one right now?
Okay, they have to do it from the lower ground against Sam9 on the other side of this hill. 3 players still active here. No Rosemary. Would it be no problem for them? That's the answer that they will need to come up with. 3 seconds before we see stage number 7. Vampire Esports still has the compound and they still have part of the circle, but Talon also very comfortable up north.
The opportunity for Vampire to get a hat-trick here today is wide open. All they need to do is just wait things out and see whether Alter Ego will cross their path with Vampires or not. They all need to wait it out. While Talon still holding on to that very strong compound, will gatekeep VOIN Donkey. There's no way for them to cross that street.
Aha, so we got a crossing. Alter Ego crossing this hill and they will meet up with Sam9. Both of them do not have the circle, so this had to be a quick engagement. Nade onto Alva, 50% of health shredded. And Alva trying to find the angle, but the smoke is still active, blocking him from getting a clear sight on Sam9.
Oh, it's down to Firan. If Firan can actually get an off angle, because nobody knows where he's at now, and everybody knows because he just drove himself in the center of the crossfire. Rocky May tracking it down. Oh, that's a bit jittery, but yeah, never mind. Hans for you, spot out, Kenny. Hans for you down to 40% of HP, but the Blue Zone will not be merciful against this player. They need to get out now. Both team or both will lose a big one. But for Alter Ego, 10 eliminations right now, unstoppable when it comes to the chart. And they will try to follow the tail closely of Sam9.
Ah, and looking like no Rosemary, no problem. But now they have to finish off Sam9. We got Firan here. Okay, they're sending nades across. Hans for you. He spots the other member of Sam9. They need to win this fight before getting into the circle. Space is scarce now for Alter Ego. But the smoke is just not helping them. Sam9 on the other hand, playing from the inside the circle. They have a big advantage.
Not just the space is scarce, even the utilities and resources pretty much emptied out and dried out for these guys. Hans for you will be chucked down by the Blue Zone anytime now. Vampires, all they need to do is just play the waiting game. And Alter Ego, their backline got finished by Vimtorres, taking this opportunity and matter into their hands. This is what presented itself, the dinner for them. It's gonna be Vampires waiting for Sam9 to show themselves because the circle will be on their side. But on the side of Potato, will he be a roast potato by himself here? Because crossing that street seems to be a big task. Never mind that.
Roast potato skins. Yum.
Sounds nice.
Wouldn't mind that. Yeah, that's tomorrow's menu now. Anyway, now for Talon. There we go. Going up against Team Flash. And Team Flash, they don't have much to offer. But, oh, okay. Zeus got Yoru by immediate bounce back by Talon to finish him off, and Yoru will be back.
Now Talon, they do have the opportunity to reset themselves. They have a high chance to get this chicken as well as Vampires. This is 7.6% and 0.8% based on position of Talon right now, but Sam9 not so much. Firan, Mika, and Traxi. The last trio, and they lost Kenny early on, but SEM9 managed to knock down on Vampires here. They lost Onzan. Only 2 players remaining, standing up for Vampires. SEM9, they need to take this opportunity if they wanted to push Vampires down out of the equation. But the problem is, Talon will be a hindrance for both teams now.
I know, right? Right now, Talon, they're on the clear. They can tap away to 2 teams, and they're in the inner side of the circle. Let's see how will Vampire and SEM9 deal with this. In fact, Vampire and SEM9, they might cancel each other, and Talon will come in later.
I don't know about that. I do know Boychill's running out of bullets as well. It's always going to be so little bullets remaining. Boychill have to be a bit more conservative with his bullets right now, running pretty low with his rifles. Well, Boychill managed to knock down on Traxi, but he has to be extra calculative when it comes to his sprays. Down to almost nothing, but he's knocked down on top of that rooftop. It's going to be fear and spotted out Boychill. A bit of trading done between Vampires and SEM9, Talon and SEM9 right now, but Vampires, where are they?
Vampire, they're like, okay, you do you. We'll see you guys later, alright? And this is an advantage that they have. Mika, named by Linux, beautifully launched by Linux himself, sends a second one. He wants to ensure that the point goes to them. Bang onto Mika, takes splash damage, down to 40%.
Talon managed to reset himself as a 4. While Vampire is waiting for the right opportunity to visualize Talon's positions as well. And they noted that SEM9's whereabouts. But for Vampires, taking advantage as Talon pushing into a SEM9. They're both focusing on SEM9. They're both having the common enemy right now. And for Firan and Traxi, there's no way out. Left, right, center. They've been bombarded every way possible. Axel's finish off. Firan and Traxi is down. Now down to only 2 teams between Vampire and Talon. They got the most secure in the center of the circle early on. But can they finish it?
Ooh, they got 1 target. That's going to be Tony K. 2 more to go, but they fire back to Yoru. Yoru knocked down by Vin Torres. Short Sobinok as well. Now it's going to be only Vin Torres left. The whole GIGL can pull off an insane clutch against 3 from Talon. But the answer is going to be no. Nothing will stop Talon.
Denied hat-trick in the very last minute by Talon. I have to give it, this team today has been remarkable, splendid, and of course everything is just brilliant for our last one team versus 1 team just now. Today ending when it comes to the chicken dinner moment has been just so good, Cloud.
I know, right? All these chicken dinners are so good quality. Also, to point out the fact that now that we have talents going to chicken dinner, so 3 regions already getting their names on the board. So now it's down to the Vietnamese regions to score a chicken dinner today. But we still cannot deny the fact that even though Vampire didn't score the chicken dinner, but still a 2nd place finish is pretty nice for Vampire. But we can't take it away from Talon.
Just now, everybody pulling their weight, especially Linux, who say we see a different version, a better version of him compared to the previous few maps before. Because it's always Boychill doing the work, it's always Boychill doing those flashy plays. But this time, Axel Linux has been doing it so well, as we get a glimpse of Yoru too. I mean, Yoru always get eliminated way early before.
Yeah, but this time he managed to contribute 1 elimination to the team. So a total of 8 eliminations for Talon, 18 points collected by them. So Yoru, maybe this could be the trajectory that he's looking for to come back as one of the top eliminators in the game as well. We have seen Boychill earlier today. Well, hopefully they can inspire the rest of Talon to perform as how he did earlier today during one of the Erangel matches. Let's check out the highlights from Mirama.
I do notice Linux from Talon just now was so sneaky. He did not receive any damage at all.
Oh. Oh yeah, that was a good point there. Okay, so he played a ninja game this round, my talent. Well, he still brought them the chicken dinner, so who's to complain, right? So full squad time, maximized in this round, 20 minutes 30 seconds for Talon. We still have Vampire Esports up here as one of our top 4 teams. SEM9, welcome to top 4 as well. And also Alter Ego. Although it wasn't like, okay, chicken dinner, but they had a lot of eliminations in this round.
Just aiming for those eliminations, we can see how aggressive they were, and it was a great spot for them to farm those eliminations based on where they at. But you have to give it to Linux with 0 damage received. And this guy know how to play ninja, and he does a lot of damage with that ninjutsu.
0 damage, but still 4 eliminations and still 477 damage. Man, that is something here by Linux. What did he do to cloak himself away from all the gunshots, a single bullet onto him? That is crazy. He didn't even need to use any of his healing utilities. He probably passed it on to his teammates.
It probably did, because that's a great hiding spot. He got himself down there just now. But when it comes to the match rankings, we're going to have Talon with 18 points for Vampires. For them, it's balanced out with their placement points and elimination, 13 points. SEM9 and Alter Ego tied up at 11 points down there. But Alter Ego, 10 eliminations, the highest across this chart right now.
Looking so far so good for some of the top teams here, but these are names that we commonly see, right? I'll be a little bit more worried right now since we have one more game for MAQNA Esports Club. Only 1 point this round. Mathematically, I don't think they'll make it into this Super Weekend now.
Unless if you can offer 3 chicken in one single map.
Oh yeah.
Well, congratulations, Vampire still holding strong and will live up to the name when it comes to taking that #1 spot. But don't forget, Xavier is not playing at all today. They still have a lot of maps tomorrow, so they might want to prove something else by tomorrow. Then for Talon, they managed to squeeze up to 3rd place, pushing down CELCOMDIGI Alliance, who's also not playing here today. But the other team that should actually have a huge chance at who's not playing as well is going to be RRQ. Anytime that it can take over VOIN, Donkey, Team Secret and BTR in the top 8.
And this is the page 1, the teams that are okay, we're cool, we're chill, we're on page 1, that's fine. Page 2 is the 50-50 part, right? So okay, so we have Team Flash TODAK here on page number 2 together with Boom eArena, teams that only started their campaign today, being on page 2. It's not bad for them, but those teams that have played 11 matches, like M Entertainment, New Era, 35 points, 37 points respectively. This is going to be scary for tomorrow.
A bit more scarier. MEC, I hate to say it, but it feels a bit obvious now. My chance they couldn't make it to this Super Weekend, and their slot for Grand Finals probably going to have to say goodbye if, that happens. But for KAGENDRA, also not very good progress, including FaZe Clan. These are the team barely got themselves breaking to double digit. There's 7 to 6 teams down there.
Yeah, I know, right? Page 3 is always the page that we mourn for. But what we don't mourn for, what we celebrate, is going to be Talon with the chicken dinner. So this is the summary today so far. 2 for Vampire Esports, 2 for TODAK, and 1 for Talon. 1 more, hopefully a Vietnamese region team to score it so that we can have all the flags up here lined up nice and well. But for you guys out there, you guys can line up for this, the Grand Finals venue at IOI City Mall,
which is going to be next week during the weekend. So you guys just, if you haven't booked a flight yet, just book a flight now, because it's going to be a massive place and there's so many places for you guys to visit as well while waiting for the tournament to happen. It's going to be on level 3, okay? IOI Grand Exhibition and Convention Center, level 3 at the east entrance, because it's going to be east, west, north and south. So make sure you are entry in at the eastern side. If not, you're probably going to get lost.
Yeah, it's a huge mall, people. So you might want to go early, scout the place so that you get the best seats later on when you enter the venue. Yep, do that. That is a tip for going to events like this. And coming into the last game, okay. MAQNA Esports Club, kind of obvious. So it's a bit difficult for them to come up from page number 3. But for like New Era and Tem Entertainment, it's also their last game. They're on page 2 for now. So they need to make the most out of their last game in the group stage this week.
Oh, stop, producer. I know we didn't get anybody for a prediction here today, and it sucks. None of them are hitting. I mean, there's only like what 3 teams getting chickens today, guys. But yeah, I mean, who would have thought, and who would have actually expected TODAK to be this good today?
Yeah, I know, right? That's a pleasant surprise for TODAK, not gonna lie there. Hopefully we get to see how they are looking or feeling right now. But looking over at the player cam, FaZe Clan, okay, they're in good spirits so far. Okay, giving high fives around, prepping themselves for the final round. VOIN Donkey, as always, you know, they have this. Only VOIN Donkey has this thing about like spraying stuff. I don't know what's that.
I don't know. I think it's plain water, perhaps. Like, make sure that the air is not too dry. You know, sometimes your nose get a bit itchy when it's too dry, something like that. Because I think it's plain water because he sprays inside of his mouth as well. So hopefully it's not something chemical. But for the rest of the team, like TODAK especially, last week they didn't get into the Super Weekend. This is the chance that they will have to prove themselves and hold on till the very last of it. Because like we mentioned last week, the minimum points for them to get into the Super Weekend was around 60. And they are so close of getting that.
And Team Secret as well. Looking, yesterday was a better outing for Team Secret, but today they kind of like chill out a little bit. But because they had a good run yesterday, today they can like, okay, we can kind of chill, and they're doing not too bad. They're somewhere in the middle, so that's fine for them. The team that needs to do well in the final round in hopes to get into the Super Weekend, New Era, the boys that we see on screen.
A New Era, they didn't get into the last Super Weekend and they have another shot. At least today is their first. Is it today their first day? Not really, right? They already almost finished off their run as well for today.
Yeah, it's the last game after this for them. So they have to make the most out of the final round after this. For Talon, the team that just scored the chicken dinner, okay, let's see if they can continue to bring the momentum and hopefully it's not a one-off thing. And with the high fives going around, you can feel the emotions, the environment there at the venue. Sem9 also looking to create a more consistent performance as well as these teams prepare themselves for the final game. Final game in the group stage for some of these teams. Let's go, Miramar.
We're back for a last map here today. Let's hype it up for the last Miramar of week 2, day 2, and it's gonna be the last run for the Group C teams, which is gonna be Alter Ego, Ares, Talon Esports, MAQNA Esports, CELCOMDIGI. Wait, what? I got it wrong. Okay, BIGETRON Esports for Group C. Okay, BIGETRON Esports, Talon Esports, MAQNA Esports, New Era, Vampire Esports, Tem Entertainment, Team Secret, VOIN, Donkey ID, especially. When it comes to teams like New Era, I feel like MAQNA almost impossible. Not almost, absolutely impossible right now. And who else didn't get into the last Super Weekend? I mean, FaZe Clan just played today. Talon didn't make it last week. So this can be their last chance to have a boom finish.
Oh yeah. At least they scored their chicken dinner, so that gives them a bit of hope to enter this week's Super Weekend. And yeah, I guess, of course, if you want extra security, they have to do well here because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow as well. Flight path wise, it's almost as the flight path before this. It's going to be on the southern side towards the area of El Pozo. So as usual, the teams that want to go up north will need to travel quite a bit. But based on this flight path previously, we didn't see an early fight. Even the circle is almost the same.
I think maybe Chumasera Mountains, possibly. Maybe just Plateau now. Like, why not, right?
As long as it's still in the circle, it could happen.
It's such a tiny spot there. I mean, it's gonna be tough, but hey, hopes up. Who knows? But on the side of the teams that already got themselves on top, Chumasura, just now it was Talon. And we had almost a very similar circle. So if Vampires and Talon will sort of predict the same sort of direction they had before, navigating into the map, perhaps they're going to be the top 5 teams again when it comes to this final map today.
Yes, this is going to be, because it's the final map for some of the teams, especially from Group C, so that's why it's a bit more tense this time. KAGENDRA, one of the teams that will need to find their footing as well, though they still have tomorrow as a second lifeline, but you don't want to leave it to the end. If not, you might be disappointed. So KAGENDRA, with the games that they have, including this one, 7 games in total, they have to make that big push now.
The shaky spot, KAGENDRA. Barely had, how many per map did they actually finish up? Like 2 points? 2-point-ish points per map for KAGENDRA the entire day here. Did they play? Yes, they didn't play yesterday, so it's going to be a 2-point-ish map. 2 points per map.
Yeah, so they still have tomorrow, so that's why it's not the end of the world yet for KAGENDRA. Whatever it is, tomorrow. But the scary thing is this, right? Tomorrow Group A is going to come in again. And Group A has all the big guns. So, yeah.
I personally feel like, yeah, Group A seems a bit scary, but maybe due to experience-wise as well, they're a bit more tactical compared to Group A as Group B versus C. Because for the entire day here today, we barely got a breather between the stages. During first stage, there's always fight. Stage 2, multiple fights. Not even the Great Migration Stage 4. That's where the fight happens when it was Group A versus C before, right? Yesterday. But in this group, it's like they keep on fighting since the start, especially with KAGENDRA all over the place.
Yeah, like how we saw in the Miramar match before this, right? Like they were at random spots. I can kind of like understand why they do that, but with the situation that they're in, maybe not the best to do that unless like, oh, you have like tons of points, you can afford like one round, like trying out something out of the box. That's cool. But if you're at number 24 with 13 points, nah.
You literally have nothing. What are you doing? But yeah, that's just me. But for MAQNA, sadly, I mean, like, I feel like they probably demoralized by now, but they can try their best to just bump the number a tiny bit more, you know? The problem with MAQNA Esports is all about, this is the stage, or this is at the phase where in so long in PUBG Mobile Esports, literally 7 years now, this is the stage where the craft, the perfection of the craft, speaking of strategy, tactical communication, have to be at its best. It's no more about you can shoot good, or you can track all the players great, or you can have good precision. Everyone can shoot at this stage level of tournament. It's all about teamwork, communication, and tactical. Who gets is better.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Because these are like the best of the best teams in Southeast Asia. So you cannot like hope for opponents to like make mistakes. Like it's more of like you reducing the amount of mistakes, and that's always the conversation nowadays, right? It's like everyone's so good, it's a matter of who makes the most mistakes. People are looking at it like from the opposite side.
It kind of reminds me of these Xavier's. I like their interviews and their shots in the spicy segment during the break, right? Like, if you can spend a night with your rival, who would you pick? You pick Tony K, and just Tony K being so sweet, saying that, oh, Levi, super nice guy, very cute person, probably just gonna spend a night and have a good chat with him. But Levi was like, no, I want to spend with Tony K so I can actually tie him up and allow him, like, not allow him to play at all. There's just amount of respect he has for Tony K.
I get worried there when you said you will tie him up and you stopped there. Luckily, you expanded the explanation. So we good.
What? Where are we going with this conversation now? Why do you always have to make it weird, man?
I mean, you know, I can't help it, right? Like, you know.
You need a
it's only
girlfriend,
game.
brother.
Yeah, I think so, right? You know.
I think you desperately need one.
Yeah, it's been a while, so if anyone wants to drop their resume, you know, you can slide into my DMs. Just saying.
Oh, what are you interviewing people to date you? What is wrong with this world right now?
Hey, you know, we gotta set we gotta set a benchmark, right? You know, we can't discount ourselves. Wow.
Wow. Wow, so classy. I love that. I love that.
Ooh. You did it. You set a high benchmark too, you know, with Mr. You know who.
Hey, speaking of benchmark, this is a high benchmark. Boom always fight against Alter Ego. What with this? What with the beef between these two teams?
I know, right? Again, here we go. Boom Esports, Alter Ego. Zero takes out Hans for you. And the other players from Alter Ego disengage. They know it's not the right timing.
Well, I think that's high and by now. We got a couple of knocks. Okay, fine. We're gonna leave now. We have nothing else. Alter Ego lost one man. On the side of Boom, they didn't lose any. That's why Alter Ego disengaged, knowing the fact, hey, it is a bit too risky for them to fight head on against Boom. But twice in a row now. It's always, I think it's more than twice now. It's always Boom versus Alter Ego.
Yeah, they have been having intentional or unintentional clashes with each other, and this time at least for Boom Esports, they have the upper hand by taking out one player for Alter Ego. But between these two, of course, the pressure is bigger for Alter Ego. Not only the fact that they are number 21 right now, but they are also one of those teams that didn't make week one super weekend.
For me, Alter Ego still have their benchmark and standard, but maybe they are stagnant. While the other teams are progressing compared to where they at right now. That's the biggest flaw that I see from Alter Ego. It feels like every person for themselves. They don't seem to be synchronizing as a team for now. As Alter Ego, we barely see, you know, flashy plays as a duo. Mostly it'll be flashy plays as a solo player.
Yeah, like how we saw like today, right? Like the Rosemary thingy, doing what Rosemary does best. Yeah, we haven't seen like okay, a team fight that is like sexy at the same time successful. Like yeah, they do win some team fights, not gonna lie. I mean, there were some rounds that they got like 10 eliminations, which is cool. Not gonna discount that away from them, but it's like like how we saw D Xavier yesterday where they scored those chicken dinners, like that kind of team play. Yeah, Alter Ego, I'm sure they can pull that off.
I'm waiting for. Like I mentioned, I do love, my personal favorite is going to be Hans for you and Rosemary, or or Rosemary with Octa. But that didn't happen at all when it comes to this season. I don't know what happened. I don't know if they have different direction of how they train these days, but it just didn't do well when it comes to communication and synchronization. They're not moving as a unit anymore for Alter Ego. But it's different from Team Secret. It's a very different. Team Secret, we can see how they move in unison and how they just get each other back, but we don't want to compliment them too much because that's where the teams get really eliminated at the very same time.
I know what you want to say. That's where the caster's curse will kick in. Oh, yeah.
I'm not blaming it on me.
I mean, it's a general term, right? It's a general term, so you know, sometimes it's real, so we try to keep it nice, calm, and cool. Although sometimes we can't help it because some teams are just that good.
Especially real today as a player. It's really good for TODAK today, but I just hope they don't lose their momentum, just got hyped up in a day. Hopefully they will carry it out the rest of the entirety of tournament. But like we mentioned before, Cloud, it's going to be Chumasera Mountains, hopefully, or anywhere now, I don't really mind, because it's a good place to have the last few circle. High chance Chumasera, but TODAK already got himself those high vantage point.
Yep, no lost slowness, so that's fine. Even in this urban fight, if it goes to Chumasera, it's not bad. It's not a lost slowness, so that's okay. But What we're gonna get right now is gonna be 7-9 and VOIN a Donkey. VOIN Donkey passing by out here somewhere close.
City of Jumeirah seems heated up. Wow, that was fast coming out from Trexie. Finish off Zeta in an instant. 7-9, Mika already breached in to avoid Donkey's place right now. Or it's actually the reverse. 7-9 who crashed into this place right now. Potato cooking up the nade. Razak waiting around the corner. While Mika being shot down to only 10% of HP. But the thing is, 7-9 quite separated. The other two is across the other side of the street. And Razak finished off the other player. And now 7-9 a bit scattered about. Difficult for them giving some cover fire from the outside.
But now at least they have their own compound. So it's like, we managed to make it. Lost Zeta though. But still, at least they're still in the game in Jumeirah. Alter Ego! Okay, we're having a Rosemary moment here. He took out GK from Team Secret somewhere. On the other side, okay. This is MAQNA Esports Club. At least go out on a high, right?
True. But for Alter Ego, I think they're still fighting Team Secret down there. Alter Ego and Team Secret seems to be a bit rowdy, but I think they just disengaged. Seems to be a bit quiet right now for MAQNA Esports. I mean, firepower-wise, we don't question these guys. They're really good at doing their job when it comes to shooting down people. But the problem is their positioning is always questionable. Team Flash versus Team Secret next. It was Alter Ego versus Team Secret. From the pan to the fire, GK lost before. And now it's going to be only Drang and Frankie left on the side of Team Secret. There's too many eyes set on these boys of Team Secret. And another one bites the dust. They might actually lose too much at this point. One last player remaining for Team Secret.
With the fact that Frankie was too low, a simple spray by Team Flash took him out. And that was unfortunate for Team Secret losing one of the key players. But for FaZe Clan, let's see if they can make use of Alter Ego's key player. Rosemary's on the other side. At FaZe Clan, we got their formation coming in. They're trying to enclose Alter Ego.
Kanari take his chances. Rocky May try to confuse the players of FaZe Clan just now by circling around with his buggy. And try to gain any sort of information. Just a glimpse of the players is going to be more than enough. Dukdiko, FaZe Clan. Running low with his bullets though. I don't think they lit enough yet for FaZe Clan to engage, but maybe they've been forced into.
Hoping to win a fight so that they can loot off their opponents perhaps. But circle-wise, okay, FaZe Clan, they set the circle. It pulled slightly down the southern side, but that does not mean that they will not continue on the fight. Here comes Canary, securing the elimination point, taking it out of Rosemary. Looks like they're winning this fight against Alter Ego.
Alter Ego down to 2 players. Heavy casualty on their side. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, they can revive and back up as a 4. Rocky May and Alva. How do you want to deal with 4 players? But at least it's just them for now around this area. There's no third party coming up very soon.
Yeah, it's still on the clear, so they can fully focus onto one team for now. They're trying to gather information where exactly Rocky and Alva is at. Playing by the slopes, not the easiest of terrain. A nade on the Canary shuts himself down to 60%. And Canary still has a higher ground. He sees a Rocky from him. The fire will happen, and Canary lost it to Rocky.
Oh, Doko. Oh, he's knocked down as well. This is not great for FaZe Clan. Down to only 3 touch remaining. But I have a feeling, here comes Boom again. Oh, speaking of timing, it's always timed so well for Boom to clean up the mess. The cleaning up crew is here to steal it away. And they managed to steal all the points by Alter Ego knocked down before towards FaZe Clan.
3 points! You get a 3 point! You get a 3 point! But only Boom Esports is the actual one that gets the point. But it's not really free right now, but bottom bit! Oh, here we go! One DBS shot taking out to 3 touch.
Combat pretty low himself, but the DBS will do its work. But next, Alva will try to get some revenge from the back line. He managed to knock down a couple of them. Oh, it's down to, it's a very slippery slope. Careful, Alva. He tried to scout out the last play, which is going to be 0. I don't know the rest of Boom. There's going to be one more. Frenzy still managed to... No!
Oh, no! Okay. That gave me the chills.
Never mind, Alpha. Never mind. Just try to survive them.
Yeah, do whatever it takes, man. At this point, just like what Macari is doing whatever it takes. It's good at eliminating the point, but we got Team Flash on the other side. They are coming in right now. They will be the one to be the cleanup crew.
Speaking of fish wall out there, Team Flash now will try to surround Boom. Well, you reap what you sow, and karma hits back on Boom's side, who tried to third party the teams prior to them, Alter Ego before, and FaZe Clan. But Frenzy will fight back. Zeus knocked down. It was a perfect nade from a random toss by Zero.
I know, right? They're just like blind tossing, but still able to hit it. That's why they're playing at this top tier tournament. But now Boom Esports, okay. Let's see if they can finish off a Team Flash. Zero going in for a flank. Team Flash, they seem to be retreating now. Okay, they're done. We're out.
Yummy May, I think he's still trying to find for Alva, who slipped down just now. The beef between Boom and Alter Ego. I do want to know what's happening. If only we get that interview. And Joker will creep into as well. Alter Ego and Boom's and the circle is going to be right on top of last player of Team Secret. Trong is there. KAGENDRA, last player eliminated as well. Another one bites the dust as the last player, Casper, being finished off. We're down to only 14 teams now.
Oh, MAQNA Esports Club. Very far away from the circle. Finally they got Alva. Okay. Now they are satisfied.
With a vehicle. With a vehicle. Oh, wait. I think there's another player there. It's going to be eArena. Joker spotted out Boom. And the rest of the team responded accordingly because I think they're all on top of their vehicle just now. Trying to find the rest of Boom. So they might actually chase Boom out.
That could potentially happen unless Boom, if they got the information, they might want to rotate elsewhere. Stage 5, their space still alright. Elimination feed wise, a SEM9, they got 1 out of 10 entertainment. Never Entertainment spending time in the blue. Stage 5, ooh, that's not good news.
Comes Fires. Oh, it's going to be some big heat coming up from SEM9 against Tem Entertainment. Tem Entertainment, it's going to be the last game as well. And they barely going to qualify for their Super Weekend run as well. Yeah, that's going to be the end of Entertainment now. But for the rest, Team Flash now still fighting against Vampires. It's not done yet, and Boom is there as well.
Aha! 3 teams around the same area. Anyway, it's going to be only Young Team now. For Team Flash, 1 nade in by Tony K. Tony K knock. Long range knock. It came from Wix from New Era.
Out of nowhere. That's going to be a long shot, if I'm not mistaken, by New Era across all the other side of Chumasera just now. But for EA, they also take it on VOIN Donkey, who happened to be cutting across into the center of the circle. They were during their migration while navigating towards the center of the zone. They're being knocked down and caught off guard. While Vampires is going to be Young T versus the entirety of Vampires now.
Young T. Oh, into the face by Tony K with Asaf K to deny Young T of any points. And he will be able to recover his teammate, Vampire Esports. Full squad return.
Boom now coming in, creeping from behind. Tony K will get revived. Will be reviving Venturis just now. While SEM9, it's going to be a hard climb towards VTR. And that's going to be the last of them. Kenny will also go down with the rest of SEM9. We're down to only 9 teams within seconds or minute. Yeah.
I got for Razy. Pin down Yoru. Ooh! One last tap onto Yoru and he would have been knocked down. The rest of Talon coming in onto Yoru's position. But looks like they want to try to hike up. They must hike up. Okay. Not much space for them. They must create the space for themselves. Yoru will play the support role.
Yoru spotted out. Axel made a U-turn straight away after saw the entire crew of BTL right in front of his face. But for Yoru, that small shack will not hold much longer. The thickness of smoke thinning out. He got a clear view, but he is in danger himself. Dealing with 2 teams at the same time, that's going to be tough. BTR versus Talon. Well, on the high ground, it's going to be a different story, but they have to force this fight for Talon if they want to break in. It's not going to be easy, and Yoru, the back end of Talon, will not be safe anytime now.
There goes the support player for Talon. All right, down to 3 players of Talon trying to hike up and find a way around BTR. We have Federalis, we got Razy up on the higher ground. It will launch onto Talon. And it will not hit. Bounce! Oof.
Mid-air explosion. If not, that would be perfect nade coming up from BTR just now.
Yeah, that was a close one there. But that's just another signal to Talon. It's like, how are they going to get up if they don't get knocks here in the back? And they only have 1 active vehicle. So 3 players on the 1 vehicle. We've seen that happen before.
That's true. But the one I'm watching at, there's going to be the mini-map because New Era is gatekeeping BTR and Talon at the same time. Then it's a moment he tried to just push forward. He's been knocked down by so many fires, including Team Secret across the other side of the map. BTR and Talon is still going on. Boy Chill barely got any cover with that one particular rock. While EA taking on TODAK on the high ground. And none of these teams actually inside of a circle. They are at the rim, but nowhere safe. Tiger Axe giving pressure on TODAK. BTR losing. Oh, never mind. Federalis hit a big one with that nade against Talon.
And that could be the lifeline there for Talon. I'll switch over to Vampire Esports right now. They are busy with Boom Esports, trying to hike up to the high ground. On the outer side, it's going to be Boom Esports. Pressure is going to be onto them. Vampire Esports playing on the inner side. Look at the elimination feed. Trong. I know we all like barbecues, but you don't barbecue yourself. It doesn't work that way.
9 points maybe. Gave up. But back to its New Era. They were gatekeeping so many teams. They had so much opportunity just now for New Era, but they got a couple of knockdowns. I'm not sure if they managed to translate into a point of execution. But Frenzy will take a risk. Just go in an open space, in an open field, and manage to break through. Here you go, 1v1. What is this, CQC? Oh my goodness.
Well, I guess it was a surprise. Potato was in the circle for the longest time, just hiding from everything. And it's like, hey, you passed by. I wouldn't mind collecting this point. It's been a while since I pulled the trigger.
And I think he got discovered by Tiger X just now and got surrounded by EA players. Next, in Potato's shoes, the same one is going to be TODAK. Lynx seems to be hiding himself with a couple of structures around him. But at least good news for TODAK, nobody coming up from behind.
Yeah, for TODAK right now with full team, nobody's behind them. All they need to know is their front, whatever that's in front of them. But let's see if they'll be forced to come up from this hill. And that will be interesting because there's a lot of open space around them. Anyway, they still got Vin Torres from this distance.
Oh, but due to the curvature of the terrain, it's so difficult for them to spot him or finish him off. So still can be revive for Vampires. He got himself quite a safe spot up there. The high ground will play at its best based on how Vampires took those positions. But for EA, I mean, it's all about the bullets here for Vampires. Oh, Tony K got chipped quite a bit of damage. Almost shredded entirely his vest down there.
Oof, okay, that was a close one. Managed to recover back up on top of this hill. Again, taking a decent amount of damage from across. But Tony K wants revenge. But his head told him that, okay, dude, gotta retreat right now. Not worth taking that risk.
They have to play a bit more reserve when it comes to Vampires here. Yeah, they probably got themselves an upgrade of loot, especially with those guns with an airdrop nearby. The thing is, they need to be a slightly more reserved because they might have to just go down after stage 7 is done, because the moment they jump down of these high places, it's going to be an open space for them to be shot by these guys. For NE, a New Era, NWE, TODAK will be the next target, but every eyes on Vampires due to their high elevations up there.
Yeah, everyone wants to try to take out the high ground per team, because that's going to cause a lot of annoyance. And it's not going to be easy. But the one that will push Vampire out is going to be the circle. The zone starts to close. They will have to leave this area.
High chance Vampire, if the circle's still going to be close by, it's going to be them taking the chicken dinner, yes, since they got quite an advantage up there. But for Onsens, is running low when it comes to his ammunition as well for his rifles. The rest of Empire decided, you know what, we don't want to take the risk. We might actually just push in now. If not, it's going to be too late. They're going to just go confront new era player. That's going to be Zali, and that's going to be the last of it. They have the top 4 right now with eArena. Still have a full squad.
IGL eliminating IGL. Top 4 now, Vampire Esports, BTR, eArena, and again, TODAK looking good, langgaring back. That's even a word. But anyway, now Vampire Esports trying to take down TODAK, but TODAK got sniped instead, managing 2 teams at the same time.
TODAK is going to be the one that having the hardest, roughest place to get into the circle now. They've been cornered down by 2 teams, EA and Vampires. But EA and Vampires seem to be occupied with each other's presence. So TODAK, if they can just slightly, quietly creep in, they'll be the best option here right now. Because if not, just now we saw how Vampires tried to lock them down and deny their entry into the circle. If they don't get out of this corner, it's going to be done for them. They will just be at 3rd place without any eliminations.
Yeah, no vehicle, open space, high ground in front of them with opponents there. Don't know how long they can TODAK last. If they can get a knock on the Onzens, maybe. But even so, it's so hard for TODAK now.
When it comes to positions, we have to give it. Vampires do have it better. But for eArena, they can actually work around those haystacks in between. They have a couple of covers, there's some structures, but they have to slowly push forward. And right now, TODAK kind of stuck in between, only left with one healthy player. That one particular player, what can he do at this point? 9 will finish off, and it's going to be left with one standing for TODAK. And will it be revived for that real? I think it's real still stand for TODAK. And nonetheless, down to 1 HP. And this nade by NC2 will finish off. Cleon got finished, and Real as well. Onzens, Vampire managed to finish them and take away those points. It's going to be between these 2 finale teams of the ties. Vampires versus the Arena.
There's a potential here for eArena to score the chicken dinner. Okay, but anyway, stage 9 is upon us. 4v3, no circle at all. Both teams kind of 50-50 right now, if you ask me.
But numbers-wise, eArena do have it better when it comes to players and firepower. But we're talking about Vampires here. 30k still there, Onzens, and as well as Ventoris, a very veteran players. And they're very good at CQC or even long range, and this is going to be the map that they love to play with. Down to 3v3, it's equal out the odds with Ventoris managed to knock down on one of their flanker, which could be Joker. But how to close the distance?
Taking out Joker is very important. You take out the flanker. If they can take out Tiger, then the other 2 players of eArena, they're clumped up together, and it becomes an obvious charge for Vampire Esports. Anyway, they still have the nades. Here comes one. Mid-air explosion. Second time around, and it bounces. It will not hit still.
Lot of barricade on the side of EA, but Tiger X knocked down by Ventoris. Ventoris been opening up the angles for the side of Vampires. Tony K knocked down, and C2 managed to just got him down on the ground. But it's going to be Ventoris to do all the work. Down to Ventoris to spot out the off angle. And C2 did see this one coming. He's not expecting it at all. Ventoris will make it work. He didn't whiff. Almost. Ventoris, can he do it? He knocked down. It's going to be 1v1 for Vampire versus EA. But when it comes to HP, Sakura is very low. Here comes Onza's nade.
Oh, this nade could be big, could be huge. It could deliver them the chicken dinner. It takes out Tiger. It's still a 1v1 between Onzens and Sakura. Sakura forced to move front. Another nail to Sakura. And it is Onzens to bring the 3rd chicken dinner for Vampire Esports.
Hat-trick completed. The mission is done for the whole run of group stage. And that's giving out statement. B Xaviers, look at that. We can pull what you guys pulled off yesterday and finish off with a banger. Ventoris. It was so crucial where he was standing. He was the anchor for the team when he fighting against eArena just now.
Oh yeah, so important, right? And that's why his inclusion back into the lineup, although he took a good amount of games break, is important for this kind of decision making. And That is experience for you, ladies and gentlemen. Look at how happy they are. Even Vintorez, for the most part, when he was with FaZe, we hardly see him smile. He's always frowning. But this time, I can see Vintorez's eyes. He lit up with his new teammates in Vampire.
It was a great final blow. Vintorez just pluck his courage, go up to the flank side off angle. It was so pivotal for Vintorez to take down the flank side just now. For me, despite Omzens has the most damage out there, but that chicken dinner has to be given to Vintorez.
Oh yeah, 4 eliminations for Vintorez himself. In totality, they scored 15 eliminations, 25 points. Whoa! This is the biggest amount that we have seen today.
But for Schraps, I mean, everybody got their highlight when it comes to Vampire players, right? I mean, all of them are star-studded players, so there's no surprise anybody can be MVP at this point. But elimination-wise, 1,000 over damage. It's going to be Onzens, of course, for MVP. But let's check out the highlight one last time for today.
And here is Vampire Esports, a third chicken dinner today, followed by eArena at second place. And then we have BTR and Boom Esports as part of our top 4 teams. And again, the damage output by Vampire Esports is way ahead of the second place team, eArena.
I mean, 100% Vampire is going to go to the Super Weekend here. I wouldn't worry too much for BTR as well. They have been very consistent the past today and yesterday. Boom, they still have another day tomorrow. EA, on the other hand, though, it's still going to be a 50-50, or is it already kind of safe? Not yet. They have tomorrow still, right?
Yeah, because tomorrow you have a lot of superpower teams as well. They could potentially push them down. So we need to wait for tomorrow. Anyway, here we have it. Our MVP, as you call it, Onzens with 7 eliminations, 1,067 damage, 379 damage received, 38% team contribution, and 29 minutes, 1 second of survival time. Of course, no doubt, not only the damage, he brought in the eliminations. This guy's a big all-rounder for Vampire Esports this round.
I mean, Vampire is every single one of them already a super player. Anybody on Vampire can be on this MVP chart right now, but every single one of them bring out their value when it matters most. And I have to say, the team game just now by Vampires was sublime. But when it comes to the charts and numbers, the ranking based on their previous match, 25 points by Vampires just now compared to EA and BTR. That's a lot of difference.
Yeah, you can combine eArena and BTR's points, but still not able to match up to Vampire's points. That's how big of a gap they have in this round. But because the points pulled up to Vampire, pulled out to eArena and also BTR, we could have a few casualties at the bottom. Okay, that's going to be KAGENDRA. No points this round. Tem Entertainment, only 1 point, also putting them in a very dangerous spot.
Absolute red spot. It's gonna be MAQNA Esports, sorry to say, but I don't think they can make it to the last Super Weekend. Yeah, but for Vampires, hey, they finish off their run with 130 points. We're gonna have to wait for DX tomorrow. What will they have to offer? Will they have more or not? Well, Talon will also finish their run. BTR and VOIN will have to say pretty much safe for now when it comes to the top 5. As long as they're close enough to 60 points, it's going to be a safe zone for them. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance and EA, they still have tomorrow.
Yeah, so they can still gain those points tomorrow, right? So I wouldn't be too worried for the 3 teams on page 1 that didn't play today. On page 2, okay, this is a scary one, right? So Tem Entertainment, number 16. I mean, if you're number 16, you're done with your games, and there's still another day tomorrow. It's not looking hopeful for Tem Entertainment.
Yep. Well, I think probably just going to be 1 point difference between 16 and 17th place right now. For a new era, it's not safe either. They are in a very shaky spot. Unfortunately for MAC, they completed their run, not even in the top 16 here. Well, and VKE, the Vikings, will come back tomorrow. SEM9 as well. They're probably going to take over the top spot. Our new era will biting their nails while watching the rest of the game tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I know, right? There's nothing much they can do about tomorrow. And that's a feeling that is very, very tough, right? Like, all you could do is just chill and wait and see. But our daily MVP, wow, okay, out of all the 3 chicken dinners, the one that Onzens brought as the MVP in the final game also brought him the MVP for today.
It's going to be 2.2 average elimination. It's still quite a number for every single map, that is. And not just that, for Onzens, we're looking forward what they have to offer during the Super Weekend. We're going to wait for them for the Super Weekend this week. And also the Smash rule will be implemented on Sunday. But you guys know what? We're going to go head over the interview. Who will get interviewed today?
I wonder who. I don't know. Maybe again for the second time. Let's go, Tash Money.
It's only day 1 of week 2 of the PMSL SEA Spring 2025, and we are seeing so many new things happening, from back-to-back chicken dinners and a brand new team to come up on top. Does it ever end? Anyways, I'm Tashbani, your host today. Alongside me, I have 2 players from TODAK. We have Cleon and Real, alongside Jungs, our translator. Now, first of all, guys, you guys got back-to-back chicken dinners today. So maybe I'll ask you, how do you feel being able to get back-to-back today?
Oke, buat Cleon, gimana kah perasaannya bisa mendapatkan 2 back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner?
Pertama sih kayak bener-bener kayak ngerasa lebih confident lah untuk lepas ke Super Sunday, kayak lepas ke Grand Final dengan gameplay kita sekarang yang bener-bener jati dirinya udah terlihat, jadi seneng lah.
Of course, I feel very happy with the back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner is because of, it's for us it's easier. If we for us, it is easier for us to qualify to Super Weekend. It's because of we got a definitely back-to-back winner chicken dinner, and then I'm really confident about my team can qualify to the grand final. Is because of I think our team's already found the real gameplay. So I'm very happy about it.
Found the real gameplay. Okay, that's an insane statement. Okay, between last week and this week, how do you think that you guys have improved? Did any of your playstyles change? I'm gonna ask that to Cleon.
Oke, berbanding minggu lalu dengan minggu ini, apa yang berubah? Adakah kamu ngerasa playstyle kamu berubah kah? Strategi kamu berubah kah? Bisa ceritain dikit nggak?
Kita lebih fokus ke pendekatan satu sama lain sih, sama ke ready ke kayak team fight, kayak betul-betul ready setiap zone-nya macam tu lah.
Of course, there's a bit changes here and there, but then we only focus on how to get into the circle, how to fight the team. So basically, it's a minor things that gonna affect to major things.
All right, so they went back to basics. The fundamentals are there, and it showed today. Very happy to see that. Now, your team has never made it to the final stages of PMSL before. If you guys do get through this week, you guys will make it to the grand final. So, do you feel that this could finally be your time, Cleon?
Karena TODAK ini bisa dibilang tidak pernah meloloskan diri ke grand final. Dengan hasil minggu ini, apakah kamu pede yang kamu bisa lolos ke grand final ntar?
Pasti. Pokoknya kita udah pasti confident lah untuk lolos ke grand final di season kali ini.
Of course, we definitely believe that we can qualify to the grand final. Is because of from today performance. I still believe that there's more to come in tomorrow, and then on to the next grand final as well.
That is a very confident statement, and I'm really excited to see. Okay, so this season of PMSL, so many new teams, so many new players. Were you expecting these new players and teams to be this competitive?
Jadi menurut kamu sendiri, kalau kita lihat kan di season ini banyak tim baru, banyak anak-anak baru juga kan. Menurut kamu sendiri, ya apa tanggapan kamu soal hal itu? Adakah lebih kompetitifkah season kali ini atau kamu ngerasa biasa aja?
Kalau aku ngerasa sih di sistem kali ini kayak lebih kompetitif, sama dari tim-tim yang baru masuk juga udah memang mereka layak untuk berkompetitif di sini. Terlihat dari segi poin juga memang sangat bersaing lah.
If I want to comment about the new teams, I think all the teams that qualify to PMSL, they are deserve to qualify to the PMSL. But then in terms of the new players, a fresh player, I think this season is very, very competitive compared to the last season. It's because yes, we have a lot of young blood. Yeah, it's like a fresh talent, raw talent. So if we take a look in a point system as well, the gap is not that big. So I believe that this season is very competitive.
I completely agree with you. We've seen how competitive it is for week 1, and week 2 is starting off really the same as well. But now for real, he was very nervous. So let's try and look, he's laughing. I love that. Okay, let's talk to you now. So right now, TODAK has went through a major change, which is that you guys have brought in so many new Indonesian players and even an Indonesian coach. So does your team still feel like a Malaysian team, or do you think it's really changed into a culture, into an Indonesian style playing team?
Okay, Real. Kalau ikutkan pemain TODAK sekarang kebanyakannya daripada Indonesia, even coach pun daripada Indonesia. Menurut Real sendiri, apakah TODAK ni dah menjadi orang boleh katakan tim daripada Indonesia yang dah ikut playstyle Indonesia ataupun culture Indonesia? Menurut Real sendiri?
Saya rasa culture masih sama, masih macam Malaysia juga. Tapi ikut gameplay kita ikut gameplay style Indonesia lah.
Okay, for the culture part, I think we still a Malaysian team. I believe that we are still Malaysian team. But then in terms of strategy, in terms of gameplay, we followed how Indonesian players play. So
All right, talk to me a little bit about that Indonesian style play. What's really different between Malaysian style play and Indonesian style play?
Okay, gameplay, apa perbezaan di antara gameplay Malaysia dan juga gameplay pasukan daripada Indonesia sendiri menurut Real?
Bagi saya gameplay Indonesia ni dia agak agresif sikit lah berbanding tim-tim Malaysia.
I believe Indonesian play style, they are much more aggressive compared to Malaysian team. So I think that's the only difference.
Okay, let's ask Cleon. Cleon, do you agree with this?
Apakah kamu setuju tentang tanggapannya Real?
Setuju, terbukti kayak Alter Ego champion 2 kali, Boom champion 2 kali, memang terbukti ya.
Yeah, I do agree with Real statement is because of we can take a look at the example for Alter Ego back-to-back champion in PMSL, Boom as well. They are back-to-back champion. So Indonesian style is very aggressive.
Ooh, I love that. I'm really hoping to see whether or not the other nations would actually rise to this challenge from that statement. Now, talking about you today, TODAK looks great. 9 elimination chicken dinner, one of the games as well. Without revealing too much, can you share with us what was the game plan today?
Okay, dengan berhasilnya korang mendapatkan minum chicken dinner dengan 9 kill, boleh ceritakan sikit tak tanpa mengeluarkan strategi rahsia, apa game plan pasukan TODAK untuk hari ini sebenarnya?
Game plan untuk hari ini kita masuk step by step je. Mana yang kosong kita masuk, kita manfaatkan tempat tu lah.
Of course, we just focus on the fundamental, we focus on the basic, we just focus to take the circle step by step, and other than that, we just play like how we used to play.
Okay, so it goes back to what Cleon said. It's just fundamentals and basic. I love that because sometimes everyone seems to forget that the fundamentals is what you have to go back to. Now, final question, back-to-back chicken dinners today. And you guys looked pretty strong. So do you think that this is the real powerful version of your team, or is there more pages in your playbook?
Okay, dengan berhasilnya mendapatkan 2 kali winner-winner chicken dinner, apakah Ray rasa sekarang ni Todak dah memang jumpa gameplay sendiri ataupun masih ada banyak lagi yang korang boleh tunjukkan?
Gameplay banyak lagi gameplay yang agresif kita orang belum keluarkan. Hari ni tu kita macam gameplay santai-santai je.
Okay, I think we still have a lot of in our playbook. We can be much more aggressive compared to today. For me, today we just play like a bit chill play, just like I just want to win. That's all.
Okay, fair enough. Does this mean we're going to see more of your pages of the playbook this Super Weekend?
Jadi apakah kita orang akan nampakkan lagi Todak lebih agresif pada Super Weekend ni dan mendapatkan lagi banyak chicken dinner?
Of course, esok kita orang akan lebih agresif lagi.
Yeah, of course. For tomorrow for tomorrow we're just gonna be much more aggressive compared to today.
Tomorrow gonna be more aggressive than today, so every other team, you guys better watch out. So that is it for us today, the end of day 1 of week 2 of PMSL SEA, excuse me. So with that, let's toss it off to the casters.
The day of vampire! But I do love this.
Traitor! You didn't even try to predict them today, you traitor.
I didn't want to put the caster's curse onto vampire, right? So
right.
Just saying.
Right. But you know what? One question, if I get to interview there as well, I want Real to say something to Sata of BTR. What do you have to say now, buddy?
Ooh, yeah, it should have been like Sata and Real.
Yeah!
Naughty.
I mean, like BTR is not performing too much today, so it might actually put salt in the wound.
Yeah. So, but that's the fun part, right? Like, you talk about it in the video. Now, how does it feel? Has a tie, huh?
You said what? Something? You said what, buddy?
You say what? What do you say? Say it again.
But tomorrow is gonna be a banger, of course. We feel like the teams that being pushed down today, that's not playing, definitely feel challenged and want to. It's all about the ego by the end of the day.
Oh yeah. And maybe that's that booster, right? That's that booster to like, I want to prove you wrong. And I really like seeing that, right? Proving the video wrong, proving also our predictions wrong, and that's really fun. But you know what? If Todak makes it, that means someone else will go out.
Who will it be? So stay tuned for tomorrow, guys, because tomorrow is going to be a banger. We have reintroduction of Group A again versus Group B. But that's it. That's a wrap for us today. I'm Chicha, and this is going to be this side, right? Yeah. Vampire Cloud. Signing off. See you guys tomorrow.